In this money match finals, the OG EU Super Team Buff Enjoyers found themselves challengers to a defending Paravision. While the two teams had played just days earlier in the Maelstrom Masters, neither would back down easily in what would become a titanic struggle for the DFN European Championship belt. In the opening draft, Paravision gambled heavily on Play With Me's signature Haze with a raft of stuns and control to enable him. As the laning stage breaks down, it seems that this gamble has paid off as Paravision open up a significant soul lead while knocking down tower after tower. Play With Me is off to an extraordinarily hot start with his roaming Haze game.
This Mo Abrams business is looking pretty sexy right now here for Paravision as we get Buff Enjoyers responding at least with a tower down potentially. Whoa. Okay, Zergy's going to just go in and get destroyed there. Wasn't expecting to see that. And just look at the tankiness here, just the presence from Paravision.
What starts off as a glimmer of hope for Buff Enjoyers sours quickly to despair, as Buff Enjoyers find an initial kill on Play With Me and push for more, only to be parried and juked by Together's Yamato until reinforcements arrive for Paravision. They secure 3 counter kills.
Focused. That's how you do it. That's how you get things started here for Buff Enjoyers. Now trying to burst down the rest of the team here. They're doing a great job in just bursting down individual players, focus firing, and oh my god, okay, something is still going to be able to, brother, Together it will be able to survive that and actually turn the fight. That's so unfair.
How in the world is Together still alive? It looks like, okay, they're going to get the Yamato. No, life leeches just enough. Instead, grapples over, gets a piece of the Ivy with Litz.
Continuing to do what he does best, Play With Me catches out Demov and sets up Paravision for 3 more kills and the first mid-boss of the game.
Being bought in, bullet dance.
Oh my god.
Demov for free at the secret shop, where you get the kill and then can immediately buy. But I think if we look at it, there's probably quite a few power spikes for Paravision in the last moment, being reflected now in just pickoffs. And with 2 free pickoffs near the middle, do they mid-boss here? Now 3, yeah, they got a mid-boss stand.
CP, because even though the soul lead isn't too insane, it's just domination in all these team fights. Just domination.
No Obakim steal there either. Obakim getting caught by Play With Me on full gargoyle control. Juvenair is going to come on down, and Paravision shouldn't have to worry about a steal. Mikhail is lurking nearby. Surely Mikhail does not go for it. No, that does not happen.
Despite the soul deficit and Paravision's early reju, Buff Enjoyers managed to defend masterfully and even up the soul lead. A beautiful team fight from Zergy and co nets them 2 kills and the urn, only losing to lane 1 Walker in the process.
They have the numerical advantage. Paravision is pretty split out, including the Mo, who's absolutely nowhere nearby. Buff Enjoyers diving, may have bit off more than they could chew. Perhaps, nope, not quite. Sharik on the flank with 2, as a lot of the focus was on Zergy, so Zergy playing the role of bait. And
after struggling time and time again to break Buff Enjoyers' ironclad defenses, Paravision makes the risky call to force mid-boss without any pickoffs or ultimates forced. Buff Enjoyers, however, deliver a crushing punishment for this risky gambit.
Popping the Shadow Transformation, Motto very good at securing it. Instead it's Demov! Demov gets right in there, gets the Rejuvenator. Mikhail on the fall through. It is absolute devastation, Dan.
What a play coming in from Listic on that lash. Absolutely saving the day, turning the fight, and well, this could be the moment now for Buff Enjoyers to send it home. We'll see.
After clearing the enemy shrines and dropping Paravision's patron with their rejuve, Buff Enjoyers patiently play the map and eventually find the teamfight opening they were looking for.
The outguns, and now they're outnumbered. The cube comes in to try to keep Staff alive, but we'll see how long he's going to stay up. Well, there he goes.
6v5 power play right now for Buff Enjoyers. Combo coming on in from Litz. Has to immediately cancel or got interrupted. One of the 2. Either way, Litz is out of there. Does not get value from the combo whatsoever. The KLS super low in the back, and now it's all patron time. Buff Enjoyers, they said, it's blood in the water. Patron at half. Tass was able to kill 1. Surely we don't have a patron defense again. Buff Enjoyers all in on the patron. Down it goes, and this time it goes down in the first attempt. Buff Enjoyers up 1-0.
Down 0-1 and facing elimination, Paravision draft Bebop for Taz. We also get to see what else Obakim has been practicing as he locks in the holiday support. Unlike their match versus 1 win to get to this point and their win versus Paravision in the first match of the series, Buff Enjoyers were able to be the aggressors for once. As we hit the 14-minute mark, Demov shows off the change to Life Drain on Geist as he channels his inner raid boss.
Living an incredibly long time with Life Drain. The Life Drain sustained turns it around. Oh, with the help from Listic on top, incredible Geist survivability, and
With Obicum pressing for the Urn turn-in, Prestis decides to help Play With Me split push lane 4. However, Buff Enjoyers split their forces masterfully as Sharik comes in to aid Zergy in the defense, while Mikhails and Listic assist the Urn fight.
In the meantime, and so the fight will be forced here, and it's actually looking really, really good right now for Buff Enjoyers. Okay, can anything come of this from Taz? No, not enough damage, and in comes the bird as well to make life even more difficult.
Folks, they wouldn't be called Buff Enjoyers if they didn't like buffs. After getting Prestis low and finding a kill on Taz, Buff Enjoyers decide it's a good enough opportunity to attempt to claim the rejuve.
Hot Pursuit Tornado, finally used as Demob still wants a piece, goes on in, was one shot away. Instead, Saf comes in on the fall through. Not enough to take down Demob, but enough to at least force Demob to back off of that potential kill as...
Yeah, Buff Enjoyers is really taking a lot of control and going back into the mid-boss here to finish things off. And Paravision not with positioning to deny this, I don't think. They could try to get some kills on the outskirts, but everything just feels very risky right now, team fight-wise for them in this position, though they are going to make their presence known.
Ivy
coming
can
on through.
Steal. Ivy can always steal. Ivy of Stoneform doesn't do it in time! Obicum gets the capture. However, Paravision well positioned for the actual fight. Takes down 2 immediately, including Zergy.
Capitalizing on a split Paravision, Zergy and Sharik find an opening onto Taz, and Buff Enjoyers force the team fight.
Bebop, I believe, the target of choice, and Taz not going to be able to get away.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard to get kills on the Buff Enjoyers now that some of those items that come online, especially like the metal skins and so on. A lot of the gun damage is on, from the Wraith and from the Bebop and the Ivy. Yes, there's a lot of gun damage you have to worry about, so that's going to take care of that. And Sharik will go down, maybe every stunning a little bit there, but at the same time his teammates are deep trying to take down these remaining walkers, and they're so tanky. Flame dash again to get out of there. That Spirit Leech is keeping Zergy alive for that much longer, but Pocket, surely not. Oh my god, it's daylight robbery again.
Confidently pushing their lead, Buff Enjoyers attempt to deposit the Urn on Paravision's side of the map. Despite the soul deficit, Paravision knows this is an objective they can't afford to give up for free.
Paravision, you have to hope you land a miracle hook at the beginning here. Instead, Lasso just going to be pulling Calico out, forcing Saf to use Return the Shadow super early in the fight. And while this is going on, Sharik just sneaks in the Urn. Another Urn for Buff Enjoyers, and Obicum going in even deeper. They bit off more than they could chew. Nope, Warp Stone's away, and Demov, deep in the thick of things, takes down Prestis, who's been one of the biggest sources of damage for Paravision. Shriek doesn't get away in the end, but these trades, overall, you got the Urn for Buff Enjoyers. You're not that sad about losing 2 people here. Make it 3. You still got Urn. You're still way ahead. You're okay with this. And at least for Paravision.
After managing this crucial defense, Paravision are rewarded with a beautifully timed mid-boss spawn.
From Taz there against the Talon arrow, the power shot.
Wait. They can go mid-boss off this. Dan, the timing of this is actually quite bad for Buff Enjoyers.
After bringing the game to a dead heat, Taz created an opportunity for Paravision to go for the next mid-boss with the hook and kill onto Listic. After being behind most of the game, it's Paravision's turn to strike back with the help of the rejuve and drop the Buff Enjoyers patron.
On top of this one, is there a combustion or anything? There it is coming in from the top, and it's going to be Paravision picking up the rejuve, picking up 3 kills. Oh, it's only Taz traded off at the back of that one, and Paravision are looking phenomenal.
6 tense minutes go by as Buff Enjoyers know any lost team fight will likely be their last. Under pressure from Taz's constant hook attempts and Paravision's expanding soul lead, Buff Enjoyers push into an entrenched Paravision controlling top mid.
Right now, Paravision mostly healthy. Calico weaving in and out of the fight. Early shift coming in here from Zergy. Drops Unstoppable to get a little bit of healing, but most of it being spent going around the outskirts. Unstoppable now down, getting pummeled from all sides. Zergy gonna be able to get away, 300 HP, still getting chased on down. It's Ivy, of all people, in on the chase, 100 HP. Mikhail and Obicum are down. Zergy, 80 HP and somehow alive, but maybe the last survivor, Dan.
Ultimately, even a heroic escape from Zergy doesn't mean much as Paravision clean up the fight and even the series 1-1.
Torn to pieces. And this is going to convert hopefully quite nicely into potentially the game win right now for Paravision. They're in such a strong spot. I mean, this is going to be it. CP is happening. Paravision are back. They tie up the series in the grand finals here.
As we head into the third and final match of the series, we see Paravision going back to the haze for Play With Me, while Buff Enjoyers stick to their guns, drafting a similar strategy that they've run in both of the previous two maps. In the third and final game of the series, Lane 1 became a party lane, with both teams bringing heavy numbers to bear. Mikhails, however, refused to back down as he defends the Guardian 1v3. Elsewhere on the map, though, Paravision have better luck.
Jumping across everything, just on the walls, double jumps, wall jumps, all the jumps. And now we got the Google inside a frozen shelter.
Buff Enjoyers are riding high on a wave of confidence in this match, as one pickoff onto Prestis and a small soul lead give them the confidence to attempt mid-boss at just 13 minutes.
And, I mean, Alchemical Fire coming out as well, and wow, this is not what you expect to see at this time in the game. Off of that pick onto Prestis, they are going for it, and this might be a bit of shock for Paravision, but what are they going to do? They have to react, they have to respond. In comes the Rejuve, dropping from the ceiling, and here it comes the dive into the Kelvin ult to actually slow things down a little bit. Who's going to get the punch? Oh, there's the key punch from Saf! Paravision get the steal ZP.
Dan, how in the world did Saf get that? Saf missed the first punch, came back in, landed the second. I mean, Paravision is just absolutely demolished after getting it, so you can't really say that they're ahead.
Obakim tries to bait out a response from Paravision by bringing the urn close to their drop-off, but bites off a little more than he can chew.
Way before. Now you definitely don't want to contest and go for that as, lasso into charge. I love the combo between Abrams and Holiday here, and it's something that Obakim should not get away from, does not.
Paravision spot Mikhails solo in lane 4 and take their chance to jump on what looks like a quick pickoff.
Best buddies for a lot of this. But hold the phone, Play With Me in Bullet Dance. Gets swapped. It's not going well for Play With Me at all. Just completely denied by Sharik and Mikhail.
Once again, Mikhail shows why his Paradox is always a top priority for Buff Enjoyers. Buff Enjoyers fake a mid-boss and try to bait Paravision into a teamfight, but it turns into more than the easy catch they had intended.
More difficult though, down 1.
Yeah, and I feel like it would be more of a problem if they wipe here in the effort, obviously, even if they get it. So got to be really cautious here. And in fact, it's just a bait, it seems like, because in comes Buff Enjoyers to try to catch them moving in. And it looks like a trade here. Saf taking down Listic. Play With Me already out of the picture here. Trying to find these engagements, the dynamic fights on these multiple levels. It's so hard to manage, but so far, Paravision coming out on top here, ZP. And if Sharik's going to go down, Mikhail S is critically weak, and it's hard to see that this won't get converted into a mid-boss. This is backfired for Buff Enjoyers.
Not wanting to waste this gift, Paravision deathball into Walkers, grabbing 2 of the remaining 3.
Into the tornado, forces the frozen shelter, but can Obakim stay up?
I mean, we're going to see also Safka get down and dirty. Just picked up the Colossus, so way tankier than normal if this goes in. I think Buff Enjoyers, or Paravision for the most part, just want the Walker. They still get Obakim.
After this Walker, they might have to fall off. We'll see if they can get any kills off of it. So that's going to go down very quickly. And the fight, I don't know if you want to commit fully to this fight. Buff Enjoyers, they're going to try to see what they can find. And there's a concussive combustion coming in from the back, but the Walker is going to go down. And looking at the kill situation right now, Paravision could absolutely find a way to go back into the next Walker here on this next lane. But look at the tracking coming in from Litz. And that is a very dead Warden.
Itching to make up for past mistakes, Buff Enjoyers open up a teamfight with a swap onto Saf. This would turn into a massive 6v6 drag-out brawl.
Across the map at the moment, and there is the force field seismic slam coming on in. All the ults getting pulled out of the bag. There's the lasso. Not going anywhere, Mikhail. I think he's
so stuck. They literally can't move with where the frozen shelter is. It actually just stuck them in the corner. A little bit forced timeout. We back in grade school. Zergy, though, back to spawn together. Able to find the angle on Mirage on the side. Mikhail back into the fight. Drops the wall. Swap back up in 8 seconds. For now, just looking for damage onto the Mirage. Taking to the rooftop. 300 HP. As Together continues laying in damage on the side of the Mirage. It's actually incredible positioning from Together here. Lasso towards the end. Paravision holding Buff Enjoyers off. Getting the better of the trades here, Dan. Only Obakim left remaining.
Despite being down by 20k in the souls, Buff Enjoyers give up nothing for free as they catch Paravision rotating through their side of mid and take their chances at another huge team fight.
Immediately picked off Prestis a little bit late to the fight. Dropping the goo ball, close quarters, usually where you like to do a goo ball, but you just see Obakim warp stone out of there over the top. Sharik was able to get on the Litz. 2 clean pickoffs right now for Buff Enjoyers. Everyone still relatively good HP. Paravision and hot retreat. Zergy dropping the cards. Forcing out the Veil now, looking for Prestus. Prestus low, card after card, goodbye. Buff Enjoyers, a big swing in their favor here, Dan. Surely the Madman doesn't do it twice in one game.
It's
coming on down, unstoppable, in, swing, miss. Does not get in or parried, one of the two.
Poor mid boss is probably getting tired of roaring over and over as Buff Enjoyers bait it once again, this time getting Paravision to bite.
It's so close right now. I don't know, Paravision, are they going to commit fully into this? It looks like they're looking to do so.
With EU at stake, Paravision looking to contest mid-boss here now. The defense of Europe on the line. Play with me. Bullet Dance, telekinesis in response. Dashing and diving to the other side. Bullet Dance canceled. Hit with the swap by Mikhail. Mikhail looked to play with me down. Gets it, but Zergy falls at the same time. 3 down for Paravision, 1 down for Buff Enjoyers. Buff Enjoyers relatively healthy though. Paravision way weaker. Saf about to hit the floor, and Buff Enjoyers might have just done it, Dan.
With the previous rejuve, Buff Enjoyers were able to drop the Paravision patron and put themselves on series point. After expanding their lead little by little, they forced the fight yet again on mid, fighting confidently around their frozen shelter and massive AoE damage. As the dust settled, Buff Enjoyers stood tall and reclaimed their place as your Deadlock Fight Night EU champions.
After Paravision down Litz, Buff Enjoyers down Sharik. The front line arguably maybe better for Paravision, but Tass focused down on the back. Saf and Prestus both low. Buff Enjoyers trying to put this one away. Still though, fight in progress, play with me, a threat, an absolute menace on the back line. Regenning HP as just pummels into Mikhail at the same time. Still though, Buff Enjoyers up 1 right now with Rejuvenator. Respawn's gonna be coming in sooner rather than later. Mikhail diving in, finds the Mirage. Sharik about to be back in the play. Play with me, under the gun. I'm not able to do enough damage to deal with this Paradox. Gets shot by the Carbine, and Dan, we might be on the verge of a new champion here in Europe.
Where the haze is falling off, where the Abrams is falling off. You just can't quite get the damage. You can't get... Everyone's so tanky at this point. And here it is. The patron, the weakened patron, is going to be taken out, and Buff Enjoyers, after a very difficult first map, and honestly, I don't think any map that wasn't difficult today, they are going to claim the title.
With our longest series yet in DFN history, lasting 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 30 seconds, you can't deny that these competitors put on a great show. Buff Enjoyers reclaimed the championship, but the close matches all day long in DFN suggest that it won't be so easy to stay on the throne for long. Tune in to Deadlock Fight Night every Wednesday to catch the very best teams in Deadlock fighting it out for cash and for glory. I hope you enjoyed the recap, and make sure to rate the video and subscribe. Let us know in the comments what other kinds of content you'd like to see on this channel, and we'll catch you next time on Deadlock Fight Night.
Hey everyone, it is a new week, and that means it's time for a new Deadlock Fight Night EU presented by Intel. I'm ZP here with DDK and Dan once again. A whole bunch of new stories to follow here in the EU Deadlock scene.
Yeah, and every week it just keeps getting better. I feel like last week, I mean, it's going to be hard to top that one. That was a pretty epic showdown. Just so many comebacks. I don't know. I feel like the bar's been set too high, ZP. I'm kind of concerned.
Well, you know what? We're going to set it even higher because we got some community news before we even get into anything else in the show. That's right. Buff Enjoyers no longer. They have been picked up by Virtus Pro, one of the biggest team pickups we've seen in the Deadlock scene. So in case you're tuning in wondering what happened to Buff Enjoyers, why are they not defending this week? Well, they are defending this week, but you know, Dan, they're doing it in a little bit more official way.
Yeah, the first major org, I suppose, yeah, I don't think there's any other larger org that's picked up any teams, anything that's comparable to Virtus Pro at least. So hopefully a sign of things to come. I mean, there's a lot of hot prospects if you want to get some signings in. Maybe some teams feel like it's still too early. There's not this like big Valve ecosystem that's been sort of, announced by Valve. So there's a lot of uncertainty in the future, but VP seemingly confident enough. And there's a lot of advantages to being a first mover ZP, but there are also some disadvantages. But I have to say, Buff Enjoyers have a pretty rock solid team so far, and they've got also like some of the biggest streamers and fan favorites, so it's definitely a good pickup.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Virtus Pro, they've picked up the top of the top, but that also brings us into the schedule for the day. Of course, here at Deadlock Fight Night, we like to bring in the best of the best in the Deadlock scene, and we're going to be kicking off with Aegis Aurora taking on Mydong. Both of these teams placing very highly in the recent Maelstrom Masters, and of course, Aegis Aurora, a former champion, the first EU champion of this year, won twice in a row, got knocked out, and it's their time for a run back now, Dan.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they are able to do this week, because the first two showings, like you said, when they actually managed to win both times, they did it in fairly spectacular fashion with really good macro play. Like it seemed like a decent amount of depth, but as we got into, I suppose, the first patch where we had all the new heroes, it kind of seemed like maybe that and some other factors totally threw them off, and we just didn't see what was working for them in those previous two wins. So hopefully for them, it's back to their winning ways, and Mydong is a good challenger for a warm-up, but we'll have to see if Mydong can upset Aegis Aurora.
That's right. Of course. Also, this is the first time, Dan, that we'll be casting Mydong. Normally, we leave that duty to Jason and Mitch, and Jason and Mitch will be on later in the day, so that sacred duty for now, it falls to us, and that's a good lead-in to what our first matchup of the day is going to be: Aegis Aurora versus Mydong. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting, Dan, where you think about how Aegis Aurora kind of shocked Buff Enjoyers, made Buff Enjoyers really change their setup, got them off the 7 addiction, and they had a good game plan, but then other teams came back and sort of studied their weaknesses. And when Aegis Aurora got taken out, Dan, a lot of it was because people had adapted to their draft and took away key picks that they like to play.
Yeah, certainly. That Wraith was really important to them. It seemed to actually be perhaps the staple pick. It seemed like there was some more play around some of the other heroes, like the Mo, that was really important for their sort of aggressive playstyle going into the mid game, or the Yamato pickups and so on. There's a lot of heroes that you'd see thrown around that looked like they were very important and impactful, but when the Wraith was taken away, it felt like their legs had truly been sort of cut out from underneath them, and they sort of failed to be able to provide the damage, I think, in replacing that role.
Yeah. Well, we don't just do it with two here on Deadlock Fight Night. That's right. We always have an analyst, and it's going to be Jake rejoining us once more. Jake, I was probably going to set you up for a 7 is gone joke, but we're just a little too classy for that. What we're not too classy for is heading into our roster v roster setup.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Mydong, can take on Aegis Aurora, who have looked like a super threatening group. I mean, Sanya, especially as you guys mentioned on the Wraith, I think is like a key factor here. On top of that, Kenneth, Vindicta, there's like a lot of threats from this Aegis Aurora squad, and I think a few different drafts that they can go for. And I think that's what they're going to need, not only in this series, but also if they want to take down Virtus Pro. They're going to need that diversity, so they're just more difficult to get banned out.
Yeah, and Dan, it's kind of fun when we talk about the concept of getting banned out, where, I think it was Jason who put together the stat graphic, and we had just one of the gaudiest stat lines we ever saw with Kenny F on the Vindicta. And when Aegis Aurora was dethroned in Europe after 2 weeks of dominance, part of that was that they didn't let Kenny F get Vindicta. People had enough of that and realized, maybe this isn't a good hero to let a team have. And in fact, that sort of reverberated throughout the entire scene, where Vindicta got banned a whole lot the last few weeks.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like Kenny was the first person to show us how truly sickening the Vindicta could be, especially because, you know, if you get to level 3 quickly in the ult and you get the bonus souls, the snowball potential is wild. And Kenneth had an amazing sort of pace to the Vindicta that we hadn't seen, where he was actually going out and finding his own kills, like just from scratch. Whereas typically with Vindicta, obviously you might be set up a little bit more into those last hits. So Kenneth, crazy aggression. And now that's, as you said, that's become the first ban. Everyone has to ban it. And that's kind of helpful though, because historically in the draft, with the way EU prioritizes some of their heroes, it's actually led into Aegis Aurora being able to get, you know, make sure that they can secure Sanya Sniper's Wraith, or make sure that they can secure ABL's Yamato. So they've had options behind that Vindicta. So the Vindicta's kind of a nice distraction for the ban for them.
Well, we have a tradition here at Deadlock Fight Night where we would be getting right into the draft, but first, we have to decide who's going to choose that draft order. And we do that through mole-on-mole combat. That's right, Mo versus Mo, the Mo and Krill 1v1. Let's get it on.
And we need to do like a rip of like Mortal Kombat and kind of got a version of that, because hey man, this is becoming a staple. We set the meta here with these Mo 1v1 CP. I want to throw credit to you. It was your idea.
Shamelessly stolen from Twitch chat at one point, but we made it reality. And ooh, look at the fallback, and no parry at the end. It's to Vic throwing some hands where, you know, oftentimes Jake, you put your frontliner player on it, but to Vic decided he could throw some hands this time around himself.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the meta evolve in the Mo 1v1s. You know, like I really think this is something that people are gonna, you know, get better and better at. Like that melee plus parry mechanic in the game is so deep, and the more I play, the more I feel like there's more yet undiscovered depth around it. And it's fitting that it happens in the mid boss, because that's where it's gonna really come to matter in the real game when it comes to those critical rejuve snipes.
Now, of course, the result of that is that it's Maidong with their choice of to pick first or second, and they chose to pick first this time around. So kind of similar from last week where we saw the most favored pick when you did get a chance to pick, is that teams wanted to pick first right now, Jake.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what direction they go in. I think for this Maidong team, you know, I've seen Vic play some of like the later game carries, but I'm curious to see what direction they want to show here. You know, given that there's been some new patches since we've seen this team play, I feel like there's a big, you know, open-ended book of strategy for them. They're probably very hard to predict. And so, you know, if anything, strategically, maybe Aegis Aurora is the team with more data available that Maidong could be prepared for. So I think this draft is going to be crucial for them, and it's going to really speak to their preparedness as a team to potentially go further in the tournament.
Yeah, and I feel like if they don't immediately ban Vindicta, there's a problem. It's just a big problem. So, I mean, surely we'll see that. Okay, the Wraith gets banned immediately by Maidong. So that's super interesting. So that's going to give Aegis Aurora that Vindicta pick if they want it.
You know, the funny thing about the Wraith getting first banned here is that we actually compiled a whole bunch of stats on Fight Night so far, 35 total maps. In EU, we have yet to go through a map without Wraith or Mirage being banned or picked. That is how high priority these heroes have been throughout multiple metas at this point. Now, Aegis Aurora, what they ban here, I think is going to be very interesting. And they just say, Jake, they don't want to deal with the Viper.
Yeah, I mean, I think Viper as a new character, right? It's like so, you know, what it does so fantastically well with her ability to just pump some of the highest bullet damage DPS in the game. But I think maybe part of the worry is it's a response to the Wraith ban, where I think Wraith is one of the best responses right now to the Viper, you know, breaking the slide, grabbing them, and bursting them down while they're disarmed, right? Like it really takes away everything from Viper, and she can't really protect herself from it. So maybe with Wraith ban, they're too worried, you know, with a lack of control on for the Viper. And the Great Talon goes first. I don't think this hero has really been a first prio hero in my memory. I feel like this hero gets picked a decent amount, but it's more of like a 4th, 5th, 6th.
Yeah, there was one time where like Great Talon got buffed a long while back where teams kind of knee-jerked and they were like picking Great Talon first, but you're absolutely right. Outside of that very brief window, Dan, we haven't seen Great Talon get picked that much. And obviously for Maidong, we don't have as many stats on them, but in regards to DFN, but even in that regard, that might be the first time they've picked Talon in DFN.
Yeah, and you know, Talon does fit in a similar class to the other, you know, flyers and DPSs and so on, like a Vindicta. But obviously with Talon, you do get a lot more burst spirit damage. So, but the thing is, as you know, you're saying you don't usually see it in the first pick, is because it's not normally prioritized over so many other things. And you can usually pick it up if you want, because teams don't tend to prioritize it in their strategy. So it seems to be one of those kind of flexible picks where you're using it as a response to something, or you're using it to say, okay, we got someone that's a specialist, or we're just trying to to fill in that DPS hole that we have, because usually Talon is one of those picks.
And I think Talon at this early stage in the draft, it's kind of like daring Aegis Aurora to go for the Vindicta, given that Talon has a good matchup there, you know, can easily hit those spirit arrows on the Vindicta and even the bird to help catch her and burst her down. So maybe, you know, Aegis Aurora don't go for the Vin yet. I wonder if Maidong would want to pick it up themselves now, because I do think, despite the fact that they're both sort of high damage flyers, I think they sort of fulfill different roles in my experience. And a Bebop goes really early. So Maidong are just have a very different perspective on the game than many of the other top teams in EU right now. I'm really curious to see how they approach things with this very unconventional draft in terms of hero priority.
Yeah, as far as EU goes, we just really haven't seen this out of teams for the most part. It's certainly not in DFN. The go for Talon, then Bebop. You know, Talon has gotten picked like later on, and Bebop would get picked, well, usually not at all in EU. But I think one thing that's worth noting, Aegis Aurora maybe isn't going to go for the Vindicta at all, because generally speaking, a lot of hero pool-wise, it's turned out that a lot of your players that were playing carry flyers have also kind of adopted Holiday into their hero pool, right? So I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, okay, you've decided to pick Holiday early. I think it's very likely that Kenny F is going to be on the Holiday here, and Vindicta just might not be in the equation at all. And I think that just may speak to the idea of how powerful teams think Holiday is right now. And again, just kind of natural hero pool wise, it just kind of worked out that those sorts of players are playing those heroes. But Viscous, fun thing to note, last week, Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, it was just kind of Viscous first pick across the board, and now dropping a little bit.
I think Viscous gives like a great early game snowball potential, and just can be this great disruptor, especially for heroes like Paradox, Holiday, that want to find those catch and initiations. You know, having somebody like a Viscous frontlining super aggressively, like taking all the attention, it really creates more opportunities for Paradox and Holiday to find what they're looking for. And so there's just tons of playmaking right now on Aegis Aurora. It feels like they really have all their like catch and initiation already. What they need to fill in is a little bit like of a heavier damage carry. Looks like a pocket band there, which makes sense given that they're running all this catch, all this initiation. Well, you know, who better to evade that than a pocket? So by taking it out of the pool, you know, you're forcing Maidong to pick less mobile. I mean, I'd say pocket probably has just about the best mobility in the game, at least in the survivability sense, maybe next to something like Lash. But for Maidong, I mean, they've got great range pickoff, right? With the Bebop and the Talon being able to grab people and gate Geist frontlining. But I wonder, like, if you bite that off, is it some fight you can really win if something like a Viscous is there to pop a save and reinitiate?
Yes, it's actually, I feel like really cool to see this draft for me, at least, because it does feel like Maidong have, because we kind of set it up. Okay, the two biggest problems are both the Vindicta and the Wraith. So they banned the Wraith out the gate, and they've got two hard counters in Great Talon and Bebop. So it's like kind of daring you to pick Vindicta, because if you can't snowball with Vindicta, if there's no really, like good way to do that, it's probably a pointless pick right now. So all that makes a lot of sense. And now they've kind of put, I think, Aegis Aurora in a spot where they kind of, I think, need to lean in towards, I mean, for me personally, like a Yamato Mo, but just based on the strengths that we've seen from Aegis Aurora in the past. And I think that would work really well with the Viscous in support, because Viscous is also really good at that mid-game aggression and poke. So there's a lot of options, I think, for Aegis Aurora towards that area. And I wonder how much you know, theory crafting we've had Maidong doing for this draft, because it's a best of one, and they've got the data. But okay, we're going to see the Calico get picked up. What do you guys think of that?
Well, finally, you're starting to get some frontliners picked, where, again, I think the biggest change in draft strategy since we had the drop of the 4 new heroes into the game is that we've seen teams really devalue frontliners as early picks in the draft for the most part. Calico actually has had pretty high value, especially as you go into NA. So Calico, though, also dropping in value a little bit from last week, at least between these two teams. I don't know if that'll be the case for Virtus Pro, where they were like super highly valuing Calico, but okay, this makes sense for Maidong. Again, it's solidifying the front line. So for Aegis Aurora, you know, one of their favorite frontliners has been Mo. I'd probably expect a Mo maybe in the next few picks, just given how effective they were using that hero in their run.
Yeah, Mo could be nice. I think Mo can be a little scary against a Bebop at times, with the potential of, like, you know, kind of giving yourself up as a free hook. But then again, it's not unpickable. I like Maidong's responses to the Calvin here. They really go with some like aggressive heroes that are gonna frontline super hard. And like, I think there was a second there looking at the draft where that Frozen Shelter looked really deadly against Great Town and Bebop, who are almost certainly going to be playing out of its radius and get isolated from their teammates. But Warden, Calico, and guys can kind of like all be getting in there, all be chasing things down aggressively, and it probably won't be so easy to shelter and split them up. That being said, the Yamato response, makes total sense to me. Has like great escape for something like the Warden, and is one of the few heroes that can stand toe to toe almost no matter how much frontline you pick. A Yamato with decent farm is going to be able to take that aggression, and they take the bet. They take the dare right here, going for the Vindicta to finish off the draft. Not scared of the Bebop and the Great Talon.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting that they go for that Vindicta. I think the Yamato was something that Maidong was really planning for. I think with Geist and Hellswap and just some of the tools that they have, I feel like they got a decent ability to deal with that. And it does feel like, to me, Maidong kind of knew kind of what Aegis Aurora would be forced to pick after Maidong sort of took control of the draft. And having, I think, Warden and Geist to allow to provide that front line for the Calico to kind of get in and get out. I think the comp feels really balanced for Maidong in terms of like damage, utility, front line. And I feel honestly quite similarly about Aegis Aurora. So I think this is definitely going to come down to how well you leverage your strengths and how well you mitigate your disadvantages here.
I will say, though, when I look at Maidong, I think it's way more on tankiness over damage. Like, they're really, really relying on Talon to be the just absolute bulk of their damage in a lot of these fights, and then the rest of the team kind of sustaining, right? Aegis Aurora, in terms of their late game scaling here, is way scarier, I feel like, if they get even a little bit ahead. Whereas Maidong, I feel like, Jake, I kind of look at their team comp, I think they're fine if they're even, but if they fall behind, I don't think they actually have a whole lot of ways to get back into the game, just with like how tanky they are and how they're not really gonna have the burst to actually kill anyone, I feel like.
Yeah, the range poke is really all like coming from Great Talent along with pick off threats from Bebop. But I agree. I think Warden and Geist Calico, it's like when these heroes are strong and are ahead in the game, they can like run you down, especially if all three of them are having a good game. They can just like really pour on the pressure and fight together with the help of something like an Ivy, and then Bebop and Talon have a great position to look for poke from. But once your front line starts to crack, and if you aren't able to keep the enemy on the back foot, that's where I think this game could get pretty scary with something like a Vindicta. You know, maybe you can find the Bebop hook, maybe the Great Talon poke is enough, but it's kind of only Talon and Bebop in my mind that are going to be really firing back at Vindicta. And I feel Viscous, Kelvin, Yamato really going to hold a lot of attention for these frontliners. If they can just live long enough, so much pickoff threat coming in from the side of Aegis Aurora, and also great mid-boss secure as well. I think with the Viscous and the Kelvin, Yamato, it's pretty much just Ivy when it comes to like good mid-boss secure for Maidong. I guess the Great Talon's ult can be decent in some spots, but that's a little scary, I think. I think a little advantage around the mid-boss, at least, for Aegis Aurora and the pickoff threat they have.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the plan has to be for Maidong to keep the Vindicta down. Like, that has to be in their game plan. If it's not, they're already going to lose out of the gate. And then similarly, I feel like Calico, they got to worry about Calico getting targeted, because I think Calico getting ahead early is going to be absolutely like totally key, because a lot of the damage is going to come from that's in those kind of more team fight situations, and Calico has so much capacity to kind of start to snowball things. So I feel like that's a big focus for me.
Yeah, and some of these frontliners, and now I'm just thinking about this, right? Like Warden, Calico, Geist, all three of those, they want to get in, they want to be super aggressive, but are they going to be able to tolerate someone like Holiday, being able to lasso them, pull them deeper than they expect, Viscous disrupting them, either pushing them back or pulling them in? I feel like the positional manipulation from Aegis Aurora draft is really strong.
Yeah, and to that note, I feel like the storm coming as soon as 3K Souls comes online is going to be very difficult for Maidong to actually weather, because once you have that very early game setup where ultimates start coming online, you're going to be dealing with roaming Paradox. You're going to be dealing with roaming Vindicta. We've seen Viscous get played in a very mobile fashion. And if Aegis Aurora is able to get a decent lead off that early to mid-game pressure, I think it's going to be really hard for the tankiness of Maidong's comp to actually sort of flex its strengths here. So to me, I think you have to just value so much of the early game right now and how this game is actually going to pan out. And it's just a matter of, can Maidong survive?
Yeah, we've got the Calico Holiday matchup on lane 1. And obviously Calico is really good at sustain and just being honestly quite dominant in lane. How do you guys feel like Holiday, especially with some of the changes, matches up in that solo lane against Calico right now?
Oh, I would think the Holiday should be pretty comfortable playing at long range, but speaking of range, Tvik finds the first blood there with an opener. I mean, Talon can be such an explosive laner.
Yeah, and that's a quick little pickoff, and of course this is about the time where I'd be like, thank you, Jake, for your input, but you've gotten a reprieve. We've done a pause. We could break down the early game laning a little bit more of what's to be had. Something that's actually a little interesting right now is Warden got put in the solo lane, and Warden versus Yamato is not necessarily the easiest matchup. And even already, you kind of see a little bit of signs of Muffin having some trouble confirming the way he'd want to. Just because, I mean, you know, again, Warden doesn't necessarily pack the best gun early on. He can get ganked pretty heavily. And as I say that, though, here comes the help. You got Bebop coming in for a super early gank onto the Yamato.
Yeah, hook and uppercut already. And it's, oh, gets the cook. There's the uppercut. Here's the full-up damage going to be there. It surely should be. Here's the assistance from the Warden. And Sanya Sniper is definitely very dead. Punch straight in the face. And I think such a great call. That was EP, the Warden Yamato matchup. And we saw the exact, you know, kind of pick that we need to be happening to keep him competitive in there.
Jake, any final thoughts on the laning phase before things really heat up here? What are you looking to see?
I mean, Tavik off that first blood, I think could be really looking to snowball. Like, I think really look at eyes on Tavik should have, as long as the lane goes decent from now, first ult of the game. Although, under pressure, as I say that, is not what he wanted.
As Jake Caster curses Tavik, who maybe will be able to get out, just dives into the underground. It does look like he's going to survive. But, all right. Jake's Caster curse power, not entirely there yet, but... man, that was close. Tavik could have sued Jake if that went the other way. But Dan...
Minion heal, man. Came in clutch.
It actually did. It was the thing that saved it. But, you know, for me, I'm just looking at who's going to hit 3K first here because I want to see the early game setup. But right now, again, another rotation. Kelvin moving on in. Is it going to be enough? 74 HP. Gets the parry at the very end. Without the parry, could have went very differently for this 35 HP Kelvin.
Yes, that is pretty scary. When you get close to the Calico and that melee lifesteal is online, you're definitely going to have potential problems. Okay, well, Kenny F is already getting off to a good start there, getting an initial pick. Again, we won't get super worried about the snowballing from Kenneth until we see that level 3 snipe coming online. I think, what was that, 5k souls? I always forget the precise amount. But either way, there's an uppercut, speaking of which. And okay, we're going to melee that deeper in. Yes, we are. Kenny going to be stuck in enemy territory, able to dash out the way, though, into that tier 1 camp and actually just gets out of there fairly unscathed thanks to the cube.
Yeah, and I mean, this is smart in terms of lane positioning. Generally speaking, we've even seen teams really aggro do rotations to get their Viscous in the matchup versus Bebop, just because if you do get hooked, Cube is probably one of the best tools in the game to just ruin the ability of a hook to get a kill, because even that last setup there, Dan, no Viscous in the lane, that's a kill on the Vindicta, for sure.
Yeah, and it's precisely the reason too, like, on Vindictas, you'll very, very often see the Divine Barrier come online fairly quickly, just because the movement speed especially actually got nerfed not too long ago. So Cube there indeed is another way to mitigate that inherent weakness of playing a Vindicta.
Speaking of rotations, Kenny F hits 3K, immediately goes over the lane 4. We'll see if the Assassinate train gets started here right now. Just looking for Bebop on the other end. Bebop or Warden, either would be fine, and just mercilessly hunts down Hoot.
Oof, that's unfortunate there. I mean, Hoot's definitely was in a spot where it could just like chilled until the flight runs out, but decides to try to get out of there, save some time, backfires, and that's Kenny with a couple kills already, 4.4k souls. So we are pretty much at that level now where every snipe is going to be giving massive amounts of bonus money. Oh, dodging the hook, just barely. Holiday is out of there. And I love how active we're seeing the Bebop play here. I think it's an absolute must.
I think it's how to play Bebop. I mean, yeah, there's situations where Bebop can be a little bit scarier into the late game, but I do think Bebop carries very unique pick potential in the early to mid game. But speaking of pick potential, back here in the lane 3, Ivy under the gun here by Viscous, super low HP, just gets splattered to death in the secret shop. And Aegis Aurora, you know, the last few engagements, Dan, pretty positive for them.
Yeah, it's looking like things are going a little better after the initial initiation taken by Maidong. And again, keeping my eyes here on some of the more important carries. You know, it's definitely starting to get to the point where, you know, I wanted to see a bit more from Kenny, because that snowball effect is critical that you get that online between, like, right away as you start to get that assassinate to level 3, which it now is at. Ooh. There's the hook. That's not going to help, but there's the cube again instantly for that extra survivability. Flight comes online. There is no divine barrier there for extra health. Oh, just trying to escape into the skies, but who will pick him off? And that is one of the important counters there from Maidong that will try to keep Kenny under control.
Really, really nice hook by Hoot, where even after getting ganked back over in lane 4, Hoot just being very active, going from lane 1 back over to lane 4 into lane 3. I mean, Hoot right now, very good mobility across the map, right place, right time. Now though, looking here at lane 1, Calico, getting very, very low YG. Maybe getting built up by the Owl, but not quite. Still not enough to save. But yeah, I mean, back and forth we go. Aegis Aurora though, still in a pretty decent spot, Dan.
Oh yeah, I think absolutely. You know, Calico is the furthest behind on Mydong by quite a way at this point, CP. So their strategy to just hammer him down is going quite effectively. Speaking of which, though, Aegis Aurora in a little bit of trouble. Sanya Sniper having to fall back here. Once again, the cube coming in absolute clutch. And okay, well, Sanya Sniper just donating himself for some reason.
The playmaking Bebop, you love to see it, and you kind of wonder in EU, how much experience does EU have against this level of aggressive Bebop? It just, you look at the pick ban stats that we had at the start, right? It's like, oh my goodness, does it again. Quick hook in onto the Viscous. So we're not gonna be able to slip away. Doesn't look super likely. And Hoot, just all over the map right now, Dan.
Hoot is looking great, CP. Wow. I love the parry there when the Viscous was right next to him. It's very tempting to just like go for a melee, but actually having the presence of mind to parry there actually makes it like a sure thing on the kill because obviously, like, if you know, you could get parried yourself there if you throw out a melee. So countering that, just like basically making it so that it is impossible not to succeed there. Really, really awesome from Hoot.
I also think Hoot has just been doing a great job of just kind of limiting how much Kenny F is doing on the Vindicta. Me and Lane, Lex again lassoed, and there's no follow through before the swap. Oh, that is brutal. Lex just gets the swap gift wrapped in the end. Feeling good HP wise, and they even get Disaster towards the end of it. Absolutely unreal, Dan.
That is so cool. Going Ethereal to set up the guaranteed ult. This is some next level stuff from Mydong, especially after having a slower start, especially with YG getting so much pressure. You can see the strat there for Aegis Aurora definitely to just keep the Calico down as much as possible, but the rest of the squad is doing a great job. Who is 7k, as is Lexi on that Geist, and we're gonna get more action here in the mid, and the cube comes in once again, but is it gonna be enough to save the day? In the meantime, a double kill coming in from ABL on the holiday, but hey, Mydong is just as competitive here on these kills.
Yeah, and when you look at who's getting the economy right now, it's nothing too worrying either, really for any team. It's pretty well balanced. As you look here, right now, overall push evaluation, Aegis Aurora's lost one Guardian so far. Oh, now one Guardian, so neither team too far ahead there. But 25 seconds, Dan, and gonna get our first round of buffs and earn as Honeybee takes a Connect Carbine to the face. Don't know if Honeybee's gonna get out of the one. Swap goes out, doesn't connect. Ivy goes for the airdrop. Low, but I think Honeybee's just barely gonna fly out of there.
And another thing to keep note of, ZP.
Oh, he got caught. He got caught. Does not quite get away. Hapex says no.
Yeah, something to keep in mind is the fact that, yeah, we've had that level 3 online for Kenny for quite some time, and Kenny's been unable to get picks with it. I don't think there's been a single pick with that level 3 Assassinate, and again, Vindicta is very underwhelming if she doesn't get ahead going into that mid game, and that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah, quick item check-in right now. Just about as expected at this point in the game, although as you say that, Kenny F getting a little bit of revenge on the Hoot, where it's not just killing Hoot that's a big deal, and especially if it was an assassinate kill here, Dan, it's also the period of time that Kenny F can also, go around a little bit and not get hooked by Hoot, who's basically been playing Shadow Vindicta defense to an extent.
Oh, that barrel actually denied the earn drop off. That was insane. And now we might get a conversion coming in here for Mydong instead, or rather for Aegis Aurora instead.
Ivy was just getting
hotly contested.
Yeah, I mean, Ivy, I think, was just looking to go for an airdrop earn, but instead we got Kelvin hooked in by Hoot to use the frozen shelter here. Decides to use it towards the very end, gets a little bit of support from Geist. Moffin, meanwhile, hit by Kenny F. Kelvin just barely surviving, frozen shelter doing its job. Not long as Calico joins the fight from the side.
Okay, Hoot is making me want to just quit the cast right now and just stop playing Bebop. To be honest, it's just so inspiring to see like how active Hoot is being, how much value is being found, and right now it feels like a really even game ultimately, ZP, despite what we're seeing.
What?
Wow, I don't know. We just came in at the wrong moment there, but
I mean, okay, some people are a little bit low there, but that was still 2 heroes in lane versus Hoot, and Hoot right now just the raid boss Bebop at 9k souls too. I think is either the richest in the game or tied for, nope, it's Lex who's richest in the game, but still, it's been an impactful Bebop to say the least, Dan.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Massive map presence, just converting so much on so many hooks, and it's also given so much space here for Davik to start getting strong as well. And with that said, now we've got another fight brewing here on lane 3. It's all kicking off. 4 or 5 players here from Maidong present to this fight. Aegis Aurora actually is somewhat outnumbered here. They're going to be cautious because in comes the Warden from the side as well.
Fremok's nearly dead. Yeah, Fremok just getting caught off in right place, right time. Just dealt a little bit of poke damage to fish off what was dealt in lane. Kenny F right now, I think under a bit of pressure, having to back off. I think just constantly playing a game of chicken, trying not to get hooked. And you know, again, you run into this dynamic where Bebop just being on screen is really limiting the otherwise freedom that Kenny F would have at this point in the game.
Exactly, yeah, it's oh my god, I love how just instant that hook was, even though it's a very hard shot. Right now it feels like who's in the zone. There comes the orbital strike. Massive laser beam. It's Independence Day. Look at that, it's glorious.
Well, while we admire the Bebop and we get a little bit of reconnecting here, Jake, we've been watching the Hoot show pretty much. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this is like what Bebop does best, right? Is find these openings, find these opportunities. And I think this is what you need for Maidong, right? To continue to scale into the late game and to get those heavy frontline bruisers in Warden, Calico, and Geist off to the hot start they're hoping for. That being said, you know, as much as you're finding a few pickups here, I think so far it's still been a decent showing here for Aegis Aurora. They don't look like in too much trouble, and like map wise, they're doing just fine, right? Like still a lot of tower pressure on the opponent's side of the map. So I do think Maidong, you know, if they can keep this up, it's going to be crucial. But getting these inner tier 1 towers is going to be a big benefit as far as opening the door for Geist and Warden, Calico to really start pushing their advantage.
Yeah, and to that point too, Dan, as we look at, you know, we kind of set up the situation for this game that Aegis Aurora had a better early game. And Hoot has basically been the glue that has prevented that early game from taking place and has let their front line start to get a healthy lead and be even more deadly to deal with as the pauses just keep on rolling in.
It's pretty brutal, ZP, just the presence here from Hoot. Like the fact that this was a fight that was looking like it could have begun to go poorly for Maidong, but then you just rip the ult, it just resets the fight completely. Aegis Aurora can't fight under that ult, so it's such great space control. And okay, well, Aegis Aurora now, they're going to be the ones taking initiative, looking to dive in here and under the tower, trying to find all the value, and they are chasing him down, forcing the frozen shelter from Hapex as well to try to make this more of a sure thing for Aegis Aurora. They're going to get the pick onto the Calico. Maidong in trouble here. The Guardian's going to go down in the midst of all of this fighting, and Maidong actually doing a pretty good job here, but they are losing players, chasing down the weakened members of Aegis Aurora. That's with Zasta down on the Paradox, but there's still more to be had here as we get both teams trying to disengage and not before taking down Kenny.
Moffin just got to live the Warden dream at the very end there, where, you know, there's not too many people up, you have last stand, you could just hit last stand and roll on in for cleanup, which again gets the Warden a little bit further ahead. However, something to note in the back and forth there, Kenny F was able to close some of the soul gaps. So, you know, you're looking at Aegis Aurora right now, while they're a little bit behind, and certainly when you look at you know, how the pushing end has happened, it's been a little bit against them. They're still, I mean, in a fine shape, especially when you look at Yamato at 12k, Kenny F, who could easily get ahead. I mean, Maidong have played it pretty well here thus far, Dan, but it's still one of those cases where they still need Hoot to continue to make the plays that he's been making.
Yeah, totally agree. And another fight breaking out here in the middle of the map. And trying to escape it, Aegis Aurora trying to disengage, not really liking the look of this one, getting split up. So Maidong, they're really taking massive advantage. But in from the side here, now we're going to find Sanya Sniper on their Yamato trying to come in, but the flank has not worked out. Hoot lands a hook, forcing the Shadow Transformation, and that is going to turn the attention from Sanya Sniper straight onto Hoot, and Hoot has been completely annihilated there, and it's not stopping just yet. Sanya Sniper, though, just in too deep here, ZP, as Calico gets the trade.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you're in, you're in. On one hand, you know, Bebop wasn't going to survive. On the other hand, Ivy, very timely stone form by the Guardian. Oh, there's the assassinate from Kenny F from afar. Here's the scary part. If KennyF dies, that's gonna be a huge bag. To Vic, he sees the money. Look at the bag, Dan. That's huge. That's a retirement fund.
Yeah, but who has picked it up? But Hapex, the Kelvin, trying to save the money, trying to get the bag of swag back home to the bank, and it's got to, well, I mean, it's in the frozen shelter, so it should be good to go here. This is not where Talon does his best work, I've got to say. Trying to get out of this situation now. Vic trying to live, and there are some more long distance burst damage just thrown out there, but I mean, it's got to be up to the bird here. This is it, ZP, the last ditch attempt. Can we reclaim the money? No.
No, and Hapex, of all people, the Kelvin's gonna spend that bag. I thought maybe you'd let the Talon pick it up or something, but no. It's just it's pure Kelvin money at the end, and that's kind of the downside for Vindicta, where you get a few pickoffs, you get a massive amount of souls, but it's all unsecured, and it's the difference between KennyF being at 15k versus 12k right now. It's actually a very tangible swing in the game, Dan.
Yeah, it really is, honestly. It's interesting to me too that we've got the major players for Maidong who have managed to ensure that they're in the game in terms of their souls. Like heroes that could easily get behind, and it really just ruins the comp, like the Warden getting behind, or even to be honest, the Geist or Talon getting behind. We talked about Calico being really important, but I think it was always going to be the case, CP, that Aegis Aurora were going to target the Calico.
Oh, they might have had enough of Hoot here, where Senya just goes all the way in, grapple, shadow transformation, and Hoot right now dashing for dear life. The breaks are going to be called, though, for Aegis Aurora. They don't want to go too deep pursuing that one. And again, the interesting thing, for as flashy as Maidong has been here, Dan, you kind of look at who's getting farmed. If you're an Aegis Aurora, you're still kind of okay with where the game is, especially as Senya just continues to add souls. And you think about late game threats right now, Yamato probably the biggest late game threat on the board.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely also think that there are some good answers for that from Maidong, but the just overall application of a really fed Yamato, it just is so overwhelming. So it's definitely a problem to keep our eyes on. And Kenny's going to have more opportunities to start catching up in terms of getting ahead on the souls too, but you're going to be cautious here because Who is out and about with that hook. Stake goes out, but doesn't really find too much.
Got an Owl swooping on in right now. It's ABL trying to get away, make a little bit of distance. Hook comes in, does not connect. Would have been a very dead holiday if it did. Instead, ABL going back over. The rotation is coming in. The full collapse from Aegis Aurora. Looking to turn the tables on Maidong, who's just looking for the hook pick instead. Free Mock, Goo Ball, dancing around, getting all sorts of value for the Goo Ball right now. Hit after hit right now, Dan. And that's going to be setting up KennyF on the sky. Disaster falling. But what about the assassinates here? KennyF connects, finds Hoot, and the cleanup should be strong for Aegis Aurora here, one would think, especially if ABL could somehow get away.
Yeah, another one for Kenny. I don't know that that was an assassinate, but regardless, we can see that KennyF is finally starting to take over on the souls, really coming back into the game. That bag is going to stay well and truly firmly attached to the hip there of KennyF, and so we'll be in a position now where, I feel like Aegis Aurora, are they going to convert it into mid-boss? Okay, after the back and forth for so long, ZP, it seems like finally Aegis Aurora are actually taking a sizable lead.
Yeah, and you think about, okay, what's going to happen here in terms of, any sort of steal attempt? Probably not in the cards. Rejuvenator, pop it on down. There is a Owl up for Tvik, but even if Tvik were the time an Owl, just no one is here for the follow through. And even still, Shadow Transformation used because you never know. Like, you don't have perfect vision there, and better safe than sorry. And you got enough time with Rejuvenator that your Shadow Transformation will be back up for a later battle.
And, we've got 3 walkers to work on here with this rejuve for Aegis Aurora. So those are the objectives. We'll see what ordering they decide to go for. Obviously, also the urn is coming up in 30 seconds. So making sure that you have map control in the lane that the urn spawns in, and the other extremity lane as well, where you will deposit it, is going to be something that they should be considering here in terms of how to convert the most value off of the rejuve.
Quick swap coming in from Wizaster. Meanwhile, Bebop just drops a knockdown, no hook. Hoot hanging out here on top. Definitely more defensive posturing from Maidong, which you would expect right now. Rejuvenator versus no Rejuvenator. But it's interesting too, Dan, where Maidong was a good 5 to 10k ahead for a lot of the game, and you know, the last major team fight into mid boss has shifted it. Not to where it's not unfightable, but, you know, we talk about Aegis Aurora having some late game threats here, and, you know, the Yamato story just gets bigger and bigger as it goes on.
Certainly does. And, oh, okay, the Who Soul is going to get cancelled there. The Orca was just about to go down, so unable to really hold the position. Aegis Aurora able to fall back here. They want to convert more objectives here, but Maidon are taking the fight to them here, ZP, not allowing them to retreat from this forward position after getting the Walker. So this is potentially danger zone for Aegis Aurora.
Once more, another pause as they ask Freemuck, are you good? And Freemuck disconnects. So Freemuck not good, but Jake, we've been seeing a little bit of change in the tempo of the game. What have you been seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I think winning that fight before mid-boss was massive, with Freemuck able to put a ton of distraction down. And then really, I think Kenneth was able to benefit massively with a ton of finished kills, a ton of damage being put down throughout the fight. And I really think this Vindicta is becoming a real problem, right? Like, in theory, we talked about Bebop and Great Talon being good matchups, Talon for the poke, Bebop occasionally able to find the pick. So far, I think that's not really been the case for Kenneth. Like, I don't think he's been shut down at all. And I think, honestly, the main damage dealers for Maidong and the Warden, the Geist, and the Calico just aren't able to be effective against someone like Vindicta up in the sky. And that's starting to really worry me, because Aegis Aurora has tons of control, tons of team fighting ability here to make space for Vindicta. And then, you know, there's also this Yamato threat right in the front line, taking on the brawl head to head, sometimes even, you know, 2 versus 3, or 1 versus 3. And Maidong aren't able to get past those heavy front lines, all that control, and deal with the Vindicta.
Also, if we could get the item window up while we're in pause here. But one thing we have been seeing is more knockdowns being bought. We saw Hoot buy a knockdown, as Kenny F is almost taunting, saying, get more knockdowns. You know, kind of the Vindicta bane, something that, you know, it comes at a personal cost stand if you invest in knockdown, because it's not always the most optimal item. But certainly the more knockdowns you have, the less room Kenny F has to just fly unabated.
Yeah, it's definitely a concession that you gotta weigh up, so as long as it doesn't really impact your build. If I feel like the only issue with that one is also when you're lacking flex slots. That's when it gets really awkward, because it is one of those additional items, you know, on top of the build that you're building already. So I don't think that Aegis Aurora are really lacking for any solutions right now, and I feel the same way about Maidong in terms of what we're seeing on the board at the moment. I think obviously we've got some warp stones in play from Aegis Aurora. Obviously, with AB on holiday, you're going to have that warp stone. Just like having some tools, I think, to make sure that you can dodge hooks, I think is going to be pretty important, because that, when we go into the mid to late game, I feel like those hooks are some of the most game-changing. It precipitates the most game-changing plays. We actually saw that, I believe, last week with Bebop, where a team was somewhat behind, but a key hook at the right time when the right hero completely turns the game around. So that's the scariest thing to me if I'm looking at Maidong right now.
Yeah. By the way, off this pause, I just wanted to say, I think this is a really scary situation for Maidong. I think they get crushed in this team fight if they commit. Unless Yamato's not going for the TP, maybe they're not going to try to fight it. But Yamato is for sure, if you can get here, like, I think Maidong are a lot weaker right now if Freemock gets a roll off.
Yeah, I think Yamato's just down to go for Walker, though. You look at it, they go, okay, you can have that fight over lane 4. We're going to take this lane 2. Free Walker, good by us, though. I don't know if it's entirely free. I think it's going to be more of a Walker trade here, Dan, where you look at how lane 4 is going down. But, you know, you look at the Sanya can do a rotation over, and it still can turn into a really bad fight for Maidong.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult. Right now, Maidong have to get a couple key pickoffs right before the reinforcements arrives. Getting Kenny F could be one of those key pickoffs. Trying to chase him down. I don't know if they're going to get to him in time. They are going all the way in to try to do so, though. But it looks like Maidong are getting really low on HP here. They've sacrificed a lot of health in the pursuit here, and it might just backfire. Who's about to go down? Only B goes down as well. They are just falling like flies all at once, and there is the wipe. That's exactly what Jake was talking about. They pushed it all the way in for that Walker, and maybe they bit off a little bit more than they can chew. And now Aegis Aurora, they're going to convert everything.
The problem was the trade timing there, Dan, is that it was supposed to be a Walker trade, but there was enough time for Sanya and ABL to get the Walker and then rotate all the way over. And just by nature of pushing an enemy Walker, Maidong simply got worn down. Bit by bit, until eventually it was just full cleanup crew from Yamato, which also inadvertently feeds the Yamato. Now it's a 24k Yamato, and you start wondering, who on Mydong is actually going to be able to deal with this? And you see some of the damage here too, in terms of items just being picked up by Aegis Aurora in the aftermath of the fight.
I think
Dan, huge power spike for Yamato.
Yeah, it's certainly a problem. I just wanted to quickly say that I think it was strategically like a good decision for them to push that lane 4 for the trade, because they've got their opponents on rejuve. One way you can take away initiative from them is force them to react. But enough about that, because that power spike, it could be about to take part in this fight. Looks like a good opening pick though coming in here from Mydong. Absolutely what they needed to open things up, and going straight into the ult. The beam down, the Paradox stood no chance, incinerated. And now we're going to see Mydong pushing the issue. They may be able to convert further off of this.
That was just enormous hyper beam value. No other way to talk about it. Usually hyper beam comes out, people get out of the way. In that case, they got out of the way all the way back to spawn. But yeah, 145k to 123k. Mydong is still pretty deep in the hole right now. And, you know, again, it's more about the income allocation, because you have to look at this and go, how do you kill Sanya in a straight up team fight? And I think the answer is you try to actually get clean pickoffs and don't go for a 6v6 if you can at all avoid it.
Yeah, and I think just having the right now, just to make sure that you're going to be a bit safer against Mydong, having that rescue beam to try to counteract the hooks, as we see that Kelvin has online now, is going to be pretty helpful. Again, I just, for me, I always look to the Bebop. When you have a team that's behind, they've got that Bebop. There's not a lot of other like great initiation that they really have. And the thing about the hook as well that makes it special is you don't have to go deep yourself to pull in an enemy for a pick. You're not having to go and to them, they're coming to you. So that's the great benefit of it, and why it's somewhat unique in terms of the pick potential and how it aids you when you're behind. But the problem is right now, obviously, like you said, the power spikes. When it comes to some of these fights, that pick potential might not really matter too much, because Yamato is just going to be able to take over the game. And also Fremok is on 27k as well, CPs. And we've seen how the damage of Viscous has been ridiculous in the last couple of weeks.
I mean, Viscous in general has just been the category of hero that does everything right now. Essentially acts as frontline, acts as incredibly high damage, and play makes. There's a reason why Viscous has been very highly valued. But yeah, I mean, Mydong right now, it's definitely holding back and hoping for hooks. That's basically where they're at. However, on the same note, you know, if they peek the wrong way, they could just get swapped by Wizaster. So it's not a free look for pick situation. It comes with cost anytime they break line of sight.
Another hyper beam coming in from Hoots. However, it's an easy disengage away from that hyper beam for Aegis Aurora, so I feel like they'll be somewhat happy to force this one out. Oh, Last Stand also forced out ZP.
Yeah, and Warden without Last Stand, not in the greatest situation, gets swapped, melted down. Quick pick off, and Aegis Aurora still looking very healthy after the fact. Shadow Transformation still in reserve. This is where Sanya could really dive. You don't even have to worry about the Warden doing extra damage. Shadow Transformation coming up. The heal in on top of it. And we'll see what Sanya does here. 2 more falling in. With 3, now 4 pickoffs, Aegis Aurora is going to go deep into the Mydong base.
This is definitely feeling like both shrines, and I feel like the mid boss can't be too far away at this point as well, so unbelievable control. The game really is completely set up here now for Aegis Aurora to be able to win this one, and I wonder actually if they're going to even be able to just go straight for the weakened patron. Well, now with the mid boss spawning, indeed, I think that's like the obvious play here behind the shrines and the patron.
Yeah, and here's the problem. We have firmly gone into stat check land, where you're at right now, where no matter how Mydong plays, I just don't see a whole lot of paths to actually have victory here. If for nothing else, Sanya's at 32k. Sanya can pop Shadow Transformation and probably 1v3 to 1v4 at this point, barring maybe a Geist swap. So the level of events you would have to have occur for this to turn around, it'd be legendary, as Thick immediately getting caught, as Mydong just looks for a miracle. But again, I don't know what shape that miracle is going to take, but you know the stuff of not miracles. The goo ball from Fremont just bouncing around. Muffin though, here, Last Stand, Shadow Transformation is going to come up, and you know, this is the ideal setup for Warden, and it doesn't matter because the stats are just far too low, Dan.
It doesn't matter. Yep, it's looking hopeless here now for Mydong, as it just gets worse and worse as time goes on. Doesn't look like the mid boss is even necessarily needed at this point. With all of these kills, everybody down, we are about to have the first map of today taken here by Aegis Aurora, our previous champions of 2DFNs, looking to once again challenge the title with their defeats of Maidong.
And what an interesting game this was, simply because it was very competitive until the end of the game. And I feel like this is a composition that we saw, Dan, where essentially there was such a high execution requirement on Maidong, and to an extent, they were doing that with Hoot on the Bebop, where Hoot was an absolute menace throughout the mid to late game. But, you know, as we bring back in Jake, I just feel like what we saw here was that running this comp into the mid to late game, if you haven't gone massively far ahead, just was too high of an execution requirement versus the win conditions of Aegis Aurora.
Yeah, you know, I think for Maidong, they really needed that triple frontliner to kind of like roll over the opposition. And with things like Yamato, Kelvin, and Viscus, I mean, they were just way too durable. Being able to hold that front line, outlast these big ults. We saw it there in the end, right? With the Yamato outlasting a full duration Warden ult, very delayed Shadow Transformation. We saw it earlier inside something like the Frozen Shelter, or with the help of Viscus disrupting off the goo ball. Just 3 really powerful teamfight disruption ultimates that stifle the progress of Geist, Warden, and Calico. And those are just not heroes that have really the staying power in a long extended fight where Vindicta, Paradox are just pouring on the damage from range. I mean, Yamato's frontlining, she's also bumping the damage. And so they weren't able to really get their strategy online. I mean, like with the Bebop hooks, sure, you're always going to be able to get that chance at an opener, but you reach a certain point in the game, people get their debuff removers, people get their ethereal shifts, and they're able to even live through the hooks. Maybe we've got a Viscus on the team too, right? So with all these saving options, all these saving potentials, Aegis Aurora were able to send out some players as initiators, as frontliners. They tank some early spells to survive, and then, you know, the absolute reinitiation from Viscus, Kelvin, and Yamato ends up being too much. With Kenneth, I think honorable mention, doing fantastic, just like being pretty much impossible to catch, sometimes with the help of a rescue beam from Kelvin.
Yeah, pretty impressive. I got to say, I felt like it was a cool game because we saw clear strategies for both. But I think both teams very aware of one another's win conditions. I felt like Maidong really did a good job, like very mindfully constructing their own draft. They've definitely spent time ahead of this game, understanding what would help to place them in the best position to win. And then it was just cool seeing that dynamic. We've got to keep Kenneth down. We've got to keep the Calico down. And to see, as you said, Kenneth coming out on top regardless of that fact. To see the Hoot taking over the game with the hooks. Hey, there's a lot of really cool stuff here, and I can't wait to see Maidong play again. But commiserations to them, of course.
Yeah, and I think we're just about ready here to talk about our player of the match presented by Intel. And Jake, obviously there's a few ways you could go on this one, but who do you have?
I went with Sonya on the Yamato. I just felt like this was such a linchpin to the strategy that one of these core frontlining characters they're running actually fights back and actually brawls into the triple frontliner that Maidong were fielding, and that was Sonya. So a lot of pressure was on Sonya, but we saw a lot of like very late, very greedy, honestly, shadow transformations that pay off beautifully. This was, I think, probably the biggest, most explosive team fight where he returns from clearing walkers, pushing all the side waves. I mean, doing his macro play as he should, shows up to the team fight, and then just flexes that raw power and really crushes the opposition. And then, you know, this is the hero that really made the game feel over for Maidong, right? At some point, just like, wait, we just can't even get through the Yamato, and we're running 3 frontliners. We should be able to fight. We should be able to defend ourselves, but it just was not happening against this Yamato.
Yeah, and beautiful. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how even with nerfs, even with sort of changes in the meta, we've seen Yamato, you know, kind of vary in pick priority. But one thing that really hasn't changed is that it is one of the absolute best heroes in the game right now, should you get an advantage. And Aegis Aurora, Dan, even when they were having a rough mid game, there was never really a point where you saw Sanya or you know, really Kenny F get too far behind. They kept the characters that needed farm like in it, even when there was like an aggregate difference of about like 10 to 15k, I think, at one point.
Yeah, and I think what's really like very cool to look at is the fact that, okay, ignoring the amount of kills that Kenny F got, you just look at the deaths actually, because if you think back to the game, Kenny F actually struggled to get involved in the early to mid game, which is a period of time where Vindicta typically has free reign, and only to have 3 deaths despite again being up against you know, both Tvik, both Who on the Bebop, the Talon, like, you know, there's a lot of good answers, and there's a great amount of activity to prevent Kenny from doing anything, but still stayed stable until it was the right moment and just came online straight away when the moment presented itself. So super impressive. And similarly with Sonya Sniper, also was a target of a lot of aggression from Who and a lot of ganking from Who, yet still just was stable enough. Like, that's the thing I think in this game, ZP. You got to know how to lose well to be really play at the top level, because you are going to be in spots where you're going to be losing, but can you minimize the amount that you lose so that it's a lot easier to catch back up as soon as you get the opportunity?
I love that terminology because it's so effective in many different sports and esports. The idea of, well, if you have to lose, make sure you lose well. Jake, final thoughts here before we hit the break.
Yeah, just want to highlight Freemock on the Viscous, top damaging for his team while obviously offering a ton of save and control on the opponents is no mean feat. I mean, it's kind of an ideal game for Viscous where the game is dominated by these like huge, few crucial 6-on-6 team fights where the ball just does insane value. But Freemock executed incredibly well, was there to save his teammates, especially in that early game, stabilizing them at times against, the Bebop that looked like it could start to get out of control. So got to credit Freemock on the Viscous. I think Viscous probably going to remain a top prio pick through this weekend with how much damage the hero is putting out right now, while also being one of the most versatile utility pickups available right now in Deadlock.
Well, it has been a banner week for Buff Enjoyers, newly crowned as Virtus Pro, but will they be able to hold off Aegis Aurora, who wants to rip the title away? The showdown continues on Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel, when we come back. The break is over and the money match here in Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel is underway. ZP here with DDK and gentlemen, or gentleman as it were. I thought Jake was going to be in with us at the beginning, but we'll get to him in a moment. The first title defense for Virtus Pro here in Deadlock Fight Night after being newly christened. But what do they have to fear from Aegis Aurora, Dan?
Well, I mean, there's obviously the Vindicta to fear. The Wraith is obviously a priority. We saw that got banned immediately by Aegis Aurora's opponents just previously. And so that's another thing to watch out for. And also the Amateur. There's a lot of depth behind that as well. I think there's a lot that can be played around that. So we also had the Holiday added in. We saw Viscous and Fremont like being played pretty well. So honestly, I mean, we've got a really top level showdown from both teams. And I don't think this is a given for VP, especially given the fact that we've already had a couple titles be won by Aegis Aurora. And they look like they're in good form here today so far, ZP, going back to what was working for them previously.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the rosters right now for Virtus Pro. Once you get signed by a team, Dan, while roster changes can happen, you're kind of locked in. Not that EU has really anywhere near the roster mania that NA has on a regular basis, but the interesting thing is, I believe the last time these two teams played, it was Aegis Aurora taking it. Aegis Aurora was knocked out by Paravision. So you think about team matchups. While on paper, there's some in the analyst crew here that tend to favor Virtus Pro quite heavily, you sometimes wonder, does one team have another's number?
It's a great question. I think previously Virtus Pro had their own number because they just kept picking 7. So as soon as they stopped doing that, they're like, oh, we can win now. We're actually owning everyone suddenly. So that presumably if that's the case here as well, we don't see the 7 make an appearance on Zergy. We should, I think, be fine to see a pretty damn strong but now it's VP. Dude, I'm gonna say Buff Enjoyers. My brain's gonna want to say it a lot. I'm gonna do my best not to do it. But the other question is, did they feel any additional pressure now they're representing VP? I can't imagine it's like that much of a deal, but for some people, it's like it feels a bit different, when you get onto an actual it's legit now.
Well, actually, we have someone that can attest to some of this, I suppose. Jake, welcome back. And what about you? When you got picked up, I think it was by LG back in the day, was the first time you got picked up as a pro. Did you feel any pressure, or were you just like, nah, it's fine?
I think there's a bit of pressure, but honestly, I think, this Buff and Jigger squad, they've been winning tournaments. They know they're one of the best teams in the region. I think for them, it's just been a matter of time as far as getting recognized. And for them, I don't think this is like, they're not competing on a bigger stage. They're comfortable, I think, playing these championship matches, playing for cash and with fans and everyone watching. And so I don't know that the org is going to make them feel nervous. I get a sense these players are pretty experienced. So I'm not super worried about VP. I think they're going to be a strong team. I am curious to see how they approach the draft, though, because for me, I think Wraith is going to be a critical pick. We saw Maidon banned Wraith. I would rather see teams just take the first pick Wraith away. I do think you really don't want to let Aegis Aurora have it with how good Sonya is on the hero. I mean, and how important Wraith is. I feel like Zergy, could put up a great show on Wraith just as easily. So for me, I think that's my eyes are on Zergy versus Sonya as far as the carry matchup goes. I think it's really good for Sonya to show things like a really strong Yamato, really diversifying his pool, given that he plays so much Wraith pretty much all the time when this hero is picked for the team that they value so much. So I don't think it's as much about putting Sonya on the back foot as much as it is. I just think Wraith is great right now and gives a lot of versatility as far as the builds.
Well, you know what else is great? While Virtus Pro might have upgraded their branding with their entry into the Deadlock scene, we've upgraded our merch. That's right. It's not just about getting gooped anymore. There's more fun merch to buy. In fact, I've had some streamers show it off. I'll give him another shout out because he's just been posting picture after picture. But you go to Jonas's stream. I think Jonas is just kitted out head to toe, Dan, and all the DFN merch. You love to see it.
You do love to see it, and maybe we got that Bebop shout out there with the get over here. That's surely going to be a favorite for Jonas. I know he loves the Bebop, but yeah, we're expanding the merch line. I mean, that is essentially how we're going to pivot as EP. When this show fails, we'll just be a massive fashion brand.
Yeah, who knew that it would actually be just a brand new fashion, line coming out of the ashes of Deadlock Fight Night 37. Maybe after 37 is where it all goes away. Hopefully, though, that's not the case. I want to see just how high the number can go. But Jake, we're getting ready to head into draft here. I think for me, when I look at this, I think Maidong, I think they focused a little bit on playing their own game more so than going to what was a proven strategy against Aegis Aurora, which was taking away all the things they like to play. I think for Virtus Pro, it's likely to me that they'll do more than just take away comfort picks from Aegis Aurora. And to me, I feel like there's 3 heroes that you kind of work to deny in the draft, or at the very least make them pay a high price for. And it's Wraith, it's Vindicta, and it's Yamato. I don't think you let them get any of those 3 heroes, or at the very least not without extracting some big concessions in return.
I'd add the Viscous to that list too, and the Paradox as items that I think could go really highly contested. And a first ban Bebop. I mean, I wonder if this is an artifact of last game or if this is something that VP has been practicing and playing in scrims. I do think Bebop stocks are on the rise. People seeing, the playmaking possibility, especially you get into some of these late game scenarios where if the game is relatively even, just the constant hunting for hooks, constant opportunities for disruption, Bebop can become a real threat. And not only that, he can also scale and be sort of a carry hero. Maybe not a true late game carry, but has like some pretty wild damage potential with all the amps in his kit. But it's going to be, as you mentioned, the Vindicta ban first. This does give Aegis Aurora the Wraith if they want to take it.
Yeah, I feel like that's got to be the play, is the first pick Wraith. So I'm just going to leave it there. Nothing else needs to be said.
Yeah, I, truthfully, if it's not Wraith, I will be shocked. Maybe there's a world where it's Viscous, but no. I mean, Wraith would make the sense. You secure it for Sanya, but you have to wonder, what is Virtus Pro going to pick in turn? Last week, they were picking Calico in the first round when they could. It could be Paradox Calico. I would say Paradox something, but instead the Holiday, okay. But you know what it is here, Jake? I think Paradox is for sure coming in. But the question is do they go with the Wraith in turn? Because I think Paradox Wraith probably would make the most sense.
Yeah, it could be Paradox Wraith. I think it... honestly, I like that the most. Maybe Viscous could go over one of them, but yeah, I'd rather them take Paradox Wraith here. I think giving all that catch and playmaking, that seems to be going top prio right now. Wraith goes first, see what they go second. I wouldn't hate the Viscous too, because it is just such an amazing frontline disruptor right now. Especially, somebody like Holiday is like grabbing people, kidnapping them. Then the Cube is the strongest save in the game, bar none. So, it does give you that great counterplay on some of this pickoff potential. Could see something like a Yamato maybe sneaking in here. But I do expect to see Paradox, especially with Michaelis just, being so consistent on the hero. There's such a high prio for VP.
Smart to turn to Paradox for help.
Well, there you go. And the thing to note, though, is that Aegis Aurora know that this is what they're leaving open. They know they're going to lose. I'm sure they know they're going to lose both the Wraith and the Paradox. The Paradox has been such a consistent first pick for VP, as well as obviously the Prior and the Wraith. So I feel like, it's not too horrendous if you're an Aegis Aurora fan, because they're going to have game planned for this in terms of the draft, and they value Holiday that highly that they're deciding to give that up. So to me, in my mind, I'm like thinking, well, what replaces the Wraith that they feel like they can get? Obviously, the Viscous is just super high pro, so love to see that. But I feel like we still need an answer for that Wraith. What do you guys think makes the most sense?
Well, in terms of what they could pick here, they could get the Calico if they think VP is going to go for it, which I think VP probably will if it's not off the board here. In terms of what they would want to pick, there's also a world where Talon gets banned on the mid bans as a hero for Kenny F, where Kenny F historically still does really like playing that. Okay, and that is kind of where I was going here, right? Is that this is a Kenny F pick where I think if it had went to the mid bands here, Jake, Great Talon would have been taken off the board just because it already kind of gone down a path of banning out Kenny F's hero pool to begin with by taking Wraith and getting rid of Vindicta.
Yeah, and I do see Viscous honestly as a sort of soft counter to Paradox and Wraith, given that they're both like single target initiator heroes, and Cube, the single target save, does like mitigate some of that explosiveness of the threat. The challenge for Viscous is not being the one who is himself caught. And the cost of this early talent pick, I'd say relatively early talent pick, is losing the Geist, who has really, I think, grown in popularity as of late. given that she can really scale into a super scary late game damage dealer in her own right, but has so much utility in frontlining, making space. Something like a Colossus later in the game just makes her so difficult to burst down, with that ult being, such a huge threat of turning around engagement. So right now, VP have a great balance. They prioed, playmaking and catch at the top. And then they've gotten really solid damage with Geist and Wraith as well. They've got a really balanced draft so far and a lot of flexibility. I think support's next on the menu maybe for VP.
I wonder what the most important targeted ban is going to be here. Do you think a support ban would actually make sense? We sometimes say that.
Calco. I think they get rid of Calco. To be honest, just given the fact that like VP was so highly valuing it last week, maybe it's changed in terms of overall valuation. But
I think it's a Kelvin ban. I think they have to deny. I think Kelvin is so good for VP right here if they can get it. Maybe they see differently.
Okay, good call.
There you go. Yeah,
they go with the Kelvin ban, and now I think for VP, and you're wondering what you decide to pick here. You could decide. You could either go with the Calico, firm that up, or you kind of wonder what do you pick to take something away from Aegis Aurora here. And there's a few different paths they could go down.
I think Ivy and McGinnis could be good. I like the Ivy here with the ability of like, the Bog with Geist, and then all these setups with Paradox and Wraith. It's gonna be really hard to fight late game. They do value the Calico over it though. Interesting. I mean, this has been a comfort pick for VP. They've looked strong on it, and it can frontline along with, like in contrast to the last draft we saw from Maidong with Calico and Geist. Now there's a much heavier backline supporting those frontliners, right? So Geist and Calico aren't going to be under so much pressure to find their own kills. They've got Paradox and Wraith setting them up and dealing some of that finishing damage.
I feel like it sets Aegis Aurora up to get the Ivy. I think Ivy is still perhaps like a pretty good pickup for them. We know how well they play with the Ivy, especially in the macro. It's actually a huge edge for them. So, okay, they're going to get the Pocket instead, initially at least. So see if Ivy's still something to be picked up here. It's interesting too, because I'm wondering if we're going to see any Yamato gameplay. I know that Viscous can really serve to be a lot of that kind of poke that you get from the Mo play style. He can kind of enable a lot of that. It's not quite in the same fashion, but still, like, you want to have some forward poke presence, and I feel Viscous does help to provide that. So I'm unsure how Aegis are going to draft out the rest of this now.
I love the Yamato, honestly. It's the Mo. Interesting. Ooh. Wow.
I mean, that goes for their pick or their wheelhouse. So you think about it, they used to run a lot of Mo, and they still could pick up the Yamato. But I do want to get one disclaimer out here, and it will not be elaborated on again. Should Dynamo show up for Virtus Pro, because Listic has been playing a lot of Dynamo, chat, we're not saying it. Like, you guys can have your fun, but we're not saying it. We're just sticking to the brass tacks of why Dynamo might be good and the merits of Listic's build. But we're not going to glorify some things that have been said.
I mean, VP has monster scaling right now. Surely they have to close out with support here. I wonder if it'd even be something like the McGinnis to have a stun counter for Mo and Krill, potentially saving some people. I mean, the McGinnis wall looks like a pretty wild save up against this draft, right? It could be really annoying for Viscous, and the ball can cut line of sight for characters like Great Talon and catch Mo and Krill when he thinks he's setting up the fight well. But it feels like it has to be some kind of support from VP right here.
It's also nice. I think something I was going to say something that's talked about a little bit less with McGinnis is also some of the setups around like mid boss and just like objectives in general can be really nice. But I guess we might not be talking about it because, I mean, unless Aegis Aurora decide to pick it up, I don't know that they would be as interested in going for that. We could see a lineup without true support. We've seen obviously that be run on some other heroes in the past, like we've seen it on Holiday in the past.
Well, I think sometimes we've kind of seen the setup where you run the Mo and the Mo plays more of a supportive role, but that won't be the case here because they've decided to pick up the McGinnis, a character that, you look at the stats, picked way more in NA than it's ever picked in EU. EU, it's kind of I guess supports are banned and we're going to go for this. It's usually been the support of second to last resort, with Dynamo being the support of true last resort. And Dynamo also not coming to play here, much to the disappointment of the viewers at home. Just not the time, guys. Not the time.
And now that we see the draft, I'm kind of curious to see if this Calico goes for like the cat build, where you're like more vision and support oriented, creating opportunities, because there's so much damage and scaling on VP. And in contrast, Aegis Aurora have drafted a very aggressive, very snowbally composition, right? They got global presence from Grey Talon. Pocket and Viscous have mobility that, you know, makes them like quasi-global. And then a lot of like heavy tower pressure with McGinnis and, you know, early game Mo and Krill. So I feel like Aegis Aurora are set their intention clear here to snowball and be aggressive. And VP, I mean, this has been their stalwart strategy, though, is like have a greedier draft and just survive, just defend. Like even if they fall behind, they're really, really good at defending their walkers, at extracting little concessions here and there until you think you're finally ready to push their base and they've even the soul lead. And they're just continuing to defend because they know they have that time pressure on you with a later game draft. And that's been a winning formula for them time and time again. I'm a little worried they've gone a little heavy on the greed with how aggressive Aegis Aurora's draft is. I think Aegis Aurora are really setting up to, like, you know, they know what VP want to do and they want to take it head on and just punish it. So this first game is going to be a real bellwether for the series to see if VP can still make their comfort strategy work.
I'm excited. I'm really excited because I feel like with Aegis Aurora, I haven't quite seen a comp quite like this from them before. And I know, you know, the first 2 weeks we saw, I think, some consistent styles from them, and then we saw a departure from that style in the third showing with them, and they kind of just fell apart. So based on what we saw in the best of one, I'm not expecting to see them fall apart, but this is definitely somewhat of a different look. I don't think we're seeing the same kind of support behind the aggressive Mo play style that we are used to seeing when it's like a Wraith or it's you know, a Yamato in particular, something that can really burst down and just jump in with that Mo off of the combo. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they decide to play this one out. I'm curious for you guys, what do you think the biggest win conditions are for both teams that we should be looking for in the early game?
I mean, personally, I think if it goes anywhere near late game, Virtus Pro probably just wins that, because you stop and think about it. They got arguably the most premium carry in the game in Wraith, and they got a very comfort lineup for them in the sense that they have 3 frontliners between the Calco, Warden, and Geist. This is where Virtus Pro has been their best, this sort of team composition. The only way this goes, I think, against them is if Aegis Aurora just manufactures all sorts of chaos, Jake, before the 15-minute mark. I think that's where Aegis Aurora has to set the tone.
Yeah, you're definitely looking for like the ults coming online as a crucial timing. I think McGinnis having a big game is also pretty important here. As much as McGinnis might be a little bit lower on the farm prio, I think she's going to be critical for like some of that building pressure. Like the raw tower damage is a little bit weaker for Aegis Aurora when it comes to like closing out the game and you know, securing objectives off the back of team fights. So it's going to have to be, as you said, strong team fights, good early game pressure. Laning phase, I feel like is fine for VP. I don't expect there to be a huge edge for Aegis Aurora. It's really when this Mo ult comes online, Pocket ult comes online, the Bird for Grey Talon, like these sort of ultimates initiating early game team fights. And VP, I wonder if they're going to be able to weather that storm. If the advantage is too big for Aegis Aurora, then yes, late game, theoretically, you're better. But, you know, if you're down 10, 20K, it doesn't matter so much.
Take a look at this here, Dan. Between the two teams, you know, not a big difference here thus far, though. Zergy running a little bit of foul pocket there. You look at the Wraith, you just see the HP going lower and lower. You go, oh boy, where's that guy go? But we're at the 2-minute mark here, Jake. Final things to look out for here as the early game takes shape.
Yeah, I think side lane is going to be pretty important. Pocket versus Wraith is probably the one with the most explosive potential, although Geist already getting low. Curious to see these side lanes. I think that tends to create a lot of that initiative around when the ult timings are online, is whose side laners are stronger, you know, how the rotation goes as far as the lane pressure into those side lanes.
All right, we'll definitely be keeping our eye on that. I think there's a great call outs, ZP. I'm really curious to see the performance with Pocket for Sanya Sniper, because I've never seen the Sanya Sniper, at least in DFN, on Pocket. I don't know if have you seen Sanya Sniper playing Pocket? Because it's quite a different role to the typical Sanya Sniper hero.
Yeah, generally speaking, Aegis Aurora would put other people on Pocket if they were gonna run it. So the fact that Sanya is on it, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, Sanya is very good at, you know, getting high farm allocation, which is kind of something that all good Pockets can do. But, you know, it's not quite the same as if you have Sanya on something like Wraith. So it is a different look relative to the norm. But so far, Dan, about as even gets, whether it be looking at life bars or looking at farm. Well, as I say that, Obikim going a little bit deep, wall in the way, gonna get Stone Form forced out. Wizaster coming in, and just the quick back and forth there. Obikim able to get out of the line of fire. In fact, Hapex gets punished.
Damn, some really nice punish there of that forward play, actually converting on both kills. That is incredible work there from Virtus Pro. And I mean, especially, of course, Obi Kim on the Ivy. And I've got to say, I think a lot of matches we've seen, Obi Kim is a guy that gets targeted and just like the most picked.
Yeah.
Especially I think about Aegis Aurora now that I think about it. They used to always catch him.
Yeah, Obi Kim, for whatever reason, ends up being target number one. I mean, part of it is the idea of like, kill the support, even though I think Deadlock is a little bit different than, what you might expect out of the hero shooter genre in that regard. But Calico, see some of the burst going on the Viscous. Meanwhile, back here in lane 4, it's Holiday chasing down D-Mob. Not the easiest kill in the world, especially given how D-Mob plays, but the parry comes on in! Kenny F falling as a result of that. Even though Listic dies, got their pound of flesh before they left.
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked that we saw Listic able to get a kill in that scenario, going into the Veil, narrowly dodging the puddle punch, and then getting the crazy parry. That's pretty wild. But it's looking like this battle between both Wraith and Pocket is still raging on, and it seemed like Zergy has just generally been kept the lower of the two. So Silent Sniper doing pretty well in lane so far on that Pocket, and we'll have to see how the farm converts later and if there'll be any ganks to just take the Wraith down a notch even further. But I feel like Obi Kim is kind of the carry right now with the amount of damage that's being output.
Well, the other thing when you look at lane 3 is that Sharik has also gotten a little bit ahead, last stand ready to go, and at this point in the game, if Warden even gets like 1 to like 1.5k ahead, you can kind of do a little bit more bullying. Speaking of bullying, Listic just finds right opportunity to apply some pressure in lane 2. The dive on the Kenny F successful, and it's kind of little bit by bit right now, but VP is having a pretty good start to this game, Dan. And you remember the win conditions? It's Aegis Aurora that has to be doing this, not VP.
Yeah, certainly, and this is also opening up that gank to be followed up by Listic. And you can see, I mean, obviously there's going to be some level of, I think desperation is not the correct word, but just some level of urgency, I think, to see Silent Sniper getting that pick off onto Zergy, because Zergy's been low all the time, but just Listic dominating the map, as is now starting to happen, creates this scenario where all the roam advantage goes to VP.
And it's another run right now. Listic's not done. Now looking for Talon, at the very least alleviating the pressure. That could have been a big gank. Gets puddle punched over, and there's a world where Listic might decide, you know what, you puddle punch me, I'm just gonna go in even deeper. And Calco, again, another hero that you get a little bit ahead, you can kind of push boundaries a little bit, be a little bit more aggressive. It's enough to push even Viscous and Talon back a bit here in lane 2, as over in lane 3, Hapex finally punishing Obikim.
Ooh, okay. Shriek is in a little trouble, and I don't think there's a way out of this one. Will get bursted down by the McGuinness gun. And indeed, I think it's a good point of mention with Listic on that Calico, because the heal that you get from the dash is actually very powerful, and the cooldown is so low that it does enable a lot of shenanigans. Now, with that said, Obi Kim, who was previously looking fairly dominant, is getting a lot of attention now, suddenly on lane 4. Looking to be stabilizing though, and in fact, oh my god, Holiday getting really weak. ABL's going to be quite cautious there. Hapex as well, critically weak for Aegis Aurora.
D-Mob was in hot pursuit, was just looking for the bump downtown on the Holiday. I don't think ended up landing it. This Holiday isn't dead. But meanwhile, back in lane 2, swap already used. Freemock just getting peppered down from range. Close to escaping Dan, but not quite enough. There's a lot of mobility right now. More mobility than you'd expect at times from an early EU game.
Yeah, and Zergy's been, I think, kept in check pretty well by Silent Sniper. We're looking at just a soul parity between both Zergy and Silent Sniper for now, and I'm trying to see what the differences are. Obviously, despite getting Listic seemingly getting a lot of success on the roam, it's not really that ahead on the souls. So again, despite sort of how the action is kind of seeming on the cameras, it's, I think, a lot closer than you might expect at the moment.
Well, things calming down just a bit. And again, when you think of win conditions, I think Listic has done an enormous job so far of just being able to rotate on the Calico, even applying some pressure over here in the pocket in lane 1. It has just been a constant roaming Calico, taking full advantage of Ava to be sneaky on rotations. Speaking of sneakier, not so much. Freemock just diving down the lane with Goo Ball, but take a look here, Mikhail on the hunt. No swap up in this instance. As Talon rejoining the fight, going for a little bit of poke, doesn't land it, and Lasso, meanwhile, lane 4 here, Dan. The double lockdown between Lasso and Combo, actually a little bit scary, even for something like Geist.
Yeah, guys will be able to fall back, though. Obi King coming in for the assist. So it looks like things will be under control there. In the meantime, though, lane 4, seeing a lot of attention here from Virtus Pro. 3 players might actually, in fact, be trying to push down this Guardian with the amount of brute force that they have behind this. In fact, we're going to get Sharik popping the last stand as well. So they're looking to definitely get that Guardian down, and it will go down. And so not too much Aegis Aurora can really do in response there. Although you're going to see some damage here, but this is a pretty forward position that can be punished here for Hapex. So got to be careful, because there's Calico staying out there really a very long time, ZP.
Yeah, but is this the fight Calico wants? I don't think Calico wants him to get a smoke right now, Dan. As you just see Hapex go, I will take this fight. Lays the damage in the Listic. Listic looking for any exit here whatsoever, or at least a little bit of help. Ivy, though, does come in, but the parry! Parry into Cube. This fight taking a turn here at the Secret Shop. Listic, though, might be able to get away. McGinnis, 83 HP, as Hapex tries to get away. The great escape, not quite going to be the case, as Virtus Pro is able to get the rotation in.
That's such a crazy fight, and it looks like the fight might continue here. The chase is still on, as we've got Listic on the prowl looking for Kenny F. There it is, finishing it off with the slash, the slash and dash and slash. And once again, we've got Guardian pressure coming in here for Virtus Pro, so they're really taking a lot of initiative here on these objectives. However, defense comes in, and that's going to force back Demov. He's getting really low. There's the finishing shot, though. Sanya Sniper in there, and despite that, those VP objectives definitely looking better for VP right now.
I think in general, VP has to be pretty happy where they're at right now. Again, you think about what the team comps want. If VP can just exist to later game and be even or even just slightly ahead, they likely win. It's on Aegis Aurora to really make the next 6 to 7 minutes count and create enough chaos with their composition to get ahead. And Freemock dying there, that's not step 1. That's step -1, Dan, if anything. As VP, again, just really nice rotations to solidify the pressure Aegis Aurora is trying to put down.
Yeah, getting a little bit behind defending on this Guardian. Seems like kind of coming in dribs and drabs there, giving, I think, some easier fights of VP, so they'll be able to take the Guardian behind that, giving them a lot of advantages. Sanya Sniper is trying to take down Obi Kim on lane 2, but we're going to have some assistance coming through. Despite that kill being finished off, Mikhail S is there to try to deal with that. We just got an ult, though. The owl came in, hit Mikhail S right on the head. He's going to get assistance now, because the players for VP who are taking down the lane 1 Guardian have moved their way across the lane 2, and they're going to force a fight now here.
Kill. Just looking for everyone to shoot the carbine. Listic, meanwhile, again, on to Talon. And to me, I think the storyline of this game has been the psyop that Listic did, playing like 8,000 hours of Dynamo, and as I said, just whipped out the most aggressive roaming Calico we have seen so far here in Fight Night. It's been a masterclass of roaming Calico play. And, you know, I think back to the draft where I mentioned, is like, gee, you know, I wonder if you take the Calico away. I wonder if Aegis Aurora is regretting not doing just that, Dan.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. We might see that be answered on the next drafting process. But here's the last stand from Sharik, looking to take down another objective. A Walker this time, getting absolutely beamed by the Talon, Kenny F from the skies, doing so much damage. But the heal's coming on through. There it is, finally. The charge shot will finish it off. But did they lose the Guardian, or rather the Walker? I believe they did. Yes, they did.
Yeah, I think the push that we're seeing from VP right now is pretty astounding, where not only do they have the flex slot, not only are they getting down another Guardian, but it's just Aegis Aurora is finding themselves behind in the macro game piece by piece. And it comes down to win conditions for both teams, is that, you know, for Aegis Aurora, they wanted this early game to take a completely different tact, Dan, where, you know, the idea was you have Mo being a roaming menace, right? You have Pocket being a roaming menace, and you set fights to your tune. It just hasn't happened here. Although, Mo, combo onto Ivy, a little bit closer to what they were looking for.
Yeah, Sanya Sniper trying to get it out of there. And there comes the owl. Oh my goodness, the dive coming on through there. Kenny F also with the charge shot, finishing off Mikhail S. So the trades, though, they're just a little bit too devastating. VP able to take down a couple there, and in the same breath, we're getting more walkers getting targeted by VP. So just behind everything, constant battling on the objectives and constant edges found him. The ult out of Listic is looking to get him out of there, potentially looking at some extra damage onto Sanya's sniper, but it's going to be making his way out of there.
VP's macro has really been sublime in this game so far, where even I feel like they've made it so that every fight they take comes on a terms of engagement where if they win or even get a slight edge, it ends in getting another objective. As I say that, Mikhail now looking for Viscous. Cube's gonna come out, I think. Goo Ball still in reserve, probably got instant. Nope, doesn't even go for the Goo Ball. Knows they're cooked, regardless of how the end of that goes. Just way too many people around. So free pick off for Virtus Pro. Listic probably just gonna swap, get out of there, even at low HP.
Oh my goodness, the focus fire is so devastating. Oh man, I can't even connect on the jump. Oh dear, they're getting run down at the moment here, the ZP. The interesting thing I'll say though is it's only a 4K soul difference, and when you look at the objective difference, it's actually not bad.
It's not as bad as you would feel, where I feel like the overall KDA has been a lot more in VP's favor, and you know, especially when you think about just the general feeling of map control, it's just been, you know, Calico rolling around the entire time. Yeah, 20 to 14, even that, you know, in terms of feeling, doesn't feel as bad. BMO combo in the middle. Dmov looking for any way out right now. Gets hit the disarm, and is Dmov going to be able to escape? Not entirely clear. Disaster though, combo, long gone. Rotation coming in now from Virtus Pro, looking to make the most of it with some ults now, but Hapix finishes off Zergy.
Yeah, instantly taken down. And Sanya's sniper is, I think, super competitive on the farm as well, all things considered, which is very important that your pocket is up there. They're going to be escaping Aegis Aurora away from that last stand that was initiated by Sharik on the Warden. So that disengage is going to be very helpful to keep themselves, you know, in advantage. And they can find a different spot to re-engage. We've got another situation here for Freemark, who's getting targeted quite a lot, struggling to keep up on that Viscous, but is still in it to win it. And that urn is being ferried across by VP, now ZP.
And this is a very, very important urn overall. I think this is one of those urns where if Aegis Aurora is able to contest it, or at the very minimum, you know, delay it, it's huge, because then it stays even. If you give it to VP outright, I think the economic situation is rough, and they might be doing that, Dan. So the question is, okay, you're gonna give it up outright. What do you get in return? Do you at least get a walker here? That's the trade that they're going for. On the other side of the map, TPs though are available for VP, and right now it doesn't really look like they're getting much of a trade at all.
Yeah, maybe the plan was to try to trade for the Walker, but just, you know, circumstantially, it didn't work out quite so well. And speaking of which, Sanya's sniper is actually defending 1 versus 2 on the lane 1 Walker at the moment, just fighting for dear life and looking to keep that one up. And for now, is being able to survive, but in comes the damage, the pain. And I don't know if there's any cooldowns left available to keep him alive. Is there a cloak of anything? No, there's just nothing. And so that will not go the way of Aegis Aurora, unfortunately for them. And indeed, just like you said, CP, the macro is wild here. All of these tiny edges taken across the map simultaneously is just quite impressive.
I mean, Aegis Aurora, they go for a trade, it doesn't happen. They finally get a kill on the Zergy on the other end, but the trades haven't been good. Even when the kills have been even, Virtus Pro has just been getting more on the map. And 4 walkers up to 1 is kind of ridiculous. Kennyf getting picked off here, even worse, as Virtus Pro just dominates in the middle. And when you dominate in the middle like this, it usually just ends up in mid-boss. You have 3 down. Does VP go for mid-boss right now? They could, or they might just value this walker.
It just seems like VP is a little too fast. Like, they're creating initiation on these fights, finding these fights, these battles, and Aegis Aurora just like can't quite like get together enough to be able to defend without being in a situation where they're just constantly outnumbered. They just can't
remember, Aegis Aurora, they were the kings of Rejuvenator during their run at the start of the year. Could they find a way to steal this? It doesn't really look ideal in this case. You look at it there, no. It's not going to be the case. There will be no patented Aegis Aurora steal. I mean, it would have been like a 2v6 sort of steal, so unlikely to say the least. So you think about when Aegis Aurora has won, Dan. They've done it in part by having pure control of mid-boss, and you know, it hasn't happened in this game. They're struggling to be in control of anything, frankly.
Yeah, and right now it's just that the lead is escalating quite quickly for VP, over 20k at this point, and it's just going to get worse and worse, obviously with the Rejuve in play still. It's prime scenario for VP to take more advantages on the map. In the meantime, Aegis Aurora, they're trying to take down the lane 1 Walker at the very least. That does seem like that's going to happen.
Yeah, lane 1, Aegis Aurora very close to take, but even then, guess what? You got the terror known as Listic coming over. Combo in onto the ward, and maybe Shriek will die here, but not even. Shriek is able to get away, and Listic here on the cleanup. Into the shadows he goes. Wizaster down, and you know, we don't do player of the match from just one map, but I'll tell you what, if Listic puts on even a halfway decent performance and Virtus Pro wins the next map, in addition to this map, you'd have to think it's Listic, because this has just been an absolute clinic on how to play Calico.
Oh yeah. I think there's a lot to be said on that topic. With that said, we do have a very aggressive VP, just sending it into the base. Obviously, you're still got that Rejuve up, so wanting to really maximize that usage, looking for the shrines at this point. So much damage coming in onto the base now. I don't think these shrines are going to stay up for much longer. We've got that patron as well that is likely also going to go down. There are not enough players here for Aegis Aurora to really mount a defense.
First stage patron just getting obliterated in the middle. And you know, you look here, if you're Virtus Pro, you just stick around. It looks like they might be backing off, playing it safe, and you know who's a fan of that strategy? It's Jake. When it comes to fishing out games, you know, risk adverse. Jake, what have you seen here so far? Like, how's this gotten so far away from Aegis Aurora?
I mean, I think a few bad fights in that early game, you know, the lead kind of went against them. And then the one time they do find a good fight in that early game, they get traded out. And honestly, from there, it's been the macro game from Virtus Pro. I mean, Shriek, I think like every single ult that he's used has been for objective secure. Every single time, just like, you know, where the Warden ult I think has felt less consistent these days in real team fights, he's just popping it for towers, popping it for walkers, even dies for a walker at one point, but that, you know, that's totally fine for VP and their strategy. They're really pressuring the towers.
Listic, public enemy number 1, get hit with the combo, sealed off with the wall. Aegis Aurora perhaps identifying one of the main issues, but of course with Rejuvenator, Listic will not be down for long. However, if you're Aegis Aurora trying to get back into the game, Dan, it's kind of, those are the kind of clean picks you need on top of Urn, which Freemock just grabs.
Yeah, I wonder, will VP try to pursue this? At the moment, they're trying to force a drop here, but the question is, from a numbers point of view, will they have enough in time to set up this fight well? And just sniping Geneyev there, who's in the distance, in the sky on that Great Talon. And here comes the rest of VP. Now they're all going to collapse on to Aegis Aurora, who are outnumbered in these particular fights. So this is looking like it's just going to convert yet again for VP.
And Listic just got back in. Listic uses zipline boost. It is back up to full strength for VP, pushing on in. They get the pick on the Freemock. Wizaster even gets picked towards the end. 6 on 4 now for Virtus Pro as Listic on a Women of Prayer desperately tried to get out, got, you know, basically took damage to the limit, got out of the fight. And now Listic just kind of doing the wander of, I don't know if you could call it wander of shame, but, you know, Listic is just kind of wandering in middle because they can't show their face near the patron right now.
Yeah, and that full base pressure is coming in, and of course it's just a weakened patron left here, so I don't know that there's enough of an argument to go in just yet. A few players like quite low for VP, so they're gonna disengage, but they have the whole map to consume behind all of this lane control that they have, and there's another run on the spot that they should be able to secure.
I think for Aegis Aurora, you kind of have to contest this. I mean, yeah, you could let it go, but then you're looking at an even larger deficit. I don't think they're going to get a better shot at defending if they go here, but you look at how they're positioned. Wizaster is so far away from the Urn spot right now that Virtus Pro could just go for the 6-man turn in on Urn and be fine. For now, though, it does look like VP is more worried about just not giving up the Urn as opposed to getting it themselves, Dan, because, you know, they're so far ahead lead-wise, they can just kind of relax until mid-boss comes up, play mid-boss, and use that to end the game.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like there's not a lot to be said here for Aegis Aurora in terms of edges or already opportunities. That's kind of the problem. I mean, they're kind of forced to really take the best, worst fight, essentially, because
yes,
they're all going to be terrible fights. But that's kind of the spot you're in. You just have to figure out where do we ship it all in.
Well, they have an option here. They're all together. There's 2 missing for Virtus Pro. This is where Aegis Aurora wants to go. I don't think they're going to get a better opportunity than this. Wizaster catches Zergy straight dead to rights. They get the bag. That's about as clean as a pickoff you're going to get for Aegis Aurora. Can they get more immediately thereafter? See ABL right now moving to a safer position. Still a really nice fight, but Geneyev gets caught. And I just wonder, is the gap too big, even with the clean early pickoff? ABL just getting nuked down. So is Obikim in turn, but Obikim might be able to get away. And you just see the Fed Warden of Sharik cleaning up the rest. Dan, that should end it here in map 1. Virtus Pro, a masterclass in macro start to finish.
Yeah, and the Warden play was really excellent all game long. I think Jake made a great point with that, had the last stand usage, but just seeing how Warden has been so farmed. It's been like the most farmed hero, like basically the entire game. Excellent performance here in map 1 for VP against Aegis Aurora. They're going to have to go back to the draft, quite literally, and they're going to play very differently for a different result here, because VP, they looked comfortable from start to finish.
Yeah, and what more can you say here? We've talked a lot about Virtus Pro, of course, going back to their Buff Enjoyers days, which, was last week. But, just saying the narrative here, they're a team that, even by EU standards, has been really, really solid in their macro gameplay for a very long time. And this is probably one of the best played games I've personally seen from them on a macro level in a long time. They stuck to objectives, Jake. They didn't really get bogged down by getting hit by Mo combos or getting picked off. They, it was solid, stable play with an objective, and eventually it just wore Aegis Aurora down.
Yeah, honestly, for me, this comes back a little to the holiday first pick. I really feel like this is kind of the start of the mistake for Aegis Aurora. Like, I get that holiday has high prio, but I think giving the Wraith and the Paradox to VP just gave them way too much initiative in that critical mid game, where Aegis Aurora, they wanted to be playing a faster, aggressive draft, finding pickoffs, snowballing into towers. But every time they do start fights like that, there's the counter initiation from Paradox or from Wraith, so powerfully. And Calico was able to, alongside Geist, like, be that frontliner. It was just a really nice synergy from VP, who constantly showed up for each other in that crucial mid game timing where Aegis Aurora was wanting to have dominant fights, wanting to have big moments. That's where VP was constantly grouping at the right times. Even when they were pushing objectives aggressively on one side of the map, they always had people defending the other objectives, ensuring that nothing goes down for free. So despite the best efforts from Aegis Aurora, I think that the draft ended up being a little too cute from them, a little too all in with the aggressiveness, where I would have loved to see like maybe a little bit stronger of like a gun damage backliner, really benefiting from this. Like, Aegis Aurora, they felt like this was a Vindicta draft with no Vindicta, and I just don't think the Great Talent offered what it needed to.
Yeah, it definitely felt like there's a couple of things to me. One of the interesting aspects was the Calico having so much disruption, and Aegis Aurora, I think when I've seen them at their best, they're able to be the ones taking initiative in that mid game, and it just felt like they can never really do it. And it felt like, there was a lot that was missing behind the Mo pick, because Mo is a great setup, but we didn't really see the kinds of setups from a Mo pick. I think this has been the weakest game we've seen out of Aegis Aurora in DFN with the Mo pick, in terms of what the Mo pick converts on with the team, team support.
Dan, I think there's two really key reasons for that, and I'm going to be very simplistic, but there was no Yamato and there was no Vindicta. And when Aegis Aurora has run a Mo comp, usually they have one of those two heroes there to just feast when someone gets comboed, and it just wasn't the case. And it's not necessarily that some of your linchpins were playing badly. I mean, you look at stat graph there, Sanya pumped way more damage than I would have even expected from the eye test, right? And same for Kenny. It's just neither Pocket nor Talon have the finishing power that heroes like Yamato and Vindicta have, especially the way that Aegis Aurora has historically played it. And I just think from a draft point of view here, Jake, it just feels like Virtus Pro really did their homework and again kind of exposed where Aegis Aurora as a team might have some really key weaknesses.
Yeah, I think and Pocket, is sort of a hero that gets a little bit of a fake damage stat. A lot of times your affliction is like doing all this damage on somebody who's just going to base and healing, and like they're never in threat of dying. They're just, you force them back, yes, with the damage, but it's not the same as damage that is meaningful in a team fight due to this the nature of Pocket's ultimate. And it's sometimes just ticking on somebody who's at 0 HP, just healing in their base. So I think honestly this Pocket pick, although it did a lot of damage, I just felt in general they lack that like late game gun carry who can really snowball and off of a strong early game, who can pressure down towers really, really fast. Like, just felt like they were a little too much emphasis on control and spirit damage without the ability to follow up with objectives or the range pressure that makes it easier for someone like Mo to get damage, right? If Mo is just like inting into your backline and comboing somebody, it's not going to be nearly as effective. I think when Mo is at his best is when you're forced to try to initiate on Mo's teammates. You're trying to get in and make things happen. And then the threat of the combo makes that so difficult. And I think there wasn't that time pressure on VP. And when they're not under time pressure, it was really interesting to see the opposite of what I've seen from the last few VP games, where they've been very defensive, posture defending, planning to kind of come back in the mid and late game and then turn the game around. This was a game in which they're in the lead from the start, and they showed just how aggressive and how quickly they can close out a game in that position.
All right, well, Aegis Aurora has signaled the call to battle, and the Bears of Virtus Pro responded with Aurora. Down 1-0, does Aegis Aurora have what it takes to turn the tide? Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel, will return soon.
I didn't come this far just to die now.
Aegis Aurora finding their hero versatility put to the test here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. And gentlemen, joined once more by DDK and Jake. You know, we kind of looked a lot at the last draft and wondered, wow, you know, is this really what Aegis Aurora wants? Jake, as we kind of head into the next draft, what do you want to see them prioritize to sort of change their destiny here and give themselves the best chance at playing against a Virtus Pro team that has never looked better on the macro side of things?
Yeah, to be honest, I think the draft was pretty flat last game for Aegis Aurora. I think they really lacked some of the late game scaling that you need. Like, even if you're going to run these aggressive early game team fighting drafts that are trying to snowball, you need at least one hero that gives you the late game potential, that is going to utilize the space you create to become, you know, like this scary carry threat that not only is sieging objectives really quickly, but also just in these late game team fights, you know, that is like profiting off of Mo hitting the combo on somebody. Felt like there wasn't somebody that really wanted to combo with that in the last draft. And so that's honestly what I want to see, is just a little bit more late game scaling. That being said, I don't think they should throw away this aggressive brawling possibility, because I think it can work and maybe has to work, because I'm not sure you can take VP in the late game scaling battle.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I guess I guess we're about to find out, and I'm curious if we'll see Sanity return, because I think that Holiday opening pick definitely seemed like, I mean, we were giving it the benefit of the doubt, and then we saw it play out, and we're like, okay, no more of this, no more. So we'll see how it pans out.
I feel much better if they had some more late game carries lined up, but it felt like they just didn't have that many options, you know, once after the double pick response came in from VP.
And this is interesting here, where they changed up and they decided to give VP first pick this time around, and VP still says, no, you're not going to play Vindicta. So for me, if you think about what has worked historically for Aegis Aurora here, I kind of feel like they need to, well, okay, you prio Wraith if you can get it, or they might ban it because they don't have first pick. I think this is a case, though, if they want like max picks, I think it's better for Aegis Aurora to get their picks than necessarily deny VP. They deny Bebop. This means at a minimum they can get either Yamato or Wraith. And when you think about when Aegis Aurora has actually won and done well, I think they need at least one of those two heroes, Dan.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with that, and I'm hoping that we find that for Aegis Aurora. I'm also hoping, or some part of me hopes, that maybe they consider a potential ban on Warden when we get that second wave of bans, just because of how horribly impactful that actually was, because it snowballed the objective game so much, and I don't know that Aegis Aurora previously had really much to say about it. So either way, we'll see how the draft develops, because they may have more inherent answers just in how their picking goes, and there'll be less control from VP in the early games. Because the Calico is another interesting one for me, where Calico is something that I could see them trying to either get rid of or picking themselves. Like, there's a few ways they can mix it up, but we'd definitely have to see the Wraith. Okay, well, VP gets the Wraith, so we have to see like the Yamato or the...
Yeah,
like, you got to steal Mikhail's Paradox here. You like have, like, must.
Paradox for help.
I think like it's too good for VP. It's too safe and strong for them, and Aegis Aurora play it too. So I think this is like denying one of those key mid-game playmakers. Now I think a little bit more open season. I wouldn't actually even hate the Holiday so much here as a second pick, because you haven't given VP as much in response. That's why I think the second pick is honestly wise for Aegis Aurora. I think there's a lot of heroes at this high prio slot. So I wouldn't hate the Holiday. I also wouldn't hate something like a Viscus coming out this early.
Also, one thing that's interesting, where it's a big, okay, the Holiday does come in, so they are going to be giving up potentially the Yamato or, you know, something of similar power. But I will note here, because NA really, you know, they're getting back into the war with EU, you know, in terms of what's meta and what's not. It's worth noting throughout all of EU today, no Shiv. NA, meanwhile, loves Shiv. EU hates Shiv. And it's like actually interesting to see Shiv fall off the face of the world in EU play. We haven't brought that up today, so it was a good point. I think for me, though, I look at VP. Okay, they're going to pick Geist super early. I think if you're Aegis Aurora coming up on the mid-round bans here, as I look at this, Dan, regardless of what they pick, where I still think they should grab Yamato with their last pick before the mid-stage bans, I also think you got to get rid of the Calico if VP does not prio it here. You cannot let Listic just roam and use Calico the max effectiveness the same way as it happened last game. You simply cannot.
I think, yeah, I think it's a standout. It was a standout last series, last map, sorry, and we saw that the Oh, hello. So there might be an opportunity for them to actually grab it. But yeah, the Calico was really interesting because of how aggressive it was. There's so much sustain in the dash and the heal, and the cooldowns are so low that you can do these dives that I feel like you can't really do on actually anyone else at that time of the game. And I don't think I've ever seen anyone use Calico to that effect so well as Listic did. So that is, I agree, a total threat. So we'll hopefully see a potential pickup. But Aegis Aurora might not have anyone that's super comfortable on the Calico potentially. So some decisions to be made. Alan's still coming in.
I don't like the shake. I don't like it at all, especially given how the last game went.
They're still missing some of this late game carry potential. I wonder if now they go for the Kelvin ban, just because VP is so good with it. Although, I mean, Obi Kim looked fantastic on the Ivy last game, so I'm even questioning that a little bit, whether it's even worth banning supports right now. I do think Aegis Aurora, they're still wanting for some late game gun carry. I still think they've got the pick off, they've got spirit damage, but I just don't think, I think it's just too easy for the other team to be building upgraded spirit armors. You need to have like diversity in your damage types, or else the enemy item efficiency is just going to be too strong, especially with VP having insane macro, insane late game with the 3 that they've drafted so far. Like Mirage feels like he's always that guy generating advantages in the mid and late game, you know, split pushing the map, but still showing up on team fights. Kind of the only character who can really do that. And speaking of that for VP, they're tough to ban out right now because honestly, I think Ivy looks great comboing the global draft with Mirage. I think Kelvin looks great for denying the team fight, and they take the Yamato away, which Sonya looked fantastic on in our first game of the day. So already Aegis Aurora are in a tough spot. I think this is a critical pick, and they need to get whatever late game gun damage they want, because maybe it's the Warden, but even that is a little bit not late game centric. It's a tough spot. I don't know. I don't see the pick here for Aegis Aurora.
I mean, truthfully, I think Warden or Calico would be the pick simply because you take them away from Listic and Sharik. Sharik, you know, we didn't really touch on too much, but Warden is still Sharik's signature hero, right? They absolutely will pick Warden in most cases. And yeah, you've taken the Kelvin, but now you're going to probably have to deal with a Calico Warden frontline. And on top of it, you know, because you highly prio Grey Talon, who may or may not have even gotten hit with the ban, you lose out your chance of Yamato because you don't get Yamato in the first half of the draft. I don't know. I'm looking at this draft right now, and it just feels like Aegis Aurora has gone spun in circles a little bit by VP here, right? Because VP, they're going to get exactly what they want, and I feel like they've taken away so many of Aegis Aurora's typical weapons right now, Dan.
Pocket as well. It's going to be hard to catch for this holiday Paradox duo. Great talent. I mean, dodging that damage for these heroes is relatively easy for somebody like Pocket. One of the best escapees, can get out of, you know, some of these Kelvin traps, or not just so much harder to catch in the side lane from a Kelvin rotation. I think VP's draft looks really scary right now. They could grab an Ivy for additional building pressure, additional global presence. I think Aegis Aurora is in big trouble this game so far.
This is not. Oh my god, it's yeah, I'm trying to think of what Aegis Aurora could do with the draft to balance it out. I just don't know at this point, because yeah, all of the major damage options have gone away. The Mirage pick would have been a lot nicer than the Talon as well. I feel like that also plays well into Sonya Sniper's style, whereas like, you know, with the Wraith historically like very good at playing far back, at split pushing, like, you know, that kind of style of play, Mirage is really well suited to doing that as well, and as you play with the same ranges. So I don't know, it's okay, we get the Ivy. Obviously we know that they've got a good Ivy game, so their macro was really helped out by securing all these urns previously, but that was also in games where they had a lot of like mid-game presence, where they had the Mo and the Yamato able to dive on people. They could create space for macro moves like that. But if you look at the VP's lineup, oh my god, creating space against that is going to be hard.
Also, I mean, how are you going to create space when you have zero frontline? Maybe you get a Mo at the very end here, but it's a squishy lineup Aegis Aurora is running. I mean,
I actually like this. I think this is the right pick. I think this is actually the right pick. I wasn't seeing this, but I think this is actually the best thing they have left in the pool. It's really off meta, but this is like we've seen from other teams playing a fast early game roamer. Hayes can snowball off that, can feast on it. It's not going to be easy. I don't think it's like going to be great, but I actually think they found the right pick here in this 6th spot.
Oof, you know what? Maybe they were going to have only one frontliner anyways. I am not entirely sold on that, because I just feel like you look at Virtus Pro. If Virtus Pro just plays standard Deadlock and Aegis Aurora just isn't insane, this is going to be so hard to deal with, because Virtus Pro has the most like mismatch here of they're going to have moments where they could just simply run at Aegis Aurora and win fights.
I mean,
yeah,
Gun Ivy, Gun Haze.
Like just dancing around on you. Like you're trying to initiate on these characters so hard. Like they don't really have like proper stun control. It comes from Holiday and Paradox for that like initial catch, but the follow-up, you know, stun burst kill, maybe like ultra late, you're getting curses online, but this looks pretty scary for me. I think this is like so much pressure on Hayes right now to have a snowball early game into just taking objectives one after the other.
You know, maybe I'd have more faith in the Hayes pick if this is Paravision and Play With Me was going through that door. But even then, I would look at this draft and I would feel fear. I would feel secondhand fear and anxiety for the team that picked it. And look, you know, maybe I'm just setting up the biggest caster curse of all time here, but man, Aegis Aurora, you know, show me something good here, because on paper, this feels tough, Dan.
Yeah, we almost never see double supports. It's extremely rare. And I'm not going to say necessarily for good reason or not. I still feel like it's very early in Deadlock. But at the same time, I feel like the Kelvin pick was kind of a deny of, you know, getting the Kelvin in the hands of VP. They just didn't have enough bans. And then they're like, oh, crap, maybe we should get Ivy as well. I don't know. I just feel feels awkward, because having a frontliner in place of one of those two would have felt more comfortable. But yeah, we'll see exactly how they decide to build it. You can definitely make Wizasta into a gun Ivy. That you could do that.
Jake, you're an Aegis Aurora fan, and you need just an absolute megaton injection of hopium right now. What do you got for him as you look at this early laning setup?
Sonya Sniper, carry the game. Believe that's all you've got right now, I think, for Aegis Aurora. I mean, in the double support draft, they've got double support, they've got 2 pickoffs, and then I guess it is just like Kenneth and Sonya to deliver the damage. The trouble though is I think really Dimov, Zergy, and Listic. They have a lot of frontline, a lot of catch, and a lot of damage. In the mid late game, that's going to be a really devastating combo.
Well, in the early game, quick little pick off there by Kenny F. The first of many likely card for Aegis Aurora to run away with this one, where, by the way, it will be a channel point apocalypse should Aegis Aurora win, because 92% of the chat thinks that VP is going to run away with it, Dan, is where we're at right now. The people have spoken, but the people could lose their channel points if Aegis Aurora just, you know, has a truly brilliant early game.
Yeah, I feel like it's certainly the wise pick to go with VP here. Yeah, we're going to need to see something pretty remarkable from Aegis Aurora. It just feels like the comp doesn't come together in the ways you'd want it to. And so yeah, you're going to have to rely on like a Play With Me performance on the Haze. But even still, like when Play With Me is doing a Play With Me performance on Haze and having like a really good game, there's still a lot more pieces that need to go into it, you know.
Well, Jake, as we pass 2 minutes here, and we just see this develop a bit more, final thoughts as we get this game truly in motion.
I just want to watch Mikhails play this game, man. I want to watch him have a sick game on Pocket. I think if Pocket gets farmed, he's going to dance around Aegis Aurora. They do lack a bit of control, especially once he gets something like a debuff remover for these silences. I feel like Pocket could really tear this game apart.
All right, well, you heard from Jake. Could be Pocket's playground as Listic gets a little bit of revenge after the early death over in lane 2, and it might not be done yet. Talon's in a real rough spot. Look, Kenny F actually shakes the pressure, kills Sharik, still might be going down in turn, 39 HP, turns it, nearly gets onto Listic at the same time. But, you know, that level of counter pressure, Dan, enough to actually, you know, at least wound Listic in lane, not enough to save his life.
Yeah. It is like really crazy just how brash you can be with a hero where all of the 3 like healing items you get, or like healing options you get, are all like aggressive items that improve your damage, like the dash, the Veiled Lifesteal, and the restorative shot. That's like pretty oppressive to be up against.
Well, right now, what I'm really noticing, Dan, as we see the early game take shape, it's more the same, where Listic, even with that early death, has now returned. We're just seeing the mid-game pressure of Calico come back into play, and it's going to get even worse as Listic hits 3k souls here in just a moment, and you see the hunt down by Secret Shop even going on right now. And, as I say that, Listic actually not getting away from Fremont on the Paradox this time around. Stolen away from Mikhail for, not a very common occurrence, I might add. He almost always, Virtus Pro just manages to get Paradox, but not this time.
All right, well, already some tower pressure coming in from Ebi Kim. Aegis Aurora with that double support. Got that Kelvin. able to fend them off a little bit. There comes a quick swap though, and that is potentially a problem. We'll see if that can be converted. Looks like Freemark will be the one that gets converted. In that pocket, some early souls from that kill. You didn't get too many souls from these early kills though, but it's always nice.
Yeah, 17k to 17k, but again, this is kind of similar to the last game here, Dan, where if it's not an early advantage from Aegis Aurora, I just don't see how they win the end. And again, dive down in here into the shadow from Listic. Looking round and round, and not going to be enough to find Sanya, who's just barely able to slip away. A little bit of evasiveness. Ow! On the way in. No follow through, though. I mean, you see the rotation of Paradox win from Freemuck, but not going to be there in time to actually make anything happen for Kenny F. Saddle.
Yeah, that smoke bomb really coming in handy, like, to get out of there. I was confused where it disappeared to as well. Either way, back on lane, as you say, with Freemark for assistance. Freemark might be leaving that position now, but Michaelis on the pocket is going to get caught in the frozen shelter. Really big pick off for Hapex there for Aegis Aurora to get back into contention there on that lane, and that's also going to make things a little bit more difficult now, I would say, for VP's Wraith Zergy, who finally, Freemark comes back to lane to get that all-important, in fact, didn't even use a swap to help get the kill there, so that's fantastic. Swap still available.
Yeah, one thing we saw a lot last game was Listic making special trips over the Kenny F's lane over and over again, just diving the Talon on Calco. And as I say that, the life bar just evaporating. The double team between Sharik and Listic, and I mean, you see the interaction there, Dan. It's not really a question why as to why Listic keeps going back to the same well over and over again. Across games now.
Yeah, playing against Calico is honestly really scary. You gotta be so cautious with the ranges and understanding like how easy it is for Calico to just dive on you and just instantly kill you between the slash and the ult. So, and the melee as well. So it's just a very tricky hero to play up against. Even at the very early stages of the game, the damage is really crazy. Ooh, Zergy in trouble yet again. Will they find the finishing blow? There comes the healing right, but the pursuit is still there. Freemark is above there on the Paradox, trying to find damage. I don't know, is there a swap available here? No, there's not. So looks like Freemark's going to go down, staying out there. Assistance comes in the form of Listic. Once again, that roam from Listic is so oppressive.
I mean, again, this has been the most effective Calico I think we have seen across both regions in Fight Night, where it's a Calico essentially being played as a playmaker rather than pure frontliner, just continually using Ava to just min-max rotations. Not only is it quickly moving across the map, but it's not as visible on the mini-map. And you want to know where the action is, just keep looking at Listic on the mini-map. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, it's definitely really, really strong. I love how Listic is playing it. Nice conversion though onto Obi Kim. Hapex picking up another one there for Aegis Aurora on a 3-kill streak for the Kelvin. And actually, Aegis Aurora not too far behind. Again, it kind of feels like, because of, as you're saying, we're on that Listic POV, taking all this initiative, getting all these kills. Feels like things would be a little bit better for VP here, but caught by a levitation.
Listic's coming in for the finish. Like, okay, you live the telekinesis, but here comes the cat once again. Over and in. Is Hayes going to be able to get out? It's looking unlikely. See Hayes just like dodging around on the mini-map as Zergy finishes it off, but it was Listic's roam that made it happen there, Dan. And it just, every time Listic goes to a lane, good things happen, and it might just happen here again as Listic now rotating into lane 2, looking for Talon, which has been his favorite prey.
That makes sense. The Calico pickup is actually so awesome. I would imagine that we're going to see a lot of other teams in DFM playing like this. Yeah.
Look at lane 1. I mean, okay, I think Sanya might have sniffed it out, but it just looked like Listic was going for the behind the back play again, and might just be full diving onto the Haze in lane 1. I mean, it's, again, Sanya eating damage, and Listic just being a threat. And Listic is positioned in such a way here that Listic can also just deep into lane 2 if anyone else rotates in.
Yeah, and it's really problematic for the Haze, because you're also in a spot where you can't farm very safely now. Like this, you've lost so much control of that lane. There's so much harass that keeps coming on to it. Haze obviously has options to escape, but it's very tricky. This is a really big fight here as well, and Freemark's going to get caught on the Paradox here. I don't know if there's any escape. It caught between two players. To swap there to reposition. That actually might do it, as Freemark's able to escape and join up with some teammates, and somehow actually avoids getting taken out. Really well done.
A little bit of interrupt. Sometimes you want to go zip, sometimes you get knocked right down. Kitty up though, in on the pursuit. Up close and personal on Talon, a dangerous place to be. Just getting poked down, looking for a reek position here. Has the Owl in reserve, but not getting a chance to fire it as again, it's just Listic smothering and taking any opportunity where there is a team fight that Talon's involved in to just be the man on the spot.
Yeah, you can't be having Listic on Calico. I feel like that's just basically the lesson that we are repeatedly learning here. Just able to take the initiative in so many of these fights, all these dives, just you can't. There's no safety. There's just no safety anywhere. After about 5 minutes in the game.
And Dan, we haven't even talked about economy allocation, but you know, it's self-evident with the amount of kills that Listic has put up that Listic is also leading the game at 10k souls, which is a very significant gap this far in the game. Basically 3k gap over most on Aegis Aurora at this point. It's kind of unreal.
Yeah, Torment Pulse online super fast. Oof, very scary stuff. And another gank coming in onto Sanya Sniper. Again, something that I was mentioning earlier, it's just very hard to farm safely now without that Guardian being online. And Sanya Sniper's not really had any space to work with on the map to get any farm. And usually, if you're going to be playing the Haze, you do want to have the ability to be ganking. But like Listic is just taking all the initiative.
I think the other problem that you have here too is that remember how we set up this game where Aegis Aurora, again, they're playing a comp that they needed to get ahead. They're not going to have the ability to deal with the front line of Virtus Pro if they get too far behind, and they're almost at that point. Walker stun though, gonna make D-Mob's life a little bit hellish for a brief moment. Gets taken out. Pretty important for Aegis Aurora to make the most of this opportunity as VP overdives a little bit. Remock right now, looking, lands the carbine. But even still, Obakim dies, but other end of the map, Zergy able to punish Kenneth. Getting up.
I'm really curious if there is a world where stabilizing is possible at the moment for Aegis Aurora. And I'm just like thinking about it in like, okay, objective wise, if you account for the objectives, it's not as like far away as you'd expect. But the problem is like, how long will the current soul gap actually persist for? Because that just means that in every team fight, obviously VP are going to have the stat check edge. So that's a big problem.
Well, it's not just the idea of running into a stat check edge. It's also the comp that you're in where you're just not killing characters like Calico or Geist past a certain point, unless you just have overwhelming advantage. And even then, into the shadow, goes for the Leaping Slash, finally gets put down, but that's the level of numerical advantage. You need like a 4v1 to take down a Calico now. And are you going to be able to replicate that over and over again as the match goes on? The answer is probably not.
Yeah, and Sanya Sniper again, just really on the receiving end of constant harassment. And we talked about how Sanya Sniper really needs to be able to deliver in this game. And if you just like think about how many ganks there have been from Sanya Sniper or like, these picks or anything like that, Sanya Sniper's got nothing, been locked down the whole game.
It's looking rough. I mean, it looked rough from the draft and nothing has happened to change your mind. And again, maybe if it was even, that goes differently, but instead you're so far behind as Haze, you just instantly die. Listic goes in, drops slashes, it's over. You don't get to do anything with Bullet Dance. And Return of the Shadows comes in, and it's been feline domination, Dan. There's no other way of really stating it.
Yeah. More walkers going down, all these objectives again, under assault. The macro from VP was really good in the first game, and it just feels like the draft got a little bit worse than in the first game, even for Aegis Aurora. So really struggling to keep up and hit the bird in the distance. But I don't think there's any targets here, really. I mean, Calico's fairly low. I don't know that she's going to get caught though by this. Yeah, it's going to.
I mean, if you get hit,
over the top.
Dan, it's a 9k bird when most of the players are at 14k and the Calico's at 15k. I mean, the bird is less of a missile and more of just a firecracker at this point. It's not really that big of a deal. That's how significant the stat difference is between both teams. And, on top of it here for VP, they're even controlling Earn. They're not giving Aegis Aurora an opportunity to maybe set up an Earn trade, get a little bit of comeback souls. It's been nothing but pain and misery.
Yeah. Big problems here. We'll have Tweak looking for... Tweak? Why am I saying Tweak? Kenyev looking for something here on the Talon, but there's really nothing to be found. I mean, Listic similarly seeing what position is required here to set up this next fight. There's Ava again for the quick rotation. And okay, looking to find targets. There's one flying away, so maybe that's not going to be the one. But hello, Sanya Sniper's around the corner. More information gained by VP as they've got this very forward position right now, just trying to concoct the fight.
Sharik finding Freemock and Listic just running around as Ava, living their best life. And okay, Virtus Pro deathballing a situation where they don't even need the death ball per se, but on the same note, it's risk-free. And, you know, that brings us to our risk-free segment starring Jake. Okay, this has been pretty straightforward, Jake, but what do you got? What do you got for us right now?
I think VP's doing this immaculately. I actually like that they're grouping right now because Aegis Aurora are just desperate for any kind of team fight, any kind of like pick-off opening, and VP aren't just aren't giving them anything. I think VP don't really need to macro all that efficiently in this game to win, given that they're already in a massive lead and they have much better late game. If anything, maybe Sharik could be a little solo and then showing up to these ganks anyway. Pick off on a Wraith potentially, but no, he's even blinking out. And this is just starting to fall apart right now for Aegis Aurora. They're not really able to farm the map. The lead is getting bigger by the minute here. And honestly, in the next few minutes, we're going to get to the point where this is just not playable for Aegis Aurora. They need to change things now.
I've never seen an owl just look so absolutely inept than what we just saw there. It's just like, yeah, Dan, it took maybe about like 15% of HP is what we saw.
Yeah, it's just really a non-issue. It is nothing.
I mean, credit to the observers. It was a really nice like picture-in-picture, but the actual impact of the owl left something to be discovered, I suppose. And not near 30k difference right now. An 18k Calico. There's just no answers for Aegis Aurora. It is what they would need to do here, Dan, would probably be one of the best comebacks we have seen in Deadlock history. But team comp wise, I just don't think they have the tools to do it.
Yeah, this shows the desperation. Apex was trying to take down the Walker by himself, like just really by himself, very deep, and no one around to help him out. Gets taken out. There's a leaping slash as well coming in from Listic once again into the mid boss, and I mean it feels like this might be the death knell for Aegis Aurora VP. I don't think there's anything that can be put forward to stop this rejuve.
We're kind of at the point where you try and go for a steal no matter what, because you can't lose more than where you're at. We've literally hit the point where the chat has checked out of semi-serious conversation and they're making cat puns. Like, I think I read like 3 different people say catastrophe. That is the level of brain activity that we're getting right now. But I mean, look, what else can you expect? Just anything that could go wrong for Aegis Aurora in this game has gone wrong, and you know, a lot of it is the player we're watching right now, Listic, that was everywhere they needed to be in the early to mid game and just completely shut things down and never really let Aegis Aurora get going. But hey, the lasso there, a little bit of revenge. Doesn't change the course of the game, but it's revenge, Dan. You know, it's the important stuff in life.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Aegis Aurora is trying to mount a defense, but again, they're just so heavily out everything that it's not really working out for them. And just the issue too is just that they can't get out on the map, and all of the souls can just be that's like sitting out on the map like this can just be easily gobbled up by any VP players. So like the inevitability of the soul discrepancy only becoming larger over time is so oppressive, and you don't even have a great ability to get out on the map when rejuve's up, and all the you got to contest with the super creeps, and you're lacking so much farm. It's actually pretty hard to kill the super creeps as well. So everything, I mean, you couldn't really paint a bleaker picture than what we're seeing here for Aegis Aurora.
Well, and on top of it all, you're kind of getting a lesson in Deadlock 101 of why front lines are good. I mean, Aegis Aurora, I think, to convincingly win a fight, even if stats were more even than they are now with a very big economy gap, they would essentially need 2 unanswered picks, because other than that, you look at what's going to happen, you're going to have characters like Geist, played by Dimov, or Listic, just simply walk forward. And, I mean, look, even as far as supports go, McGinnis is a little bit more upfront and in your face than the norm. It's just, the positioning for team fights is just so untenable for Aegis Aurora relative to what is likely to happen. Swap, though, comes in. Geist still her swap on deck. See if they get it off in time. Goes for the warp stone, gets a little bit juked by the haze, but goes into the corner, which Hayes can't really push either.
And this would be a great time to take down the shrines. And that is the next point of order. And we're going to see that happen right now. All of the base the structures and defenses getting obliterated as Aegis Aurora can do nothing but just look on in terror. There's really not much to be done. Of course, the respawn times are already low enough that killing the patron there is not going to really do anything. And to be honest, the difference in Souls is also, I think it could encourage, and the fact there's a rejuve still, could encourage VP to just finish it right here, ZP.
As Calico just gets stuck in forever leaping position. I mean, that takes agility to just simply hover in the air for that long. And, you know, a position that, quite frankly, doesn't look to be all that comfortable. I mean, you know, this is where we have the hard-hitting analysis and where we really make Jake, you know, show stuff. But, Jake, you know, if you held a pose like that in real life for an extended period of time, it doesn't feel like it'd be comfortable.
Nah, I'm crazy on the yoga, man. I can do it. I can hang.
Yoga master Jake, where he's just like, all right, I got it.
Nah, I mean, this game is looking a little out of control right now, right? Like, the frontlining strength from VP is allowing them to just continue fighting over every camp that spawns on Aegis Aurora's side of the map and just deny any kind of comeback into the game. I will say, like, a couple that was a really clean pickoffs, you know, a little earlier onto Listic and Nobikim, coming from like the beautiful stun overlay from Sonya and Fremont, but repeating that is so difficult, and it's such a single target solution. A full team fight just feels impossible right now.
This is a very beefy cat, as we saw there. It's a tiny cat with the soul of a tiger. Is what we're actually seeing. Zergy under pressure, doesn't matter, still lays in the damage, it gets enough support to live. Urn slowly heading back. I don't think Virtus Pro cares about the Urn too much here. Realistic moving forward, and Dan, this is likely brought us to the end. 4 down for Aegis Aurora, and Virtus Pro looking dominant in their first defense.
Yeah, I mean, last week we had the absolute longest day we've ever had. Well, this might be the fastest day in EU we've ever had. VP claiming the throne once again. It's so easy for them. I mean, I say VP again, of course, this is the first time under the VP banner that the previous Buff and Joiners lineup are going to take the title. And how many titles more will they accrue as the weeks continue here at DFN? It remains to be seen, but it's looking pretty good for this new VP team.
What more can you say here, Jake? I mean, VP, they stuck to the fundamentals, they executed it, and on the same note, not only did they draft compositions that, per the meta, were just frankly good, like you could really see no issue with it, they still found room in the draft to take away things that Aegis Aurora really liked. And, you know, much to the chagrin of the desk in the back where, you know, I wouldn't even call it a full war, but, you know, Jason was saying is that, you know, Aegis Aurora, they have weaknesses, they're going to get exposed, you know? It's a thing that we say sometimes in this program. Jason was right.
Yeah, I think the consistent denial of Vindicta and Wraith to Aegis Aurora showed how dependent they are on those heroes in particular. It felt that they were lacking that kind of like long range gun damage, and that, you know, some of the hero flexibility wasn't there, right? Like these consistent earlier than optimal great Talon picks. I don't think the Talon was bad or terrible, but I felt they went too early in the draft and just gave too much prio to VP to get things like the Mirage, the Wraith, the Paradox, you know, online for themselves really consistently. So, you know, I think for Aegis Aurora to come back and to put up a stronger test against Virtus Pro, a team that is now really prepared for them and really having that versatility, they're going to need to have a little bit more depth. I think somebody like Kenny F, you know, like as good as he is on the Vindicta, needs to have a couple more heroes in the pool on that same level, or else you're at risk of just being banned and pick pressured out, not able to find the same level of value, forced your team to take earlier picks in the draft than they would like, and it's leaving you really hamstrung against a VP that feels like they can play anything right now.
Well, that does bring us to the end of the best of 3, but we still got some housekeeping left, like the player of the match presented by Intel. I think everyone kind of has a good idea of who it is, but Jake, who is that player?
I mean, it's got to be Listic. This one, yeah, this was pretty obvious. He just tore both games apart on the Calico, got the hero both times. And not only is he like opening up the early game, starting the snowball off, putting his team in the advantage, but also into the late game, just continually making plays, continually opening these fights in the late game, and doing really well, I think, especially on the Ava, constantly scouting things out, keeping vision, making sure that, you know, any kind of comeback attempt, Aegis Aurora make, they group on the map, they look for some kind of fight, well, Ava's going to scout that out and see it coming, and then VP are going to macro knowing what's coming. So I like that Listic, even when occasionally he gets caught off, you know, he was never afraid to fulfill this role for the team of being that frontline sort of human ward, and often getting away with more than the vision, but finding a lot of solo kills in the process.
Yeah, we talk about like a strong laner in Calico, but just for the first time I'm seeing how far you can really take that sustain in the very, very early game with those low cooldowns on the Leaping Strike. It's crazy actually how impressive that is, and I'm struggling to think of any other hero in the game that can kind of apply that type of pressure. And so I would expect to start seeing, like we saw, you know, so many people sort of copying how, you know, Play With Me is playing Haze and then that taking form, and or seeing how, you know, we had other heroes in similar nature where you get one pro that's like really defining how you limit test and how that goes into a play style. I feel like that's what we're going to see here from Listic. I feel like if you're not playing a Calico like this, it's going to be surprising because of the amount of pressure it gives you and control over the map. Obviously, we'll have to see what other teams can do against it, but pretty impressive. And honestly, the fact that it didn't get banned the second time around or stolen was surprising.
It really was surprising. And I also think when you're kind of digesting the role of Calico right now, where, you know, we've kind of gone on the idea of, you know, what are roles in Deadlock, and I would say, you know, two sides of a, you know, similar coins here, right? Is that people really like playing Warden because Warden is kind of the combination, a frontline hero that gives you, you know, part of the role of a harder carry, right? Like Warden is firmly of two worlds. I think for Calico right now, Calico's in two worlds of being a frontliner that is also a playmaker, right? Like you have a Calico played by Listic that was roaming harder than the average Paradox, roaming harder than the average Pocket, just simply all over the place on the map when needed most in the early to mid game. And it was just, you know, played the perfection. And team comp wise, you think back to even NA last week, and this is where, you know, maybe NA has a leg up on the meta, because NA for the most part was just straight up denying anyone from playing Calico. No one wanted to play against Calico because I think NA had recognized just how deadly this hero is. And, you know, today it did not seem like Aegis Aurora got that memo, Jake.
Yeah, Calico, I think her ability to fight aggressively and snowball really is powerful. And I think what she gives that's kind of unique, speaking of her flexibility, is the vision, right? Like playing around the cat to just scout out the opponents, to rotate around, you know, seeing where people are, grabbing boxes as you do, is just very unique, very efficient gameplay that really enables everyone on the team to get a little bit more done, right? It's like not quite global presence, but you think about these heroes, Viscus, Ivy, you know, that have ways to really traverse the map much more quickly than others. They tend to have a high pick priority because of that playmaking potential and how challenging it is to keep track of them as an opponent.
Well, Dan, as we take a look at this, I think the one thing that kind of goes to me is that, you know, I think in any Deadlock game, there's really, there's two parts, right? There's the draft strategy and what your game plan is, and then there's the execution. And personally, I think from all the data we have right now on how to play Deadlock in this particular meta, I think Aegis Aurora put themselves at such a disadvantage in the former that they need to be nothing but perfection on the latter. And that's a tough thing to ask of any team, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like when you're doing that, when you're playing outside of the meta, it's because you've got to have either very specific targeted strategies to dismantle a way the other team likes to play within the meta. And unless you're kind of doing it from that fashion, it's a struggle. I mean, okay, I guess there's another argument, which is that if you feel like you're genuinely worse than the other team in a straight up fundamental game, then yeah, you have to take gambles. And you can also do that with a wacky comp where you got specific win cons. But it just felt that with both drafts from Aegis Aurora, that neither of them really felt like they fit any of those criteria. It felt like some of it was reactionary, some of it was sort of prioritizing their own strengths, but the combination of those things kind of left them without, it felt like a strategy, a cohesive strategy that they are confident in executing. And that is to me a very different look from them, from the two times that they did win, where we had comps that made sense and they had strategies in macro that looked really cohesive. And so it's kind of it's a big variance, point of variance, this team, compared to when we saw them winning to when we saw them here now today.
Well, as a quick recap of EU as we wrap up the EU portion of our program and look ahead to NA, this is our schedule for the day. What was just on and what is yet to come. Of course, we saw Aegis Aurora fight their way past Maidong, but run into a brick wall of an even better and just simply amazing Virtus Pro team and how they played the fundamentals to perfection. But coming up next, it's going to be North America here at Deadlock Fight Night. We got the run back. TF2 Boomers, melee creeps going up, and the winner of which going against Hydra Nation. And, you know, we won't get into all of it here just yet, but you might be looking last week and be like, should it be Llama Lords? Well, you know, sometimes players do bad things. And one player in particular kind of made us do a whole bunch of run backs, and that's where we're at. So Hydra Nation, the heads regrew. That's all I got to say about that. But NA, guys, final words. Looking for the NA before we go to break.
I've just been hearing good things about melee creeps, about, you know, that they've had good performances in scrims. They've been a strong team that's been improving. So maybe they're a team that can you know, put the test to teams like TF2 Boomers and Hydra Nation, and continue to show the depth of NA. Still curious to see how the NA meta, how much it's changed. It's so interesting seeing, you know, on these Deadlock Fight Nights, the two metas side by side, how, you know, the places in which they're different and the places in which they learn and grow from each other, I think has been exciting over these last few weeks in particular.
Yeah, and I'm really liking how we're seeing a lot more storylines developing in NA. It was kind of hard to kind of grasp some of the storylines in the early stages of DFN because the teams were changing constantly, the lineups. And then you had, of course, Hydra Nation being the combination of essentially the two best teams. And so then it felt like the pool of players was kind of annihilated, or at least, let's say the pool of teams was kind of annihilated, and just like, okay, we've got one really good team and everyone else is trying to figure it out. And I feel like, you know, that gap has been steadily closing week to week, and we've had a lot more stability in the rosters around Hydra Nation. And so Hydra Nation is kind of exciting. They are the team to beat. Every single time they look weak, you know, we wonder, is this the time? And it's going to be really satisfying when we legit get teams that have not just closed the distance, but maybe even grown beyond them.
Well, now, gentlemen, the winds shift to North America, the land of Shiv and spirit-based wardens. Will we see change here in Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel, or will the Hydra survive once more? We just gotta stick around and find out after the break.
Time to take a look back here at our championship match of the Deadlock Fight Night number 11 in NA between Hydra Nation and Llama Lords. And what a way to kick off the series with our first ever Viper pick in DFN. Hydra Nation will be heading up the Venomous Beast, as we also got to see Quig playing Mo and Krill for the second time ever. Lane 1 was as busy as a swimming pool in summer. Vegas Rock in his swimsuit Vindicta skin manages to pick up 2 assassinate kills, racking up a ton of souls.
Happening behind the Guardian, and there's nowhere for DMB to go. PayPal pushed so deep there, and isn't ready though for the assassination that comes in as Vegas has arrived, getting some souls for himself now. The combo gets used on Young Calc, but Vegas isn't really there to follow up with a big burst of damage, and now Young Calc could be dangerous. He seems to just want to get out of the fight though, as Vegas still has a charge of assassination.
Quig tries to turn in the urn as Naked defends it, but the reinforcements for the Hydras allow them to get the turn in. In the meantime, Llama Lords take a walker in lane 1 for the trade. You're gonna do in the end a little bit of an ultimate over on Naked, who's still very healthy on HP as he's trying to get the urn turn in. It's still gonna be on the ground though, and I think Naked's gonna be able to try to turn it in, but he actually gets meleeed off and instead gets dropped once again.
Yeah, he picked it up and then had to drop it down pretty much straight away. Flick's the one that actually ends up turning in the urn. This is such a messy game. I've got to contrast this with the EU games earlier on, which almost seem to have like strict rules of engagement. This is just an all-out, no-holds-barred brawl, folks. There's pressure now on towards the walker. That's been lost already. Okay.
The Llamas might be fast, but not fast enough as they try to run away. Flick gets a swap, opening up 3 kills for none for the Hydras.
Paradoxical swap here, problematic for Akram. You're not getting out of that one. That behind that time, although elsewhere, Deathslam did go down, but Akram, there was just no help for them whatsoever. So yeah, an attempt at repositioning here for Young Calc. Leffa, though, was all over him like moss on a rock.
Llama Lords try to split the attention once again from Hydra Nation, trying to push 2 lanes at once. But if you're a fan of Creep Mythology, you know Hydras have more than one head as they bite back, taking another 3 kills.
Brutal stuff. Looks like this might be a very difficult situation once more for Akram to escape from. Again, at least have to use the tornado for that mobility, but they're on the chase. DMB able to pick them up eventually. Still a lot of fun to be had here over at lane 2 as Hydro Nation look to reinforce from lane 3. They're going to get their hydration a little bit low right now. Look how, I mean, ever present in these fights Rokane has been. Lord is down though, so that engage potential is off the table, and here come the reinforcements.
Someone call a vet for the Llama Lords. As the pain continues, Hydro Nation try to run the urn as the Llamas interfere, but lose 3 players mid-boss and 2 more after that.
We've often seen them on the Mirage in the past. Okay, telekinesis gets thrown out there pretty quickly, and your boy Calc ain't gonna map his way out of this situation. Up into the sky there goes Lord and Ember. There's really no engagement to be had right now as all of Hydro Nation groups up here in the mid-boss direction. 1 or 2 more casualties means that that's definitely going to be on the table. And there it is. With 3 kills, Hydro Nation surely should be able to play off this, although it's a little bit scary for Vegas. Needs to drop down and rejoin the rest of their team and help with his boss.
The urn gets juggled around more than a bowling pin at a carnival, but the Llamas get the last catch as Young Calc starts to run it after they got 2 kills.
There's a telekinesis, but Naked's wall kind of gets in the way. You can see desperately DMB wants to TP forward and capitalize on it. Naked's been a problem, a real nuisance. And even the combo committed to try to lock them down. Still, Naked was able to shrug that off, and Quick's the one that falls. These fights are haphazard for Hydro Nation. What a charge from your boy Calc. RKO from the top rope, and Llama Lords take a 2-for-0 engagement.
So remember when I said we had our first Viper pick? Well, we haven't seen much of Hydration, who was just mostly farming away in lanes. Until now. Young Calc gets blown up as Hydration gets the turn in and they trade 2 for 2. But DMB, staying true to his style, ends up pushing down 2 walkers during the battle.
But they do get the urn carrier. And Hydration's scooped that up now, though. Hydro Nation still have to fight a little bit more to land this particular plane. Hydration's going to go for it straight away, but there's a mess happening elsewhere. I hear the Death Slam going off there. Hydration's able to turn the Soul Urn in despite this, though, and now's the fight to be had. Vegas does fall, but Leffa does get the Shadow Transformation, and Brocane gets run over. Oh, that's tough for the Viper. Hydration hoped to make a play there, but PayPal is able to deal with them.
Hydration has taken his boxing gloves off finally as he picks up Shadow Wave and looks to blow people up, which is exactly what happened to PayPal. Hydration also secured the urn.
Mouth under their belt here if they potentially can. A great swap comes through, but Hydration just dismantles PayPal.
Oh, that is sickening. PayPal just ceased to exist. They literally vaporized in front of us. Oh, with the holiday out of the picture, that's a lot of the pick potential taken away from Lava Lords, but there's still a fight to be had here. I hear a telekinesis getting popped, and it looks like it might have been Lord and M caught inside that. They're going after Arkram by the looks of things. Damn, they get caught inside that grenade. That is perfectly laid down by Flick. Really hard for Lava Lords to escape. And now DMB, of course, is hot on the heels. Naked is able to slink away from the fight, but Hydro Nation have got to be feeling a little more comfortable about this mid-boss take now.
With getting their last walker, Hydro Nation take their 30k soul lead to a victory for the first map in the series.
You still have to worry about the potential petrify that you could hit while he's in the air trying to, channel his ultimate. Looks like they're trying to go for the push. You can see the Patron already losing a lot of HP here in our Lava Lords. They have to contest.
Yeah, I mean, we're on board with Vegas, who is not in the pit right now, but the rest of Hydro Nation sure as hell are. Young Calc has had a couple near misses on some key abilities in this game, Jason. That one, the most recent of them. Leffa was under the impact of the Shadow Transformation, but it doesn't matter. The kills come in for Llama Lords, but they cannot peel Hydro Nation off their patron.
Our second match draft gave us so many treats. It gave us Young Calc on Shiv instead of Rokane, and also a new Lash skin that I have to say is probably the best skin in the game. With a very scrappy match past the 5-minute mark, our first bit of proper action happens. Young Calc gets on the board with his first kill on Shiv, helping keep the trade between teams at 2 apiece.
Rascal swap and used to get away, but PayPal is eventually going to fall here to DMB. In the meantime, Left is able to pick up a kill onto Naked, and this is, I believe, when they were down a man.
They're constantly fighting over this lane 4. Young Calc, though, turns up at just the right time.
The real spark to the flame that Young Calc used to scorch the cursed apple happens around the 12-minute mark, where he TPs over to get involved in a fight in lane 1, getting 3 kills.
A TP just came in from Young Calc as well, who's about to be discovered. I think DMB's aware of it. Telekinesis onto the Shiv. Hard to burst them down here, and Young Calc shrugging most of this damage off, but they are adamant about getting the Shiv out of the game. But look at the damage. Oh my goodness. Young Calc doesn't care for anything that Hydro Nation are throwing at them. They just slapped down that Wraith. Now, of course, Quig is trying to get on out of there, but Lava Lords are starting to exert dominance a little more. At least Left is gaining progress here with this split push in lane 4. But elsewhere is looking dire for Hydro Nation.
Feeling very confident, but to be honest, making a very risky move. Llama Lords try to push into one of the hardest earned turn-in spots against one of the very best heroes at defending it with McGinnis.
Comes out for Naked. That could be a bit of a problem here. Rather, came out from Quig, sorry. Hydro Nation are the one with the McGinnis in play. It's going to be Lord and them caught out. That's your initiate tool down. Still, though, Young Calc's a problem. He's a huge issue, and someone needs to be able to deal with him. Shadow Transformation comes down here from Leffer, and Vegas is going to cue himself and try and reassess the situation, but instantly gets burst by Young Calc as he emerges. Walk it down. Rokane doing some serious work for Llama Lords, so they win this fight, and they win the macro game as well. They're starting to close the chokehold on Hydra Nation.
Using the mid boss to bait in DMB, Llama Lords go on to pick up 3 more kills and the last walker.
They've also got Hydration dropping on in there instantly with that ultimate. Here comes the wall. Akram, though, is going to be able to secure the Rejuvenator, but goes down instantly after it. Still, there's a fight to be had for Hydra Nation, but DMV isn't there. Theoretically, the biggest source of their damage is just not in the fight. Hydration eventually gets pulled down. Quig and Flick low, and Leffer has seen better days. An attempt to climb the wall there by Quig will be stifled as Lord NM puts him to bed.
Even though the Llamas had a 30k lead and Young Calc had 9k more than anyone on Hydra Nation, they were still confident to shut down the Quantum Calculator.
So keep an eye out for that ultimate getting used twice. Paradox to swap there, catches on to Hydration. And PayPal wants to try and get into the fight, but the wall thrown up by Quig is going to make that a problem. Frozen Shelter was there, then removed. Might be back again, who knows? Lord M and PayPal will go down. Hydra Nation might have found an advantageous fight, but Young Calc is still so hard to handle. He's low though. He's definitely vulnerable to get picked off, and he'll be dropping quite the bag when he does. Somehow stays in there for longer than you would have expected, but Llama Lords, it's a pretty disastrous fight despite that.
With the quick respawns of the Rejuve, the Llamas get right back into the fight, and Young Calc pulls off a 1v3 to lock in their first map of the series.
It's going to be amidst that mass as they drop to the ground. DB trying to stay clear of the action here. Left a little bit low, maybe doesn't feel confident going forward. Young Calc is down to half, but oh man, the execute is so dirty. Lord NM finishes the job on Quig. Although Calc should fall here. Eventually, no, somebody please deal with this Shiv. He keeps healing through this damage, so much of it gets deferred, and I don't think this Holiday is going to have anything to deal with Calc, and that's got to be it now. You got 5 players down. You don't worry about mid-boss. I think you just go finish the game.
A last pick Bebop out of Lord allowed them to have a great counter to the Hydration Lash, as well as give them opportunities for picks later on. The respawn timer really worked against Hydra Nation as they get an early kill on Rokane. However, he flies back in to secure 2 kills.
The follow-up, I don't think it's going to be there, unfortunately. And that will be Rokane to go down and lane forward with that 2-man push.
Yeah, Leffa does fall elsewhere, though. I think there was a fight happening over towards the lane 1 side here. Looks like it's still going. PayPal and Flick, I think, having at it. Over there, we're looking at hydration, excuse me. But here it is, yeah, PayPal low, but the Guardian damage, but always Rokane, man. Again, the spawn time is so low at this time of the game. You've got to be quick. Leffa should be clear of this. No, okay, the catch here from Rokane as the rope comes in. Leffa's in deep trouble.
Archer might have gotten the earned turn in. The Hydra Nation get themselves a flex slot, taking 2 Guardians at once.
But the thing is, Shiv doesn't really care about that health because he can just execute you. So I'm kind of curious how he's going to play this one out.
Yeah. Shiv does it better as well with that if you're hitting those knives consistently. There's the telekinesis, does end up catching. PayPal is not going to escape from this. Meanwhile, big pressure. DMB just pushing here on this lane number 1. So Llama Lords need to extricate themselves from this situation in lane 4 as quickly as they can.
The 4 heads of the Hydra group for a push onto lane 4, but Young Calc divides them, taking 3 kills.
To pressure this lane 4 down now. Rokane and Shadow Transformation still going to suffer. Tries to throw out the cold front to slow down the attackers. Hydration gets back behind the situation and knows that they're on a timer. The reinforcements are coming here from Llama Lords, and they haven't really done any damage to this Guardian whatsoever, so that's still a relevant damage threat in this fight. Bombs on Hydration. He'll be forced back here. The Bebop's starting to do some serious work, and Flick is already down. This has gone horribly wrong for Hydra Nation. Llama Lords punishing them every step of the way.
The 13k lead continues to grow as Lord hooks the Hydras in for some easy kills, all the while the rest of the team takes 3 walkers in a matter of seconds.
But Headhunter for the Shiv. Okay, some real gun damage. That's scary.
Slowing
Vegas is in deep trouble. How do you get away from this one? Trying to fly away, but stuck with the bomb. Lord and M having outsized impact on these fights. And once again, the Vindicta gets caught out. She's unable to have that impact. Remember, there was knockdown. It was picked up really early here, so it's pretty scary to be Vindicta in general. Wall thrown up there as Quick attempts to try and catch out at least Lord and M, but DMB just imploded. Young Calc is getting choked here. And this orb turn is looking even more likely. Rokane does get lassoed away, though. Can they break through this with a Shadow Transformation? It doesn't matter, maybe elsewhere. Akram is shoving another walker in. Llama Lords are taking and giving nothing, not even an inch.
With the game slipping away, the Hydras are forced into contesting mid-boss, hearing it scream. Unluckily, they get baited into a fight and lose 4 players and the Rejuvenator after that.
This early, Jason, it is pretty egregious.
It is huge. But there could always be that mid-boss steal. There always could be that comeback. Llama Lords did to melee creeps last week. And you don't want to see them throw it away to Hydra Nation this week.
DMB's not here. Flick is extremely low. Leffa picked off. I mean, wisely, Llamalords get off the mid boss now, and they're going to be able to secure it properly, but these kills just keep coming.
I don't know how they shut down Young Calc is my question. But here we go. Rejuvenator's coming down. No one's there in time to contest it.
Quig's dead again.
Here to Llamalords. And Quig dies to Young Calc. Rokan gets Vegas. And this is all going pear-shaped.
I mean, you can't tell me that Hydra Nation are still in with a good chance here. This is absolutely brutal.
The lead grows to 40k as it seems the Goliath of NA Deadlock starts to fall. Hydra Nation had to force something as they catch onto Naked, but he buys enough time for his team to support him, and the Llamas lose no one.
Defensive capability, and speaking of that, Naked's going to be put into the cube, switches to the ball form, and looks to roll away.
Okay. Naked walks away. Still, there's a fight to be had here. Wow. The fight is, doing some very heavy lifting, like Olympia level lifting, that word. It is a death slam now. Ethereal Shift, going to shrug it off entirely. So that's one of those abilities unable to lock down the Shiv. Hydration falls. Leper goes down here. Arkram starting to run away with it as well. That Wraith has definitely gotten out of hand.
The 10-time undefeated champions of Deadlock Fight Night finally fall as David, the Llamalords, is the first team to take them down.
Shift's going to be used for a time, and then we're back into the fight. Hydration gets popped. Llamalords now posturing, poised to be the first team in North America since Hydra Nation to claim the King of the Hill here in the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. Llamalords are your NA champions.
Now, even though Llamalords were later disqualified due to PayPal cheating and Hydra Nation retaining the spot, I really don't want it to take away from how well Llamalords played on a macro level and a micro level. And in particular, when it comes to micro level, it was all about Young Calc showing he can play other things besides just Abrams with his Shiv. And the question for them going forward is, will Shiv be banned or taken away from them? Only time will tell. Make sure you guys hit the like and subscribe button here at Locked In. Back everyone to the Deadlock Fight Night number 11 NA recap as we take a look at our challenge match of TF2 Boomers up against Llamalords. Now, some of you out there already know, but for those who don't, it has come to DFN's attention that PayPal from Llamalords was caught cheating. Even though this was uncovered after the match, I don't want this to take away from how well Llamalords did play in DFN number 11. So let's just dive into our first match. Taking a look at the draft, we can see that TF2 Boomers have a very strong early game comp that needs to have success in that stage of the match if they want to win. On the other side of the table, we see our first support Calico on Naked. Yamato vs Lash isn't a very easy match for Lash as Rokaine proves that to be true, getting 2 kills early in the lane.
Mo and Krill set up. There's obviously lots of combined there. Engagements and less so with that sustained damage. Deathy has to get out again. Power slash. Oh, that's nasty stuff.
To further punish Deathy and allow Rokaine to dominate, the Llamalords keep lane 3 pushed to prevent anyone from rotating away to assist lane 4.
Be this aggressive and push his advantage that he has is that they're being aggressive, keeping your Shiv played by Salty and of course Fickle Frog back at their own Guardian. So if they ever leave lane, they're either going to lose their solo player or they're going to lose the Guardian.
With Goober rotating into lane 2 to look for a kill, Fickle Frog gets in the face of PayPal, ulting him but winds up overextended as the Llamas turn the fight and get a 2-for-1 in exchange.
That's me, Young Calc charging straight through to just deny it. And he's not going to accomplish anything off of this.
Yeah, but the Viscous is here as well. Goober trying to follow up a little bit, but again, not a ton of damage, even though the Goo Ball could be a real pain. In fact, Goober's taking a bit more damage than the other one. Shoot, here comes the slam. Goober had to be used straight away, I think, to protect Goober from the impacts of that. And Young Calc realizes he might not be able to go too much more aggressively, but elsewhere, Scout's under some serious pressure here. Lord of them falls back. What a charge in there. Goober also trying to get involved, but ends up getting caught out by Young Calc. And Scout's probably feeling lucky to be alive.
Not done just yet, though. We do have Lord of M here. It looks like he will fall as Fickle Frog's able to get one, but PayPal's going to get the revenge onto him. And
TF2 Boomers have to make the tough call to not contest the first round of the game, having Deathy teleport over to lane 1, where they pick up 4 big kills. They have to ask themselves if it was worth it, though, as they lose their lane 4 walker.
LGTK is there as well. He's arrived. Here comes the Flame Dash now as he's able to wrap around the backside of PayPal, who's in deep trouble. And he's on the backside. PayPal didn't have the tornado. It got double jumped over by the Holiday earlier, so he doesn't really have any escape at this point. And LGTK is finally going to be able to bring him down. This, of course, come at the cost of the solo and that Llama Lords have been able to turn in, but finally, Young Calc's reign of terror has been brought to an end. Deathy now getting involved after being locked in a losing lane for so much of this early game. Cube, what a great save here for LGTK, and he's ready to go again. Of course, even at this early stage of the game, then Infernus has a problem in these drawn-out engagements.
After Naked got pushed and Young Calc came in to pick up 2 kills, Llama Lords continue to push, unlocking 2 flex slots with the lane 1 Guardian and Walker.
Go ahead.
Why is he trying to go for the shadow transformation? It's so dangerous. LGTK got tethered and ruined by this shadow transformation. Maybe too late, realizing he bit off more than he could chew.
This might be another Walker. So not only are they going to get a flex slot because they took the lane 1 Guardian down, they're going to get another flex slot from taking the lane 1 Walker. That's a massive increase to the economy out of Llama Lords, not to mention extra souls. I mean, Young Calc might go down for this, but honestly, I feel like that's going to be worth it any day of the week.
With the game all tied up, TF2 Boomers try to create a lead with the urn, but it backfires as Llama Lords steal it and get 3 kills.
They're busy trading blows with Goober. That's not going to amount to too much. There's Arkram. Appears out of nowhere. The telekinesis helps set up the kill on who was the urn carrier. Here's the Deathland coming in. Has Deathy managed to catch anyone? Yes. Looks like just one individual. PayPal going down here. And that's going to be a soul finally turned in now. And you can see just how low Scout and Deathy are in this fight, and it's unlikely they're going to escape. Young Calc finishes off the Holiday here. Salty finds himself deep within enemy territory now, subject to a swap, and got dragged through the time wall, and nothing they could say about it.
What starts with an early swap and kill onto LGTK turns into 4 total and a mid-boss.
A player, LGTK, a little exposed in this lane 1, and they are instantly stuffed in the body bag and dragged off.
Yeah, Fickle Frog was like, I'm out. I'm not dealing with this. Great little teleport came in as well to help facilitate that one. Death, in the meantime, down to 300 HP trying to escape. And might see the engagement of Llama Lords here with even loaded him coming in back in from base, boosted in. A swap potential not going to be on the cards. It's on cooldown, unfortunately, but they don't even need a swap. They can just run them down.
You don't have a way to start the fight when Deathy is like 10 HP at the start of that engagement. Your Melvin Creel is coming off respawn. You don't have anyone that can start anyone off for you. You're constantly staggered. You're constantly fighting a retreat.
Young Calc and Lord try to keep the pressure on in lane 3 while the team turns in the urn. A great death slam out of Deathy pulls an Arkram and Rokane, but as the dust settles, it was just the dead bodies of TF2 Boomers to be seen. And oh yeah, PayPal was just split pushing lane 2 the whole time.
There's a chance to make a good engagement here. Again, it's pressure over towards Goober, but elsewhere, Lord and M got picked off. Salty's getting some value, but the Fed Yamato has arrived. Still has Shadow Transformation available at that. And TF2 Boomers, even though they're even in terms of numbers, they probably don't want to fight this. They're going to be trying to use the Walker defensively here, and of course that will be disruptive somewhat for the attackers. Good death slam by Deathy, follows it up with a decent, ground pound after the fact here. The Walker really complicates this somewhat as Arkram goes a little bit low, but still has telekinesis available and active. Still drops down, didn't have a chance to make use of it, so that's 2 casualties here for Llama Lords, and it feels like they're choosing a very odd spot to take this engagement, but still there's threat. Walker goes down, eventually they got picked off. PayPal takes care of it, and Goober's finally out of the picture, so that disruption of the Viscous not available. There's a stun there from Scout.
Continuing to play the new PvE mode in Deadlock, PayPal pushes lane 4 while the rest of his team fights. Arkram instantly is bursted down by another good death slam out of Deathy, but the follow-up damage isn't there, and TF2 Boomers lose 5.
Boomers are not looking for a fight, but that urn is likely going to force one in time. You see, Sheep spotted out is a death slam. That's a pretty good one. Deathy able to catch a few in there. Knockdown though, unclear. It's going to be Goober falling first. Arkram didn't have a chance to make use of that telekinesis at all in the fight, Jason. No ability to lock TF2 Boomers down, but it's a 1-for-1. Amidst the chaos, the urn does get turned in, and we just see Young Calc just busting it straight up mid. Able to get rid of LGTK again. And Lord and Name is down, but his work is likely done as Paradox. He started off the fight that he was looking for. Scout lands, of course, off the jump pad, stuns Young Calc briefly, but he's going to be straight back into the action. Wastes no time at charging on him. Majestically will allow him to advance. Colossus is so huge in these fights. Shoulder charge is unnecessary as Scout had already disintegrated in front of him.
It's the final push. And yes, Arkram is dead again from Deathy. But Llama Lords show they don't need everyone alive to close out the game as they take the win.
And it's going to be the paradoxical swap used on Deathy to, again, make it hard for him to start that fight. And the Lash is already down. We're fighting in the pit right now, and Young Calc is trying to disrupt as much as possible. Up he goes, and he still wants to chase Fickle Frog by the looks of things as the slam comes in from Deathy. They've gotten rid of Young Calc as well. There is a lot of pressure going down on the patron now, but Llama Lords need to be careful. TF2 Boomers are looking to whittle their numbers down, but without Scout now, of course, that is the Holiday out of the picture. Arkram coming back with that rejuve pretty quickly. Patron down to half here, and it looks like Llama Lords want to stick it. With LGTK being down, there's no damage really left here for TF2 Boomers to put this to an end. Llama Lords, it's messy. but it's NA, baby. It's the freest deadlock you could ask for. I don't mind at all. We don't need elegance out here. We just need a good time. And Llama Lords will be advancing for the money match.
With a strong start of Rokane and great counter ganks by the rest of Llama Lords, TF2 Boomers weren't able to get going early on to snowball into a victory. Waiting in the championship match was Hydrogen, who had yet to be defeated in Deadlock Fight Night. So make sure you guys check out that recap and make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In.
All right, gang, it is that time once again. It's your Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel for North America, our 12th of this King of the Hill series, where we have two teams that go head-to-head in a challenger match to take on our reigning undefeated champion in a money match for $1,000. We'll talk about that in just a second. I'm Mitch Leslie, though, joined by Jason Kaufman. Jason, how you doing? Another week back here at the helm in NA. EU didn't give us much action this week, so I'm hoping NA can pick up the slack a bit.
Yeah, I think the best part of EU was just getting to hear ZP make some Idong jokes the entire time. That
He
I
did?
think a lot of
I'm
people in
so
chat
proud.
caught out on. He had a couple good ones. I'll give him that.
Oh, man. That's great. It's like the time he tried the Dark Souls. I've been proud of him exactly twice in his life. That's actually awesome. All right, good on you, ZP. I'm a big fan of that one. Our matchup tonight, at least our first matchup, folks, features two teams that we have seen before in this Challengers match. It's going to be Melee Creeps going up against TF2 Boomers. Now, before we get ahead with the show, it's been talked about. I see you guys talking at the chat. We're going to tag it here as well, just so everyone's aware. Obviously, last week, we had Llama Lords that finally won our championship match and $1,000. However, the team themselves came forward and said, we actually have someone in our midst who we believe was cheating. And upon further investigation, we found that to be a very plausible allegation. So they had their title stripped from them along with the prize money. And this week we will have Hydra Nation back in the King of the Hill spot. So they are technically undefeated. So I would say just undefeated personally. If you have to use cheats to beat them, then it doesn't count in my opinion. But Melee Creeps and Tier 2 Boomers, Jason, are going to be going head to head for the chance to take them on again. We've seen both of these teams, go up against Hydra Nation in the past. We've seen them fight as well in this play-in game. And I think overall we're seeing improvements, in NA in general. So it is an exciting time to be an NA Deadlock fan, especially if you're a fan of legitimate players.
I just want to I quickly want to hop back to the Llama Lords thing really fast, just because I feel like even though that did happen, you cannot understate how well they played. They still, besides that fact, seeing young Calgon Shiv was fantastic, and seeing him play a hero that we haven't seen too much out of him and playing more of a hero that can carry into the mid to late game was really cool to see. And for them in particular now, and I've already talked to young Calgon, it's oh cool, it's cool, you showed your Shiv, but now you should probably expect it to be banned against you. So for them, they have to obviously work on picking up a new player. They also have to work on what they're going to be playing in these matches, and hopefully we get to see them next week. But seeing TF2 Boomers back, obviously because they went up against Llama Lords last week, only fair to reinvite them yet again. I think for me, and I say this with love, but I feel like they definitely have been, unfortunately, one of the worst NA teams we've had here on DFN. But I want to see where they're going to look to improve. And one advantage they do have playing against Melee Creeps is we've seen Melee Creeps in the past lose 30, 40, 50k soul leads out of nowhere. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams match up.
No one looks particularly good against Hydra Nation anyway, so it's pretty hard to take the measure of teams in that game. But you're right. I mean, TF2 Boomers in this Challenger game as well, we've seen them in our play-in matches in the past, and they've struggled to really make progress. Before we get any further than the show, just want to do some housekeeping as well. I want to remind you guys that we here at Deadlock Fight Night are producing our own line of merch. It's one of the ways that you can support the broadcast and help us keep the lights on. So you can check out all of our different styles. There are obviously references to the game, nothing too on the nose, I should say, but they're fun. A great way to rep these early days in Deadlock, so you can tell your friends, oh, I was there at the first Deadlock Fight Night tournament. Look at my shirt that says a sneaky snake, and everyone will be like, oh, that's crazy, bro. I'm like, yeah, that's me. Look, it'll support us directly. It helps us ensure we can keep paying players and put this production on for you. So we like it. We think it's a bunch of fun merch. The kind of memes that we come up with on the show end up making their way onto merch, which is kind of fun if you like those in jokes. So go ahead, get yourself a shirt, and you won't be able to explain it to people though, but we'll know, you and I and anyone else who's seen this show. Deadlockfightnight.com. You can head over there and you can order it up today. With that said, we're going to get on with the show now and welcome in, of course, our debonair third member. It is going to be Jake back, of course, who's just was dragged kicking and screaming through a whole EU show that actually didn't deliver this week. So we're hoping that we actually get some catharsis here in NA, Jake.
Yeah, it was a surprisingly one-sided day in Europe, as it's usually more competitive in that region. So maybe there's a bit of a twist of the fates here. Maybe NA can be the teams to deliver here. I do think Melee Creeps has been, talked about in scrims as being maybe that next up team to give a real challenge to Hydra Nation. So I'm kind of excited to see what we get out of them. That being said, I think TF2 Boomers, although yes, there's been some weakness in the team, they've also shown a lot of strength when they're able to find, certain comfort picks, certain drafts. We've seen them have big games on the Vindicta, on the Viscus, the Mo. And so I think there is a real possibility for them to play spoiler this week. But Melee Creeps are kind of that unknown element that I think has been missing from DFN just a little bit longer. And I think people are excited to see what they can do. Can they bring a true test to Hydra Nation?
Yeah, bring up these rosters. Let's talk these players while Jason yaps.
There's been a lot of talk about them from a lot of pro players as well as you're talking about, Jake. I know Ido has been talking a lot about them as being like the team who could legitimately give Hydra Nation their first loss here. And AVG, looking at him when we saw them play just a few weeks ago, his Infernus was pretty insane. He's one of the factors that allowed them to get such big leads when they were playing up against teams like Llama Lords as well. But for TF2 Boomers, one of the big unfortunate parts for them, I would say, Jake, was that Deathy and that soul lane up against Rokane in the 1v1, the Lash up against the Yamato, it just did not work out for him. And we know how impactful Deathy can be on Lash or any hero, to be honest, if he just has a more decent start. So I'm kind of looking to maybe put him in more of a safer lane, maybe a dual lane. And then also, of course, Goober, we know to be an insanely good Viscus, which had an insane amount of picks and bans last week.
Yeah, and honestly, with somebody like that on Viscus, I think that does put a little bit of pressure on melee creeps, considering do they want to ban it even as early as a first ban. But Goober also, I think a few weeks ago, had a pretty great game on Vindicta too, so has some of that versatility, beating the one trick allegation. So melee creeps, I think they are the team that people are probably a little bit more excited for, but they can't let their guard down against this TF2 Boomer squad. I think when this TF2 Boomer squad gets rolling, when they can get into that mid late game, if Deathy can have a decent game on the lash and really come up big in these later game team fights, it's not going to be easy to take them down.
All right, Melee Creeps TF2 Boomers, they will be readying their draft in a moment, but before we get into the draft, we have to have our MOVA 1 versus 1, that's right, to decide who will be going first in this pick and ban setup. It's a time-honored tradition here at DFN. Do you have any cheesy stack cards for us this week, Jason?
No, none, nothing.
We just run back the ones from last week. They were pretty good.
Pretty much.
But we're gonna bring that up for you guys in just a second. Here we go. Gonna be down the bottom here for you. Big shout out, of course. This is a custom mod for those wondering. We always get questions about it. Whereas like Krill, a lot of people want to know.
Did we have the logo there last week in the arena? I don't remember.
I don't know.
I feel like that's new this week. Well, you know what? If you think it's so clean, you can actually go pick up a hat or a mug or even potentially a shirt with it over at our merch store.
It's cool. No, I like it. I do like the vibes, like the sort of military-esque vibes we got with our logo. All right, so there's your 1v1 out of the way. Melee Creeps versus TF2 Boomers draft. We'll be starting in just a moment. Now, if you joined us last week, we had a fair bit to say about the state of the game in terms of like some of the tweaks that had been made, especially to like Holiday and Calico and a number of these heroes that upon release out of Hero Labs, Jake looked really busted. But over the last week or so, we actually haven't seen any big changes at all. In fact, the patch cycle looks to be now lengthening a little more. So we might actually have like 2 to 3 weeks sometimes in between these balance patches.
I think the meta has stabilized somewhat, off of the initial release of those 4 heroes. I think some of them were, maybe all of them were a little bit overtuned. Now I think Calico and Holiday stand out as maybe the strongest. But even Viper got banned in Europe. So I think Viper, while a bit one-dimensional and very focused in terms of what it offers to the draft, can still be super effective, right? Like if that's what you need, if you need that just insane levels of gun damage, if the enemy lacks control to stop your slides, could still be a threat. That being said, we'll get into the ban, see what TF2 Boomers wants to take out first here.
Hydration played Viper last week, if we recall, and we did actually, we didn't see a ton of it, but at the end of the game, he had like a disgusting amount of hero damage. So he was doing work. We just didn't necessarily see it from his POV. So maybe that's in store for us later.
It kind of really fits into the style of Hydration, I feel like, because he likes to just sit in a solo lane, or not a solo lane, he's in a dual lane at the time, but eventually becomes a solo lane and just farm and farm and farm. And that's what he did. He got Shadow Weave, then he's like, okay, it's go time. Let's start ambushing players and really take them out. But the Calico, I think what we saw in EU, I think it's rightfully banned. Like we saw Listic and ZP and DDK talked about, like that is probably how we should see Calico played because it was flawless.
What is that? Like, how would you cliff notes the way that Calico should be played? Because obviously it's very powerful, even with the nerf, because Melee Lifesteal used to proc off her dash, and she used to get like extra healing for teammates in the vicinity of it, which was a bit odd. But what is perfect to you in terms of Calico play?
Just the roaming he was doing was just insane. Like he knew kind of, I think, the limits of what Calico could pull off safely. He was successfully diving Grey Talons left and right. He was constantly interacting with like the solo lanes and the dual lane. Like he was very mobile and just create opportunities for his team. And he became like this kind of assassin for him.
Yeah, Calico's also a monster on the lane too. It's just like the way the gun works. It's very hard to last hit against Calico. She probably has maybe the best last hitting weapon in the game. So for that, like, we talk about like she gets online, she starts scaling, she can be this huge threat, but trying to shut her down in the laning phase feels really, really difficult with the melee sustain, the lifesteal natural in the build, and then on top of that, just being incredibly good at securing souls and last hits.
You know what we're seeing, Jake? It's that it seems like in every kind of MOBA, actually ever, mobility it seems to always be king, right? Like we saw Holiday initially in the first week and the bounce pads were insane. We're seeing Calico now in the way that she can use that dash to just get in and out and avoid damage. And honestly, I feel like that's just the way we're going to keep seeing Deadlock go unless they do tweak some things.
So this is the first time we've seen Shiv from Melee Creeps here in DFN, but this is a conversation we're going to carry on from last week, is that in Europe, Shiv's not being touched. In North America, Shiv looked excellent, mostly because Yonkaukas was absolutely carrying on that pick here, but we see a Shiv Vindicta pick here from Melee Creeps with their 1 and 2.
I mean, getting Vindicta this early is nice, right? You have a lot of opportunity to draft setup stuns for her to like enable her to pump damage and to get last hits. TF2 Boomers could be looking towards a Paradox. I think they probably want to find some kind of initiation or catch, maybe something that shuts down Vindicta. Bebop could be a little wild to take this early, but I wouldn't mind seeing it in general here for TF2 Boomers at some point in the draft.
I'm looking towards low main potentially playing Mo and Krill as well. Like we talked about Aegis Aurora and the way they utilize the Vindicta, Mo and Krill, but also, I mean, Shiv's gonna work really well with that as well. It creates that really early pick opportunity for your team to really start to snowball a game where Vindicta and Shiv are both really gonna shine.
Now, the stats here, obviously, for TF2 Boomers, a little skewed because they've never advanced past a Challengers match.
No, they have.
Okay.
They played against Hydration before.
Okay, so that means I think only on maybe. Now I remember it, not often though. We've seen them fairly frequently in this game. So some of the stats might at least, some of the stats you're seeing are specifically for TF2 Boomers. Like these, the first frame, of course, is for overall. So that gives you a bit of an idea. But look, Mirage, Paradox, Warden seems like you're really solid. You've got a great like side lane pressure. You've got a catch playmaker. You've got a front line. It feels like your building blocks for your team comp are in place.
Why has no one picked Wraith? I was gonna say, like, how do we see Wraith get this far into the picks compared to EU, where she's gonna be like almost first picked, beyond Paradox? It's kind of crazy to me. But I agree, Mitch. Like TF2 Boomers, pretty solid so far. They're gonna have to look towards like more of like a hypercare, I'd say, in their next picks. But I also think we're gonna start to get into that point where like front lines are gonna start to be like really a necessary quantity for these teams.
Yeah.
I think melee Geist is a high prio here, but I think melee creeps may need to ban out the Viscous right now. It's so good against everything they're running. All three heroes, yeah, they are gonna take the ban out. But
Did you read the script, Jake?
That was nice. I
mean, it's too good. It's insane against all three of these carries, and we know TF2 Boomers is like highly comfortable for them to play Viscous. I honestly thought they were gonna take Viscous in the Warden slot with how good the pick was looking. So they may come to regret that now. And I think you're right to stay frontline. I think something like a Geist probably likely to come out for whoever picks next. But also some other supports available for both teams, considering whether they want to go with the Ivy, the McGinnis, the Kelvin, kind of the options left for them at this point.
I like this ban, Mo and Krill. I mean, again, just to reiterate another time, Aegis Aurora kind of making this, I would say, popular in DFN, kind of bring it to light of how strong Mo and Krill can be to get your snowball heroes going. But this obviously does leave the likes of like your guys, like you said, available for melee creeps to take, and Abrams as well wouldn't be too bad to create some opportunities. I don't know, man. I'm kind of liking both picks so far out of these teams, but
we're obviously seeing tier 2 boomers want to ban out half of the Mo and Krill and Vindicta combo, which is guaranteed like the assassinate headshots on targets when they've been comboed. That was one of the more egregious like combinations with Vindicta that we've seen. So we are starting to see some of these supports go now. Kelvin, the highest priority one with a 94% pick ban.
Yeah, but 9 wins and was that 15 losses?
Yeah,
right.
funny that.
How does Kelvin have 15 losses in NA?
Hydronation aren't picking it.
Well, I mean, normally gets banned away from Quig, I would say, when he was playing it mostly, but that's kind of crazy.
Moment of silence for Quig just quietly.
I think you do McGinnis, Jake, on a TF2 Boomer side to deal with this. I don't know about you. Or
yeah,
Bebop, technically.
McGinnis, yeah, I think Bebop and Lash are both things I'm thinking about right now for TF2 Boomers. I think the counter initiation from Lash could be a nice answer to things like Shiv and Vindicta. I mean, you do have the Kelvin Dome to potentially counter it, but I don't think that's the end of the world for Lash. You can kind of wait that out. But yeah, I think they need a little bit of stun catch and support frontline. So I kind of like that. The Lash and Bebop are kind of like the middle grounds for this.
Are we worried about a lack of gun damage here on the TF2 Boomers side, outside of the Mirage?
I mean, I think they have everyone's a bit of like Paradox is a bit of gun damage. Mirage is like a moderate amount. Warden tends to build pretty heavy on gun damage. Yeah. So I think overall they both have pretty balanced damage types.
The sleeper build, like I swear, like Young Cal praises by it, and I think Hydration knows about it as well, of just like the Spirit Warden being a thing and being apparently like insanely overpowered, though we haven't seen it actually come to light yet here in DFN. Obviously not necessarily expecting it here, since they, like you pointed out, Mitch, they kind of need a little bit of gun damage, but Spirit Warden could be pretty insane if you could combo correctly with Lash, to be honest.
Are we talking like what?
Like Pocket, I don't think they're ever gonna build. You need gun for sure on Warden this game because you already have Pocket and you have Paradox Mirage who can't help but deal a pretty.
The Spirit Warden build, is this just like you abusing like your spirit power.
You go like
scaling
all
his
in on the
first
ulti, and then you have like the mystic jump or
I have majestically.
majestically
Yeah.
We
flying
saw
on
that
people.
like 2 months ago, man.
I think it's a little. I don't think it's really a build. I'm super skeptical of that build because it's so all in on your ulti, and like when you don't have your ulti, you're kind of in a holding pattern where I think Warden wants to be played at a little higher tempo than that, which the gun build just naturally allows, using the ulti to like the way Sharik did in the EU, taking objectives. Now it's basically just support for TF2 boomers. I think Ivy is the most obvious pick. Ivy or McGinnis, kind of dealer's choice here.
Helping people.
And we'll see the Ivy rounded out. Nice call there, Jake. Yeah, obviously Ivy very good. It's making use of that ultimate to have these easy sort of earn pickups in general. Kutsubum great for pushing. It's obviously one of the characters you want to get that alchemical fire on, as well as the paradox. Make sure you'll be able to push those waves really effectively and also have more utility in those fights. So plenty of utility caddies on the TF2 boomers side. Can we talk about like what I mean, for me, TF2 boomers are destroying like a very solid, very well-rounded composition as far as I can tell. But where are you guys putting your chips here if you were betting men?
You want the honest opinion, or you want the caster opinion? I'm still feeling melee creeps,
Mate,
to be honest.
It's not 2014 LCS anymore. I want the honest opinion.
2014. That was still like a year after I was gone. I think if melee creeps stay away from mid boss, I'm gonna give it to them any day of the week here right now, because they threw so many times by going for mid boss back to back. It had stolen away, then wiped out. They threw a 50k lead because they went for mid boss back to back. And TF2 boomers have a pretty damn good team to steal it away from you. So
Yeah, I think both drafts are actually really solid. I think they all have like all the ingredients they need to be successful. I think the key for melee creeps is going to be dealing with the split push global presence from TF2 boomers, whether it's Pocket, Lash, Ivy have phenomenal cross map mobility, and Mirage, of course, just has like global TP. So I think the goal for melee creeps is really going to be to play around this Wraith, Vindicta, Abrams, and Shiv. Really looking to pick off people who are splitting. If TF2 boomers gets away with splitting the map and is able to bring more numbers to these team fights using their mobility and their lane push, I think that is going to be their strength, what they need to play around to win.
I will say this though, if we see TF2 boomers win this match, it has to come off the back of them having some adaptations early in their game, because they have shown in just last week alone that they struggle in these solo lanes. They struggle in the very beginning of the game, and I want to see them, work on that early game and then transition it into some better mid to late games where their comps can really shine. So that's what I'm looking for. TF2 boomers have a strong early game. I think they have a legitimate chance here.
What a time to be alive. Look at those logos. We truly are in the bone-hurtingly early phase of a new esport, folks. Make no mistake, this is the start of something special. We'll be heading over to lane in just a second, folks. You'll already see on the melee creep side, we've got the Wraith and the Shiv heading to the solo lanes, respectively. On the TF2 boomer side, Warden and Lash will be occupying those solo lanes.
Okay, so yeah, again, I'm looking towards Deathy. He's got to have a better time here in the solo lane. He's going to be up against Shiv by AVG, and we know AVG can be insane. His Infernus was ridiculous when we saw him 2 weeks ago, and if he gets snowballed on Shiv, it's just going to spell disaster for TF2 boomers. I'm also looking towards as well for low main. He's I feel like a very versatile player. We've seen him play Mo and Krill, now seen him on Vindicta. Obviously quite different in terms of how those two heroes play. But we haven't seen melee creeps too often, so it's kind of nice to see the depth of what they can play here in DFM.
Jake, we've got a lot of pressure already on Goober here in lane 3. What's your take on these lane assignments out of the gates?
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the Warden and the Lash in the side lanes. I think both of these heroes tend to be a little on the weaker side when it comes to the 1v1 lane versus Wraith and Shiv, who I'd call top tier solo laners. So I think that's going to be a weakness for TF2 boomers, and it's historically been a problem for them. If they can mitigate that and get past the early game, I feel better about it.
Yeah, he was going for a gank. Sorry to interrupt you there over onto Warden just to get the early start for Pashi. And I completely agree with what you're saying, Jake. Like, if you're talking about trying to avoid having a team gank against you so heavily, Pocket is such a better hero to put in that solo lane up against Wraith, so that you can escape. Or Warden, you just have to kind of run and hope that binding word hits someone chasing you. And counterwise, hitting a binding word onto someone as they're running away from you is extremely difficult to do unless you do get that mystic reach, as we're going to see here, especially against a Wraith who can just card away. So the gank potential on the Pashi Pop is not going to be quite there.
Yeah, curious to see how that evolves in the next couple of moments. Even just the poke with the alchemical flask is going to be a little bit annoying to deal with there. As Salty, maybe not favored in that kind of lane matchup, but can still have some degree of presence, although I feel like it's going to be a painful few minutes for them here. And you can already see here a pause coming on out. We're going to crash for Scout, who is on the pocket here, which is interesting because we're actually seeing the cloak itself just go flying. So I'm not sure what happened here, but we're going to have a game crash. We're going to be jumping back into it in just a moment. Early on, obviously only a very mild difference in souls. Interestingly enough, that Poshipop, sort of despite applying so much of this pressure here in lane number 1, is a little behind in souls. Not sure if there's anything to write home about. Salty's been pressured under their Guardian.
I'm looking actually over towards lane 4 if I can switch it up here. And Jake, I want to kind of bring you into this talk as well. Last week we saw Deathy. He was so pressured constantly by Rokane, but to allow that, we saw Llama Lords consistently pushing lane 3 to prevent anyone from coming to help him. And with him under a tower right now, I mean, obviously it's not going to be too crazy of a thing just yet. I wonder, is he going to be heavily punished at some point in this game?
Yeah, I think if he can, get to the point where he has his ultimate online, then it's not going to be as much of a worry, right? Because the counter initiation is such a big threat. But it feels like melee creeps are kind of happy to just take the lane setups as they are. There's been a little of these rotations from Abrams kind of coming in to harass Warden, which honestly, I mean, yeah, this Warden is really struggling as well in the side lane, just not having a good time. And the side lanes are a place where you can really start to fall behind.
They must have just had a whole wave crash into their Guardian because they were ahead by 200 souls and then now they're behind by 500. So something's gone on over there. We even saw a roam across, I think, by one of the tier 2 Boomers players, and they weren't really able to do too much to assist or even intervene remotely. And here's this harassment from LGTK here. At least you'll notice that Axe is obviously dealing with it a little bit here, but I think if you're the Kelvin, you are grinning knowing that your solo lanes are performing well, which means that you've got to, Jason, feel like you're in a decent staging ground as we start to enter to the more frenetic part of the early game.
100%. And the thing is, Abrams is already really hard to kill in lane anyways, and you give him the support of a Kelvin, it allows Cool Cheese to be very aggressive. They have some pretty decent wave clear because of Axe with those grenades, so it allows Cool Cheese to constantly gank. And when we hit these 3k mark souls for Cool Cheese, I wouldn't be surprised to see him return back to lane 1 and go for that gank. Get Poshipop even further ahead. Once he has his ultimate online, it's just going to be ganks left, right, and center.
Yeah, I mean, how easy would it then for Wraith to just collapse onto lane 2 with telekinesis up off cooldown and set up one of these big gank opportunities? So that's something to look out for now as we are getting to our first slew of ultimates online. It's going to be Cool Cheese getting the first one of the game, and there will be a window in which TFT Boomers won't have access to them. Keep an eye on Lomain's Vindicta here, already decent farm in this lane number 3, and will be definitely a nuisance to deal with as they'll be able to bounce between those lanes. No Mo and Krill to set up that, gross little combo set up here that was banned out by tier 2 Boomers, but despite that, they still find themselves behind the 8 ball somewhat here early.
And we already saw Cool Cheese looking for that gank onto lane 1. He actually got behind the rest of tier 2 Boomers here, and you're kind of also seeing at the same time, and unfortunately Salty is just kind of really being forced to sit back towards his own Guardian, but at least the upside is the lane is always pushing to him, so he doesn't have to worry about going out to no man's land. And speaking of that pushing into, we do have a gank coming on a scout onto lane 1, but immediately he heads back. You're seeing how hard it is to gank this Wraith.
I think Poshipop sniffs it out, but yeah, there's amazing, escape potential there. Frozen Shelter came on in and it helps secure that elimination. LGTK ultimately goes down. We saw them try and get away with the tornado, but it was not to be. So that is that Kelvin Abrams lane here starting to get a little bit more aggressive. So it's hard to see where tier 2 Boomers are actually going to be able to derive an advantage here in this early game. In most of these lanes, they are struggling, and they did very well to exploit that little window just after Cool Cheese was unsuccessful with a lane 1 gank. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was an aggressive Frozen Shelter the second they knew that Scout left the lane. And then what is LGTK going to do? He can try to teleport away, travel away, but you know what? He's going to get charged, and that's immediately going to be canceled out. And then he just falls. There's not much he can really do in that situation, unfortunately. And I think melee creeps are just being very wise to trying to pay attention to what any of the rotations happen. Like you said before, Mitch, they're kind of feeling comfortable right now. They do have a 2k lead 6 minutes in, but with his ultimates up, that's where it's all hell's going to break loose.
Significant investment in these gun items early here from Axe. They are not messing around. They want an aggressive lane. Arctic Beam here making life a little bit hard yet again for LTTK. They're slowed up and will be chased down. Cool Cheese though does fall. There's a collapse here into this lane from lane number 3 as tier 2 Boomers get their Ivy in position now. You can hear Fickle Frog overhead. LGTK, well, an attempt at least to see them revenge. They're going to come back off respawn here, and Axe was able to get away. Pickle Frog opts not to pull the trigger there with that ultimate.
Well, Cool Cheese is going to be heading over to lane 3. So a little bit of a swap up coming through at a low main, rotating into that lane 2. I'm also looking just really quick at the souls over in lane 1. We were talking about how Salty was having a tough time. They're actually equal at the moment when it comes to that. So good job by him. Just kind of keep the composure, you know, not let these ganks get into his own head. Just keep on par, because we know how bad a Warden can be when he falls behind. I mean, ZP, he lives and breathes Warden, and he would be screaming to see a Warden fall behind early in the game.
But I want to say, like, despite this, that Guardian of Salty's is pretty healthy. Normally, you have to trade that Guardian health to actually, like, keep up in farm because you're not pushing the wave back so much as you are last hitting it and allowing them to damage your Guardian for a little bit longer. So, credit where it's due here. Low main's already rotated over to this lane one side, and Scout has actually matched them here. So the pocket is in position. Okay, that is scary. And yes, Salty is on the scene. Pops that ultimate. Looking to try and make that last stand work, but I think that kind of tips Low Man off that something's not quite right. Why is he trying to 1v2 us with ultimate?
I actually thought Scout might try to teleport over to lane 4. And well, speaking of go over to lane 4, it's going to be Goober to rotate in, trying to catch out the Shiv. It's going to be the time wall and the Pronosco swap not going to land. So AVG is going to continue to survive here, continue to apply this pressure onto Deathy. Between them, again, pretty even when it comes to souls. So at least for TF2 Boomers in these solo lanes, they're not falling far behind or falling behind really at all, as we kind of discussed early on, expecting that to potentially happen.
Yeah, again, I mean, we know a lot happens between this like 8 and 18 minute mark, right? This stage of the game when those buffs will be up in about a minute time, or 2 minutes time, excuse me, as well as mid boss. We get a lot of that skirmishing around the map. Those objectives become a little bit more hotly contested. There's Fickle Frog with the airdrop, does connect it onto AVG, but they are well enough away with Cool Cheese there to defend them. That gang sort of falls flat. Now Fickle Frog returns to the lane, but takes a face full of damage, having to dash back behind his own Guardian, Stone Idol as well, to stay alive. And the push up from Low Main on that left-hand side looks like he went for an assassination shot even. Big bit of damage on Fickle Frog, but this really just represents an attitude from Melee Creeps. They want to take the fight. They feel like they're ready to throw down and get some serious pressure here on this Guardian. Elsewhere, you can see LGTK under pressure as usual, trying to back away. That Arctic Beam slows him up, but AVG is going to get some action, gets that elimination.
Yeah, I went back to base from the gank early on when we saw Fickle Frog come in. Goes into lane 2 and surprised them, completely catches them off guard to get a nice kill to help get himself snowballing a bit as well. And this is where we're going to start to see Melee Creep start to put some pressure on. As you pointed out, Mitch, we got about a minute now left till the buffs come up. I think this is where they start to push some of these Guardians down and then start to take these mid buffs to create even more of an opportunity for themselves and ideally a bigger lead.
Yeah, 3k souls, not a huge deal at this stage of the game, but you can just see the eye test, I think, isn't favoring TF2 Boomers overly much. And also Low Main hanging out in this lane a little bit here. A couple of those key items coming through here. You're a bullet lifesteal for Poshy Pop. Here comes a death slam though. It can't be avoided by Cool Cheese. They will be thrown down. Low Main obviously going to be dropped there as well. They do get the Guardian at least, but still Deathy wants to fight for it. Cool Cheese going to get picked off here, and watches Covenant. Of course, the Fickle Frog will make sure that there's enough sustain for tier 2 Boomers to find success there. Low Main though, out of their grasp up until now. Eventually though, they hover a little bit too close to the ground and are lapped up.
Yeah, good timing out of them to go for this gank. They're going to actually potentially lose. No, they will lose over their lane 3 Guardian, but still a good trade. The 3 of them should be able to get one for themselves, but buffs, it's still going to be going the way of Saya, who secures the one on the right-hand side and looks to actually... Is he? I don't think he's going to be able to prevent that Guardian from going down too much. He's going to have some backup coming in there, and they might actually force a fight off of this.
Scab's got the Majestic leak there, so that pocket game plan definitely online, and the chase is on. Tag on Death as he tries to get in through the teleporter. He should escape. No, he actually heads upstairs instead. He is a slippery sucker. Make no mistake. Oh, Saya trying to put that pressure, that damage down on them, but they don't really have anywhere to go. Deathy kind of stuck amongst those rooms. He can slink through the corridors towards his side of the map. That was a pretty darn close one. There's 3 players here from tier 2 Boomers though. Jason grouped up in this lane number 2. They definitely look like they want to fight for it. That's a swap on AVG. He goes through the time wall. It's a good amount of damage now. And of course that Affliction does get deployed. Axe bleeds out and AVG struggles to try and drag himself away from the fight. He's picked up and the Guardian's taken as well. That is a great 3-player collapse here in lane 2.
Huge for TF2 Boomers, man. They got a Guardian on lane 4. They get a Guardian on lane 2 now. They get a couple of kills as well. They close the soul lead to just about 2 to 3k, and they're still pushing on lane 1 at the same time. Someone has to go and help Cool Cheese, or he's eventually just going to be pushed over, and that's going to be the flex slot unlocked for TF2 Boomers.
Oh, here it is. Slam comes on in. Stone Idol straight away, though. Looks like they're going to fight for this here. Cool Cheese might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew of the Colby Jack variety. We're inside the frozen shelter right now, though. Stun up there, of course, as that parry came in a timely fashion, but Salty's very, very low. Arctic Beam here, but Axe realizes there's a lot of tier 2 players, tier 2 boomers rather, teaming around their own Guardian. He won't push the issue any further. This is all happening in lane 1, by the way. Tier 2 boomers mostly are starting to double back, though, to spawn, buy up as they push the wave. They got aggressive in melee keeps direction and haven't found any more.
Honestly, I'm kind of digging the way Fickle Frog's playing his Ivy at the moment. He picked up a slowing hex. So, like, if you're Abrams, you can't charge. Like, you're going to be locked in, and you depend on that charge to be an escape mechanism for you to get away from these ganks. So I kind of like this. Also prevents the Shiv dash, I believe. So it really helps control people you're trying to gank. So
any movement-based items or abilities get silenced by that, right? So I think that, the dash would definitely count. That's dirty.
So it just really, it almost helps like guarantee a kill if you can pull it off. Almost lock something in, which is fantastic. And we are seeing the soul urn being picked up by Axes. We do see Scout get a kill onto AVG. That's the perfect person you want to pick off here, because realistically they shouldn't be able to turn this urn, and I don't expect Axe to turn this urn. It's more of let's pull you towards this direction so we can push the lane 1 Guardian.
Oh, there's no way you're escaping that. My goodness. Binding Word came down, and then the tornado, from LGTK. And Lomain did not have the option to get up in the sky and run on away. Slowing Hex as well. On multiple players here for tier 2 boomers. It's not just the Ivy, also the Warden. So they are really making sure they lock down some of these individuals, Jason.
I mean, so the kill was great and all, but honestly, and maybe we can bring Jake in here, they didn't really accomplish anything off of that. It's because if they pushed lane 3, they would have had a Guardian and a Flex slot. And right now, Melee Creeps are the only team with that Flex slot unlocked so far.
Yeah, I think that lane 1 Guardian is kind of inevitably gonna go down, but this urn fight is pretty important. Both teams starting to migrate players over. I think Deathy would really love to find some kind of a slam here. Pocket has a lot of follow-up damage. It's kind of a scary place to fight against the tier 2 boomers with their ults online. So Melee Creeps got to be very cautious going for this turn in.
Let me ask you one more question, Jake, while you're here really quickly, because if you're TF2 boomers, you want to have these team fights, right? Because you have such a good initiation with that Death Slam followed up by like an Affliction. And Melee Creeps, I feel like you're a team who doesn't want to go for that. And actually, I'm going to not even let you answer because the urn is being fought over the frozen. She'll just come in here, Mitch.
That is ridiculous. Yeah, urn frantically being traded over there. That was unreal. Okay, desperately, they're trying to get away. Sire, yeah, just quietly, they're at 16k. By the way, we haven't seen much action from them, but they are very fed at this point in the game. Goober, Deathy, Figure Frog all down in that fight. Lomain does eventually fall, but Cold Cheese is able to pick up and return that urn. So just as tier 2 boomers looked like they were starting to get the edge, Melee Creeps, but a huge swing, multiple kills, and an urn turn in. As tier 2 boomers looked for the fight, and they couldn't find a favorable one.
Some just crazy stuff happening, honestly. And Saya, like the perfect rotation, as you said, like we haven't really seen him too much. He's been basically pushing out lane 3, but 17k souls is kind of insane considering he's, basically 6k ahead of most people in the other team except Scout. But to quickly just brush back, Jake, to what I was saying before, like I feel like if you're TF2 boomers, you want a team fight. If you're Melee Creeps, I feel like you almost just don't want a team fight and allow like AVG or Poshy Pop to split push at this point to really deny that big Death Slam.
Yeah, you don't want to stack up too hard, and playing around the Kelvin ulti I think is going to be pretty crucial for Melee Creeps, right? Because within that frozen shelter, you generally don't have to worry about the Lash ulti. You can kind of heal through Pocket's Affliction. So I think that's going to be a key spell when it comes to Melee Creeps forcing team fights.
Pickle Frog just has to basically use the airdrop to get out of that situation now, as those buffs are starting to be fought for a little bit more here over in lane 3. Sire's the one who was quite fed up to 18k. Was that a... Okay, Axe is able to pick up the urn here and make their way across the map. And you can see, Jason, Melee Creeps have really gotten quite far forward. A lot of control here. Telekinesis. That's dangerous for Salty. Can he get away? It looks like, yeah, Poshy Pop's pretty busy. His LGTK comes to the rescue. And Poshy Pop has to get the heck out of dodge. Walker is there to be hid under. And it looks like the Wraith is going to get away after all.
There's no way they're going for 10 on this. There's unless you're Obi Kim and you're just handing the urn over to Paravision a few weeks ago, there's just no way you go for this. This is guaranteed a come look at me, because we're going to push on lane 4 and go for a walker. And if you don't respect that, we're going to go for the turn in. For them to force a team fight right now on this position would be disastrous and really give TF2 boomers an opportunity to get back in. They're not really at that stat check range just yet. They're ahead by 10k, yes, but that's not a big enough lead at this point in the game to commit to a fight like this, because that's where Melee Creeps has made big blunders in the past. Going for objectives like mid-boss against Llama Lords, they threw 2 of those in a 50k lead. Here, you would give TF2 boomers an easy chance to get back in this game.
How relevant is a 5k soul lead for a Lady Geist at this stage of the game?
pretty damn big, I'd say. I mean, considering you're at 20K, like if we can check out the items that she or he currently has, it's kind of insane because if you have to invest so much damage to get him low with Salty not extremely far ahead. Scout's the only one who's like actually really far ahead at the moment compared to his team. And then he just soul exchanges, and guess what? He's back to full HP. It's going to be a lot of damage and very hard to kill because he's been able to max his life drain as well, which makes it that he can do it on 2 different targets at once.
Now that urn has actually been picked up by TF2 Boomers. They've just stuck it away, and of course the turning location is deep within their territory. So that might have gone wrong for Melee Creeps, but elsewhere they need to get their pound of flesh for this one. And you were kind of right about that push over towards that lane 4 side. They did end up getting the Walker, so the urn ends up really only being a consolation prize for TF2 Boomers, who on the other side of the map, had most of their players set up, and now Melee Creeps are drifting over. They might be looking for more pressure this time into lane number 3.
I think is they're just keeping TF2 Boomers split like this. Like you had Pop just pushing over on lane 1 at the same time. He's going to teleport over to lane 4, it looks like. So they're just really preventing Deathy from being this dominating force on Lash that we know he can be. So you got to credit to Melee Creeps, even though they did give away the urn. They're still winning on the macro level at the moment. And TF2 Boomers, I mean, they're starting to fall behind when it comes to objectives. Still 2 Guardians left for them to take. Still 1 Walker behind beyond that. They need these team fights, but that's not going to happen unless Melee Creeps go for this mid boss.
We see a number of these big items coming up here. The debuff reducer for Poshy Pop. A lot of those Shiv items also. Healbane, Soul Shredder bullets, debuff reducer all being picked up. So all going to be lending to a pretty durable Shiv here. Gotta be scary. Guardian goes down here, so Fickle Frog does get one, but there's a good chance they get punished for this. The reprisal might be swift and nasty because this lane 1 now pushing in favor of Melee Creeps, and AVG wants to get forward and dig out the Warden. They do sniff out the fact that Salty was lingering around here, and I don't know if they'll get far enough ahead of it, but it's a pretty significant group up. 3v2 for Melee Creeps in terms of heroes in this locality, and here comes the fight. Already the pocket's gone in. Blinding Word could be an issue for AVG as they try and back away. Frozen Shelter does get deployed. More defensive in its application, though, as Melee Creeps don't wish to use it to try and catch someone out. But there's the Affliction. The follow-up here for TF2 Boomers now as they draw a beat on AVG, and healing comes out from the Kelvin Grenade, but they need help. They need rotations across the map, but elsewhere, Melee Creeps are not headed this way. In fact, Low Main is keeping a respectful distance from this fight. And right, they are buying time, maybe for a play onto this lane number 3 Walker. And TF2 Boomers have walked into the trap. Oh no! Saya just descends on Goober 70. That's in lane number 2 here. Now it's getting a little bit messy for TF2 Boomers. They're getting pressured Walkers in 3 lanes simultaneously, and they lose that lane 1 Walker. Salty goes down as well, and this is going from bad to worse for the blue side.
A great Frozen Shelter for Axe to heal them up as well. Then they just pull TF2 Boomers in to allow Abrams and Wraith to push on a lane 3 at the same time. They come out with 2 Walkers out of all this, and potentially some more kills. Deathy has no HP. His Low Main is just doing some serious damage onto him. And Melee Creeps, they're starting to hit that snowball here, Mitch.
TF2 Boomers have 1 Walker left. A singular Walker. That is crazy. What a push from Melee Creeps there. And that kill from Saya in lane number 2 is really just to draw attention away. But actually, yeah, with so many people down, I think you pull off this and maybe try.
It's okay, yeah. Deathy's gone, and he doesn't have ultimate. It's only Fickle Frog could potentially go for the steal. And I like this. I feel like you really don't need to go for mid-boss right now because you know you can... I mean, 20,000, 25,000 souls... I feel like they're almost at that point where even if you get a great Death Slam, as long as Axe doesn't mess up his Frozen Shelter, you're probably going to be able to win the fight off of that.
Sure.
But I do like the maturity we're seeing out of Melee Creeps and the way they are using these objectives and like over pushing some of these lanes to allow split push to happen. It's really shown that they've become a much better team since we last saw them.
So now we're grouping up, of course, for at least posturing around this mid-boss. There's some massive soul leads for Melee Creeps, especially where it really counts. Obviously, the Lady Geist and the Wraith are well and truly ahead. So, Urn picked up. That means that Melee Creeps are aware that there's at least 1 TF2 Boomers player on the other side of the map. So, they burst down this mid-boss, and now we get ready to go. Unstoppable, you know, it gets popped there by Cool Cheese as they dive on, and they get the Rejuvenator. So, they've converted on that objective. Nice shoulder charge there, catching 2 inside the Frozen Shelter, and Salty's going pretty darn low. The Tether also holds him in place. Low Main finds an easy kill on the Ivy, and TF2 Boomers hacked down to 3 players. Make that 2 as Goober gets chased by AVG, and once you've got a Shiv on your tail, it is hard to shake him, folks. LGTK also very, very low as Low Main is hunting by this secret shop. But now with that mid boss taken, that should be the last walker easily gobbled up. And it only gets worse for tier 2 boomers as the pressure will mount.
Yeah, this will be another flex slot coming through. Death, you can see immediately pushing onto lane 1, trying to pull them back, trying to get something from this, but Pop probably is going to be able to finish him off here before he gets really or any good damage. Actually, I take that back. The walker's down extremely low, but it's not going to get them a flex slot, so it doesn't matter in the end if he gets it or not. Well, in the meantime, the rest of melee creeps are taking the base of TF2 boomers.
Yep, up towards the shrines we go. First one down, and of course, that is yet another flex slot now available to melee creeps. They have got all of them, folks. They'll be able to knock this patron, get back with a absolute pocket full of souls, and make some big upgrades with still some time left on this rejuvenator.
Well, you know what? We got some time to bring Jake back in here because we're looking at, over a 40k soul lead. Melee creeps going for that mid boss as well. But Axe, Frozen Shelter, lock those 2 in. You got the ultimate out of Abrams as well. Like, they fully committed to, we're not going to mess this up.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Abrams ulti with the Unstoppable gives you that solid setup. And now another pick off outside of the base. This could just be the beginning of the end of the game right here. I see no reason. Melee creeps a few seconds off some key ultimates, but they are almost certainly going to look to close the game out here with this massive lead.
Still working with Rejuve. Excuse me. Fickle Frog there. I don't know what they were doing. They also went to airdrop after the mid-boss take and sort of followed melee creeps from the sky, almost posturing like they would try and fight. We knew that was that was just a bluff. Make no mistake.
Frozen Shelter, hello? Get rid of it so you can finish the patron?
All good.
I guess he's just trying to heal the team up. I don't know. You're kind of griefing your own team there, but who cares? I guess they're just going to burst it down here.
Yeah, I don't think there's much to be said about this. It's Scout on their own. They do hit a nice barrage. Cold Front comes in, but they are completely overrun, and melee creeps turn what looked like a pretty gentlemanly exchange up until about 15 minutes into the game. That got out of hand. Worse than the Red Wedding, folks. Very quickly, melee creeps shot into the lead and closed out the game pretty cleanly, I think.
Oh, the Red Wedding. That was in the Iliad, right? I remember reading that when I read it back in high school.
I'm glad.
I mean,
Oh my
it's a good point,
God.
though, right? Because it was fairly even. Like, we had a 2-3k lead, but there was like that one snap, that one pull over towards the right-hand side for the first urn that allowed the rest of melee creeps to start making some plays on these objectives. And I think that's where they started to snowball that lead.
Yeah, I mean, we're have to bring Jake in here, I think, and break this down a little bit more because, of course, we came out of the draft thinking that, like, you talked about, I think, was it Jason that said if melee creeps stayed away from a mid-boss, they'd be fine. But, I mean, there was no throwing at all. They did seem to dominate just, like, through these rotations, Jake, before mid-boss was even really on the table. So that never ended up being a concern.
Yeah, and I think the mid game, the Kelvin ulti ended up being so powerful in mitigating Lash and Pocket, from their initiations, whether for Lash, like just blocking the Death Slam, or for Pocket, just healing through that affliction damage. Yeah. And then with Shiv and Abrams a few times getting super low and then like just barely escaping from the fights, the front line was just a little too durable with Shiv, Abrams, and Geist all having good games, all getting good farm, and then with all the heals from Kelvin, is a really powerful synergy. With of course the damage follow up being absolutely there for melee creep. So it was immaculately played from them. Good. I was a little worried them trying to take the mid boss there. I think actually theoretically they should probably just try to like kill some players and fight before that. But with the Abrams ulti, you do have the Unstoppable at maxed Abrams ulti, and they do clean it up as they should in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nice. We'll get your end screen for you in just a second. I tend to think that, both comps look pretty reasonable. It wasn't like that last game in Europe where there was any sort of glaring issues here, but quite often, and the way the TF2 Boomers started looked pretty good, but I think it was like that, the earn for triple Walker or the double Walker trade that really, Jason put TF2 Boomers behind the 8 ball and never gave them a way to get back into this match.
I mean, feel free to argue with me on this, Jake, but I feel like what we're not seeing for TF2 Boomers is like that one individual player who can pop off. I'm trying to think, like, in my recent memory of watching them play, like, have we ever seen that one player just have like such an amazing game that they could carry? And not necessarily like we saw melee creeps have it in this game, but I feel like they don't have at the moment that like kind of star power of someone confident enough to be like, okay, guys, I'm going to make some big plays happen and get us back into these matches.
Yeah, I think it's odd with heroes like Mirage and Pocket, which are conventionally pretty good in the solo lanes. The choice to put Lash and Warden there, which are heroes that I think can rotate a little bit more from the duo lanes and a little bit more natural, especially for someone like Warden to just like be shoving a duo lane and creating opportunities for your partner to roam because you can clear the creeps really quick. Like in EU we would always see, I think, those heroes in the center 2 lanes, and so I think putting them in the side lanes is more about like the player's comfort and the ability to play the side lanes. lanes. But I think that's a weakness for TF2 Boomers, something that they've got to address. That like if you're just putting the people in side lanes because they're the side lane players, but the draft is giving you better heroes for the side lanes, you know, it feels like you're kind of being pulled in two directions. And the best teams right now, they're setting up themselves for success, right? They put players in the lane that not only plays their hero pool, but also maximizes their performance in the game and is synergistic. And I think TF2 Boomers were reliant a little bit too much on comfort and preference and not able to follow along with like what are the strongest, best hero lane combinations in Deadlock right now. And I think that was exploited by a really melee creeps that just played fantastically from the start of the game through to closing it out. It was just like a clean growth of their lead.
We're going to talk about player of the match here, presented by Intel, folks, of course, for our play-in game here at this Deadlock Fight Night NA number 11. It's going to be Saya. So the first time I think I actually referenced Saya explicitly in game was like, hey guys, Saya's really fed. They're at 16k souls, Jason, while everyone else is like 11 and 12. Like, should we be watching out for them? And apparently we should have been. They take over the game in a big way.
Yeah, actually, I was curious about like player damage, who had the most on their team. If Sai was potentially one of those, and we see a nice little, well, we don't see it, but it happened. I promise, a nice little double kill that comes in for him. The thing is, like, once Geist gets to this point and gets this far ahead, she just almost becomes unkillable. Like, you see the damage that Sai can do, the life drain again. We're seeing that change in the way Geist is being played, the soul exchange, and also into what, you know, Jake was saying, like this beefy frontline. You're talking about Shiv, but you have guys, Kelvin and Abrams, all in there. It's like, who can you realistically kill from this team so quickly, especially if none of them are really behind?
Yeah, I think Geist is one of the most dangerous heroes actually to have an early game snowball, because she hits this threshold where rather than, I mean, her damage is pretty fantastic with, you know, so many ways for her to deal that damage. But when she reaches this survivability threshold where you're just not able to burst her down in like the silence durations, the control that you have available, then Swap turns that failed attempt into your own team dying and getting completely crushed with how much, like, you know, you spend all this energy nuking down Geist, and then she turns that damage into her own health and, you know, basically trades it all right back onto you. So, you know, with these heroes like Kelvin able to make these saves, turn these fights around, Saya having a great game is just a fantastic combo for that, where you're forced to initiate on the guys. She's putting herself out there. She's pressuring your objectives down. You've got to stop her, but at some point, even attempting could cost you your life, and that's the power of a fed Geist in Deadlock right now.
Look at that healing. 21,000, like
Yeah.
Axe did 24,000. Obviously the grenades could do a lot more over time, but compared to the other side, like, it wasn't even close. You're not really expecting to see big healing numbers, but 21,000 out of Saya onto himself. And don't forget, he can also heal teammates at the same time.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd. Great performance there from Saya, and obviously a stat line befitting of a king. Someone we talked about is very, very dangerous. But a lot of heroes in this draft that really can flip the script of these fights on their head. The Kelvin, the Lady guy is very powerful in that regard. So, folks, we have our challenger here for week number 12 of our Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel for North America. Melee Creeps will be taking on the reinstated, of course, Hydra Nation right after this break, so don't go too far. We get a best of 3 of Deadlock action, the very best in NA, coming right at you. All right, folks, it started out like a gentlemanly game of Deadlock, and it turned into an absolute bar brawl in that previous game. TF2 Boomers once again have been knocked into the stratosphere, this time, of course, by Melee Creeps, who have made it into our money match against Hydra Nation. As a disclaimer, because everyone loves asking this in chat over and over again, even though you know what happened to them, PayPal was caught cheating. They have been outed from their team. Their team, Llama Lords, forfeited their victory last week. We put Hydra Nation back in that top spot. Now they'll be fighting against Melee Creeps to defend that top spot. We've got that out of the way. You can clip it, pin it, play it into your head 100 times over just so you get the message. That's where we're at here. So now here at the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel for North America, number 12, we need to see if Hydra Nation can keep this uninterrupted streak going. And there's $1,000 on the line, of course, in this kind of game. Let's bring Jake in, Jason, before we get started, because we're feeling pretty... So there's two facets of this discussion, I think. First of all, Hydra Nation, whilst losing to a cheater last week, did look fallible in other areas of their game, and other members, of course, that Llama Lords roster were able to put pressure on them, the ones that weren't cheating. Also, Melee Creeps, conversely, are looking improved. They looked quite dominant in that previous game.
I mean, I think Hydra Nation, you've got to consider them the favorites just from the run of domination that they've had in North America. But I think this is a Melee Creeps coming off a win that's went about as well as you could hope for it to go. I mean, they were in total control of that last series, you know, from winning the lanes, moving ahead. I do think, you know, we were talking about this a little before the show about, you know, Hydra Nation may have been kind of woken up, even though it was losing to a cheater, right? It's like that, the rare opportunity where you get a loss that gets reversed. But I think they probably got the feeling, at least, of knowing what that feels like, and that they don't want to let it happen again, Jason.
Yeah, and also one thing for Hydra Nation to deal with this week, obviously, of losing last week, is that they have to bring in a new player. I actually am not 100% sure if it's happening this week, but I'm pretty sure it is. Quig decided to actually quit playing Deadlock. He didn't get kicked. He's just like, I think I'm just done. And they're picking up Lord and M from Llama Lords. So the rule of thumb is, if you're Hydra Nation, or if you're playing against Hydra Nation, don't come close to beating them, or don't beat them, because they're just going to take a player from you. We've talked about them taking players constantly from some other teams. But I mean, that's also the other question for Hydra Nation. How well are they going to be able to play around him? And I'm going to say, I think pretty well. I think Lord has shown us he can play a range of different heroes, and he can be very effective on all of them.
I seem to remember him on a lot of Lash, no?
Yeah, he played a lot of Lash as well.
Okay. So that obviously is the new look here for Hydra Nation. Quick was their support prior to this, if I'm not mistaken. We often saw him on Kelvin or something similar, getting sacrificed to the equity gods in order to set Hydra Nation's carries up for success. Often Quig, we saw him playing in a pretty low economy capacity, just making sure that he was, setting up to support his team as well as possible. We just saw Melee Creeps, of course. They are Cool Cheese, Sire, AVG, Posture Pop, Lomane, and Acts. Sire was our player of the match presented by Intel for our challenger game on that Lady Geist. Really running away with the game. Now, do we have this? Do we have our history of winners here at Deadlock Fight Night NA? If we do, we can run the graphic and give you guys a bit of an update on where we're at. We may not have... Oh, look at this. I mean, our production team is so good.
Jesus.
Right, we need to scroll down. We need to scroll down the page. At some point, we just need to list out who Hydra Nation beat in any other week. You will note here that, obviously, in number 11, we had Llama Lords take down Hydra Nation 2-1. That is a result that was annulled, just like one of Henry VIII's marriages, given that we found one of the players to be... cheating. So they, of course, remain our King of the Hill team. Melee Creeps looks like, is this the first time they've had a crack at Hydra Nation in the money match? Let's go.
In the money match, yeah, but they have played against them in another tournament a few weeks back, and they were able to take a map off of them. So it is possible for them to pull off a win here. And again, we've been hearing from players, Jake's been hearing from Scrims as well, that they are becoming a very strong team, potentially becoming the number 2 team, or maybe number 1 here this week.
What are the odds of that, you guys? Yeah, we talked about it. I think Melee Creeps still need to show us that they can actually put together that kind of game plan against a dominant team, a team who looks very, very good in lane, who maybe puts the right solo laners in place as well, which is a criticism we had of the TF2 Boomers, like with the solo Warden, solo Lash lanes that they really weren't able to fight their way out of. So this is looking like a completely different game. We felt like I was more excited about TF2 Boomers draft just because it seemed pretty well rounded, but I think you guys gave both teams pretty perfect scores coming out of the draft. You were pretty happy with what you saw.
Yeah, I think we'll need to see if Melee Creeps can keep up that drafting prowess against Hydra Nation, who's been historically the best team, especially in NA, at drafting. as far as like putting their opponents on the back foot, having really wide hero pools and unconventional choices that really respond well to what their opponents bring. That being said, right, the advantage for Melee Creeps being out of the mix a little bit is that Hydra Nation are certainly the much more known quantity. They've done a lot more drafts on stream that are available for review. So I'll put a percentage on it once we come out of these drafts, see if Melee Creeps can come out of it with the same parity that they had last game.
So when I look at this and I look at any team playing Hydra Nation, I think a lot about Virtus Pro. Is that you can't really ban them out and you can't really outpick them. They will provide a viable composition with whatever they have available. Same with what we've seen for Virtus Pro. So for me, if you're Melee Creeps, it's about how can we maximize what we need to win, i.e. AVG needs to have a strong game, in my opinion. If he's going to be up against Leffa or he's up against DMB, you can't let either of those two players get ahead. DMB will push objectives, Leffa will 1v1 you, and then he'll join his team for fights. So it's about how can we allow our solo laners to have success, but also we have to think about how can we potentially keep Hydration on the back foot, because what he'll do is just farm away while the rest of his team fights, and he comes out of the lane, 20, 30k souls and just decimates you in fights. So Melee Creeps, you can't really focus about banning them out. You just need to focus about what kind of viable comp can we make to accomplish what we need to win these games.
We've had the Lash first pick denied here by Melee Creeps, despite them getting good value out of it in the previous lane. And no low main Vindicta shenanigans here. That is our bans here in our first round. Melee Creeps, the first pick.
For Calico, it's got to be one of those.
They value Calico higher than the Shiv here, I guess.
Can be super strong in the solo lanes. I think this does put a bit more pressure, put the Calico up against Leffa, maybe challenge him a little bit on some of that farm accumulation that he likes to go for. However, I have a hard time seeing too many people coming out on top of the solo lane against Leffa. I think, keeping him down is more of a matter of devoting more resources than just a one-on-one. Right now, for my money, mechanically, Leffa is kind of the best. But Hydra Nation, this gives them the opportunity to get something like a Paradox Wraith. That would be the EU draft. Curious to see if they get the Wraith as well. I feel like Wraith's pretty decent against Calico. Her ulti, of course, she could dodge your Wraith ulti. However, I feel like Calico wants to get it, wants to dive in on top of people, and there's just a big threat with that level of stun and silence lockdown.
If you, sorry, no,
towards Yamato for some reason. I don't know. We saw Leffa play Yamato last week, and I'm not really sure how well it does when it comes to like 1v1 against a Calico. If we are going to see Calico in a solo lane,
bound to fight.
Okay. Warden instead. So neither of those two, obviously, pretty highly picked or banned here. We saw him obviously in the previous game. Also, we did see a Warden in a solo lane in that last game, and despite his ability to push with his alchemical flask, he definitely struggled. Was pushed back under his guardian a lot of the time. We'll probably see Hydra Nation do something a bit more conventional, and I put that in one of our duo lanes here and let Warden sort of push that out and allow for one of those laners to maybe go and assist with the solo lane on some regular ganks. Holiday and Calico, first two picks here for Melee Creeps.
Okay, so Hydration going to be on the Warden. I think we're safe to assume, Jake.
Yeah, most likely. I think maybe
this
pick is for, it's just Shiv was already banned out. You want to just get Hydration on like a solid comfort hero. You already have devoted a ban to him. I don't think it's crazy to take something like a Warden to just secure him a good position a little earlier in the draft. Melee Creeps with the Holiday have nice pick off here. Curious to see if they go for a Wraith, Geist, something like that nature. Oh, the Mirage, another high prio for the global presence. Could put the pressure on Hydra Nation, who historically has out macroed a lot of their opponents. And it's hard to do that against Mirage. Still valuing. I wouldn't hate the Yamato, honestly. In what we've seen so far with the catch from Holiday and Tornado from Mirage, having somebody who can just shrug off all that stun control doesn't seem terrible here.
We've seen the Mirage look pretty good in like the 1-1-4 setups, or even like the 1-5s, where like just push the side lane, split push it essentially, and then just keeping in for the big fights here. Pretty early Kelvin pick, at least based on what we've seen. Normally we see him go at 4 or 5, but Hydra Nation snap him up right here.
Calvin was huge in that last game, right? And it kind of has like a semi-block on a lot of heroes that Melee Creeps could be looking for, like Lash and Pocket. I think Calvin just has great counter initiation, great for like late game big frontliner team fights, healing these people up. Would love to see Hydra Nation pick up, heroes like Geist to kind of go along with this Calvin to make use of the healing that he offers in the middle of a team fight.
And I'm not surprised to see them necessarily pick like Kelvin kind of early, because I feel like the way they're drafting here for Hydration, it's like what can we give Leffa and DMB where they're most comfortable? And the best way to do that is kind of delay those picks to allow to see what the other team is going to pick, unless you're trying to snatch them right away. Like we saw Leffa would always get like Infernus as a very early pick. So it's not too surprising, but to see them ban out Wraith, I mean, I guess they don't get the next pick, so it kind of makes sense.
The Kelvin here as well as the big Lord and M pick. We've seen Lord and M play Kelvin twice. They actually have better SPM than Quig, even though they've only played 2 games. Quig's 5. So Lord and M might just be a pretty decent plug and play replacement, at least in a composition like this for Quig. We see the Lash here, also the Wraith banned out in this second round, guys.
I think Viscous, something to think about here for Hydronation. Could fit well with the saves. I think the Lash ban is because since Hydronation have Kelvin, melee creeps don't want to draft Lash, but they don't want to give it up either because they know Hydronation can probably take it as well. And I mean, Lash is a great counter initiate onto like someone like Holiday finding a lasso, or you know, and Mirage like goes in and starts a fight or something on a TP, and then you know Lash has this beautiful counter initiate. So
okay.
The Yamato just getting now he's secured Leffa's hero, and for Hydronation, you know, I think they've got such a great core here. I'm thinking about Viscous, I'm thinking about Geist as far as like their next couple picks. Melee creeps grab the Viscous for themselves, giving themselves a bit more stun setup, a bit more opening control to disrupt the team fight. I don't super love the Viscous against this draft. I think it's fine, but I think with Yamato and Kelvin being able, Yamato just shrugging off the stuns, Kelvin being able to drop the Frozen Shelter and just completely block out something like the roll. Not the best Viscous game, but it's just been so high prio recently.
Both Viscous, both Saya and both Saya and Lomain have played Viscous in the past. Lomain actually currently ranked as the number 2 Viscous in NA based on souls per minute, so just behind Hydration, even though they've only got the 1 game under their belt.
I'm looking at like what's Vegas gonna play, because he plays a lot of like Great Talon, Vindicta, Holiday, and I mean we're not gonna see Vindicta. I don't assume we're gonna see necessarily Great Talon in this composition.
Talon's fine here. There's plenty of front line. There's plenty of catch. I think a backline Spirit Burst is fine here. I think if Vegas has other heroes in the pool, I don't think it's the end of the world. But I got you. They go for the Infernus.
So now it's like, is Leffa going to be on the Yamato, or is he going to be on the Infernus?
Yeah, could see DMB picking up one of these. As like the third
Leffa's played it 9 times, DMB 6. So both of them love to go to it, and they're both top 3 in NA.
And that's in this draft. I think Yamato's going to get the higher farm prio, which almost always is going to be Leffa's role to take the highest farm prio and you know, show up in these team fights early. Or if anything, maybe Infernus is a little bit more solo farming, where Yamato's going to show up in the team fights and engage early. So yeah, Vegas does find the talent here. I think it's fine adding a little bit of global presence with the bird. The ultra long range burst could be nice. Sometimes someone like the Geist wants to sit at low HP, and that feels a lot scarier with talent around.
So this has to be Yamato Infernus solo lanes for Hydronation, yes?
Yeah, almost certainly.
Yeah. I've seen Leffa play both of those in solo lanes at some point or another. So Lady Geist does get locked in here for melee creeps.
So Jake, if you're Hydronation, I'm looking at like, do you want to pair Kelvin with Great Talon to make sure Great Talon has a good strong start, or do you want to like potentially put Great Talon with someone that you can have a lot more early burst on? Because like Paradox Warding can be pretty deadly lane, but also gives you, I mean, if you put them both the same lane, it means you can't split them up to have more ganks on solo lanes to apply pressure more evenly across the map.
Sure, I don't think Warden's going to do too much solo lane ganking. If anything, I think Warden's the hero who kind of pressures the wave in, and then Paradox could look for the pre 3K roams. And then Kelvin and Talon can pressure the waves together, and then Kelvin's probably the one who's going to roam out of that lane to go to a side lane. Yeah. So that's my like expected lanes here. For melee creeps, I think this draft, I feel like they're lacking a little bit of late game carry potential here. And I guess that's, you know, coming from these bans from Hydronation, that they took both Wraith and Vindicta out of the pool. But now melee creeps, it's like Mirage and Geist. You know, these heroes can snowball and can really take a game over with the help of something like a Viscous. But time and time again in DFN, I feel we've seen teams go for these heavy early game aggressive drafts, and I just haven't really seen it pay off. It feels like teams going a little greedier, just farming up, even if they're a little behind in the early game, they end up finding those big team fights to turn the game around. And I mean, few teams better at that exact strategy than Hydronation.
Once again, folks, $1,000 on the line. Thanks to our friends over at Intel here in this Deadlock Fight Night NA number 12. Hydra Nation once more defending their title. Undefeated, as we call them. Melee Creeps once more looking to have a crack at it. If we get the Mo and Krill on Cool Cheese, they currently are the number one for souls per minute ranked Mo and Krill in North America, even managing to eclipse Hydration at that role, which is not an easy thing to do at all, Jason.
Give context, though. How many matches have this guy played?
Look, somewhere between 1 and 5.
I mean, to be fair, the most played in NA is 3 with Young Calc and Hydration, so it's kind of understandable.
Yeah, definitely a little less played. Obviously, a lot of harassment here already going down. Hydration laying it on thick. Melee Creeps giving it back as good as they get here with low main on the Viscous. Throwing constantly, of course, those puddles here just to try and pressure down and also deny some of these creeps as they are getting shoved in under the turret. And Hydration can't do much about it. The puddle punch knocks him out into the open and he almost gets down.
So Jake, we talked about like the expected lanes. Or maybe I have to come back to this a second as it looks like Saya will be overrun. Low main's going to respond as well, taking down Hydration. But we are seeing it looks like Lord and Hydration work together in lane 2. So the binding words are pretty damn easy to hit now when you have an Arctic Beam. But the fact is you do have low main there with the cube.
Yeah, Cube could be nice defensively. I think that's a pretty rough early dive, though, for melee creeps. Not only do all the souls get denied on the kill 1-for-1 that they get, but also low main is ultra low and is probably going to struggle to recover in this lane. So it looked like a fantastic start for the Viscous. I think is kind of falling apart here. Maybe not completely. See a Lefa patented suicide to the tower to reset his HP after forcing AVG back. I mean, this is a huge snowball. When he lane crashing on the tower, Geist missing a bunch of souls. Lef is going to come back at full strength. I think this lane 4 could get really explosive really quickly if AVG doesn't get help.
That is terrifying. DMB here. Slower start up against Poshy Pop in this solo lane. So the solo Mirage here, of course, Melee Creeps pretty well positioned to maintain relevancy if he has a placid enough laning experience. Of course, DMB, someone you do not want to turn your back on with that Infernus in hand. He's getting a push back though. And he's heading over to buy, of course, but it might just be an issue that he's trying to feign some weakness here. Poshy Bop, though, going to push up, try and take these creeps, taking some liberties here on Hydranation's side of the map. DMB trying to intervene.
All right, so this is something we're going to have to keep an eye on because we already saw AVG have a tough time in lane against Lefa as he did die earlier on. And I said before, for melee creeps, like if they want to have a decent chance against Hydranation, they have to have these solo lanes to be able to compete. To see Cool Cheese just backing away on very low HP and Axe coming in saying, get away from my holiday. But the fact that Poshy Pop is being confident and he's been able to take tier 1 camps like that in this lane, that's a decent sign because he's going to have to do some heavy lifting if AVG can't get himself back in.
Absolutely. It's going to be a pretty rough game for the Geist if they can't find a way to get relevant in that early game, excuse me. I was going to say the combo, of course, Kinetic Carbine into Pulse Grenade almost account for all of Cool Cheese's health there earlier. They're going very low, such that Time Wall's going to get thrown up there. Spirit's there also thrown further down the lane just in case there's a chance for Vegas to catch somewhat out. The Furrow will get Axe back safely to his side of the map. Lef is in trouble though. Now the pressure's been laid on thick here. AVG wins it out. And elsewhere, the Sire is able to push up onto Vegas just as Hydranation look to be very confident in that lane number 3. Out comes the Calico. They pick up a kill, make it 2 as Flick now falls. The pressure is not letting up for Melee Creeps.
Absolutely huge. That's exactly what you need to see AVG do to get himself back in the game, but not to mention all these other kills they just got across the map. So now Melee Creeps, you're ahead by 3K. For them, it's about how can we maintain this? How can we keep the momentum going? Can we get even more kills off this? Can we get some objective control? Cool Cheese, unfortunately, will fall here to Lord NM, but a good, very good start here out of Melee Creeps.
Cheeky using the bounce pad there, Lord NM, after Cool Cheese had already been taken down. Axe maybe lingering a little bit too long there over in that lane number 3 after Saya had that successful 2K with the help of the Mo and Krill, because back off respawn, the Paradox is there. And again, if you get slowed down by the Paradox, there's a good chance you're taking a charged arrow from the Grey Talon, and all of a sudden your health tends to vaporize in that kind of lane. You do need to respect the Kinetic Carbine and its ability to set up those pick opportunities.
And taking a look at AVG's items, he's got extra regen, headshot booster, restorative shot. Like he really is going for these like sustained items that he's going to need since he uses health for these abilities. But obviously with the damage left, that can do the poke he can do on top of that. it's very crucial for him to just maintain his health in lane and make sure he doesn't let Leffa run free. As we do see, speaking of free, the owl come through.
They're trying to kill Axe.
Get quite connected.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to just snipe off the Mo and Krill there. Unfortunately, that's not going to pay off for them here. Pretty close laning here, and you'll notice that some of these Hydra Nation Guardians take a bit of damage after that successful push in lane number 3, which is where we are right now. But outside of that, Axe is playing a dangerous game, lingering for as long as they are, but they bait the engagement in. Here comes Sire, time wall thrown up. Flick able to play pretty safely from behind it, but no paradoxical swap available just yet. So it will be an exchange of damage, and they'll back on out. But here comes the Holiday from the top rope and the lasso to catch Vegas. That is yet another elimination in this lane 3 for Sire. Now we're headed over to lane number 1. It's going to be a collapse here onto the Mirage. Hydra Nation trying to give DMB a nice bit of a lead, and Poshipop will be in trouble, eventually dragged down under his Guardian.
I see low main come in, though. Not much he can do, though, in a 1-on-2, so he's just going to have to back away and keep this tower alive the best he possibly can.
Frost grenade, so good.
Cool Cheese. He's constantly been like ganking these lanes on the Holiday, really using those jump pads effectively to make sure to show some presence and not allow Hydra Nation to feel comfortable.
Yeah, but look now, this pressure coming from Hydra Nation. They want to take a fight. They know Axe is low, very low. Looks like they took some more Grey Talon damage. And I also want to keep eyes on Cool Cheese, because in a protracted engagement, the Holiday's probably not set up to succeed quite yet. They've got to be hitting those consistent headshots, so need to be within a decent range. So they will be pushed yet again under that Guardian. We might see a drift across here by AVG, but elsewhere, Leffa's made the rotate towards lane 3 already. And here's the push up Rax. They've definitely signed their own death warrant here. Combo going to be used, though, onto Leffa. It's going to have to be a shadow transformation now. The invulnerability frame is essential. Power slash doesn't quite connect here. Axe with the burrow, trying to get away. Shadow form now is expired for Leffa, and he needs to get the heck out of dodge. There was no rotation at any point, though, from AVG. So they've been able to farm up a full wave and shove it under Leffa's turret, punishing him for that unsuccessful gank on the Yamato. But it's still fighting to be done in mid here. You can see how desperately Low Main wants an engagement, and Poshibop comes in with the tornado. There will be no exchange of kills, though, as DMB will be topped back up by this Frost Grenade, and it's business as usual in what was the solo lane. But Low Main wants to dig a little bit deeper. Puddle Punch to knock DMB out into the open. Charge up a melee hit, but it's cancelled. And melee creeps really don't want to give this Guardian up. They want to get some damage here.
I mean, neither Guardian's been taken on either side somehow as we're about to hit the 8-minute mark. The parry comes through to Lord NM, and that's going to be Viscous. Low Main. Can he survive?
No way. The goo ball might get him out. Might just escape. No, DMB's going to chase him down. Probably the flame dash helps him to close the gap. Cool Cheese is also in a bit of trouble. No cooldowns here for Flick, but that carbine's back in 7 seconds. The disarm, though, here from Axe is going to force the Paradox away. Leffa, though, goes down against AVG. Now that Geist is starting to become a relevant threat with a decent amount of farm and a 1k soul lead. That is intense fighting. There's still more. Look at how quickly Low Main is trying to get back into the fight in that lane number 1. They are looking to punish DMB, and so they do. Poshipop goes deep, gets cubed under the Guardian, and will live to fight another day. A chance to breathe, a chance to bring Jake in here. As, of course, melee creeps have been able to give as good as they've gotten so far.
Yeah, it's been a decent bloodbath of an early game here with both teams fighting. Kelvin, though, continuing to show up and show presence, matching Viscous in the side lanes, getting DMB back in. And Hydra Nation are going to be relatively comfortable here. I think there's a moment for melee creeps to find an inflection point and really start scaling, but it's not quite yet, as the tower's still being held on to by Hydra Nation with solid macro. I think once tier 1 start to drop, maybe there's more window for Mo and Krill and Calico to really start lighting this game up with their roams.
I don't want to let you go too quick just yet, Jake, because one thing I'm noticing in this game, Saya is doing a good job of pressuring Hydration. Like, he's had him low a couple of times. He's also sticking around in lane and not allowing Hydration just to get like full free farm and potentially objectives. And I like how melee creeps are kind of doing that. I was wanting to hear your thoughts, because it's been Cool Cheese by the one to look for these ganks.
Yeah, Warden pops the ult for now, though, and, you know, isn't seemingly able to find too much off the back of it. But I think you're right. Like, they're basically just matching Hydration and kind of one for one his strategy. If Hydration stays in the lane and gets farmed up, well, then we're going to have a Calico, you know, matching on that same front. But this one moment, they switch it up, and now it's starting to get a little bit worrisome with a few kills going the way of Hydra Nation here across the lanes.
We're looking at Leffa, one of the, you know, most individually talented players in North America, but this matchup just seems brutal at this stage, as AVG's putting that pressure on big time. Again, looks like Axe is always looking for a bit of a fight. They do have combo available, but don't feel like it's time to go for it just yet. There's a drift across here from Leffa, but it's because they're being chased away from that lane 4. Hydration falls to Saya, though. That was a straight up 1 versus 1 in lane number 2. Buffs are up, though. Survival buff picked up here by Flick. And, of course, that means that our mid-boss have all joined the fray. Ooh.
I don't want to jump the gun on this just yet, but that kill out of Saya, I feel like is actually a lot bigger than we potentially can expect it to be, or that we see at the moment, because Hydration, it was just so good at just maximizing his farm and getting into these fights later on to really punish great little frozen shelter going to be coming through. And I don't know how Pashi's going to escape this, but eventually the frozen shelter falls. Low main's going to come through as well with the goo ball. And it looks like those ults just not really going to amount to much. But go quickly back to Hydration. Like, he's used to just farming up and then joining these fights and just overpowering teams, but he's being kept in check so well by Saya. And I really have to point that out and give him credit.
That's going to be one of the biggest matchups in this game. Oh, the power slash for Leffer is so clutch. AVG, even with the health swap, wasn't enough to start that fight in their favor. That was an epic battle. Between the Yamato, of course, and that Lady Geist. Here, though, more fighting to be done. Hydration going to be knocked up now into the last stand. Do they have the health to stay alive long enough? Saya simply can return to the shadows and pop out for a bit of burst damage to secure yet another kill on Hydration's Warden. No one wants to fight Flick in this lane 3 right now, though, as Axe has to opt out of the engagement. Cool Cheese is very low, but in comes AVG, farmed as fudge and ready to throw down. I think Flick has a sixth sense about it, rather, as they want to back up. Here's some big damage, though, from the skies. A power slash connecting on towards the retreating Holiday as Cool Cheese gets away just with their life intact. And Axe is always harassing, always coming in to disarm, then burrow away, keeping Hydra Nation interested in what's going on over here. There's the paradoxical swap by the looks of things. The emergence there, though, came out from Axe. They are a little bit low and they don't have ultimate available, so they're just trying to get the heck out. Here's our charge to 1 abilities. Axe takes a big hit. The Q comes in and try and keep them alive. Puddle punch to knock Vegas off. Kill to just a little bit. The Hydra Nation don't want to fully commit under this tower. Here come melee creeps yet again. Some salvos from the sky, but Flick ends up dropping. Cool Cheese finds that elimination, and now Lord NM is in trouble. Vegas forced to back away as well as melee creeps hold their own yet again in lane 3, securing a 3k soul lead.
How do they not lose a single player? My God, Cool Cheese is extremely low by Vegas, sitting in the air, just trying to snipe him down. Axe comes in, ults onto Leffa to prevent Leffa from chasing. Cool Cheese gets away, then Axe buys enough time for low main to come in and cube him, and eventually for the rest of melee creeps to pick up 2 kills. Like, that was insane, and that is something Hydra Nation can do so well in like this mid game of taking like a little victory like that. If they would have killed Cool Cheese and Axe and snowball that, a fantastic turnaround. And melee creeps, I mean, I think they're just showing they're working really well as a team.
Okay, we see some big pressure here, though, in lane 3. Hydra Nation might want to even imply they fancy some action on that Walker. Elsewhere, Hydration shoving this side. We have a Traveler across the map here. Poshy Pop's looking to get into a big fight here over in lane 1. The Walker is under threat, and melee creeps are really trying to lay it on Fick here. AVG just playing from the rafters now, as Flick can't really do anything to stop this Lady Guys from peppering the Walker down. They do get up on the rafters, but I see the soul exchange available here for AVG, and I think Flick is well aware of that fact. They opt out of the fight, so Lady Guys will be left to her own devices up here for now.
Just trying to buy some time. I mean, I think he knows he's most likely going to be dead, or at least trying to pull off a 1v1 here. Gets swapped out and right into the shot, the power shot out of Geist.
The soul exchange, though, was huge. Geist back up to 14k health. That was Vegas that had their health swapped, but the frost grenade is pretty darn clutch there. AVG still able to find Vegas. Yep, that's
and died
pretty
over
gross.
time. Oh man, how does he still come out with 1 kill like that? Like, that should just never happen.
Well, Vegas came in with 1400 health and they ended up with 250. The desperate healing of the Kelvin wasn't enough to keep them alive. So yeah, Lady Guys pretty cracked in situations like that. Oh, good connection here, though, from Leffa, showing off some of those mechanics. Cool Cheese, though, will be safe under their Walker after taking a power slash, and DMB with hardly Noogie. Okay, Binding Word, though, might lock Saya down. They don't have ultimate available, so they are stuck inside that one. But there's not really much more the Hydration can do here. They're going to back away. They didn't really want to take a fight against Poshy Pop, even though there was the Grey Talon nearby.
Yeah, one thing we haven't really looked at when it comes to the 1v1 with Saya, really quickly, we see AVG go down here. Saya up against Hydration is that from the shadows, it's such a good ultimate, or such a good ability to use to counter the last stand out of warding, because it just makes you unhittable, so he can't life steal off of you and heal back up. And then you pop out to do even more damage. So it's actually fairly well done here out of Saya. The problem is they've let Hydration farm up in lane 1. He's currently sitting at 15k to Sia's 14k. So he's actually been able to get ahead from all of this, even though, actually, no, they are going to be equal in objectives. So it's not like he's getting extra gold from anywhere else.
But yeah, he has spent a remarkable amount of time over there, and not to the detriment of Hydra Nation in general. I don't really know if melee creeps have a mechanism with which to, punish that. But at this point, melee creeps are down to their final guardian. It is Hydra Nation, obviously, without a walker, so that is of concern. But melee creeps have had all their guardians down here, so at least that one flex slot is available. What's AVG looking for here? Just to shove, of course, into this lane persistently. But there is a Mo and Krill that's between lanes 3 and 4, so AVG will have some backup if there's any push down from Hydra Nation.
Can we quickly go back to AVG? I want to see his abilities because he maxed his 1. And typically you don't see guys max 1 anymore, the Essence Bomb, because you want to be able to have the extra charges of life drain. So that's actually a little bit of an adaptation, I guess, he went for, which is why he's able to do so much damage and potentially do so much damage to left foot and lane with the poke. And maybe went for the extra regen items as well.
Could also be like they want like a lane push as well, with like the damage over time you get. A max rank side though gets caught out there. Not much to say about it, and not really much that AVG could do to help. Hydra Nation just turned up with the whole squad and laid the smackdown. Also in lane number 3, Hydra Nation have the player advantage here now, and Axe is not able to get out of the range of the binding word. They do burrow. Eventually, though, what goes down must come up, they say. And Axe is going to have to try and hot-foot it away. They've got combo available, but they are very much on their own, and that kinetic carbine stops them in time briefly. But Hydra Nation want to be elsewhere. Maybe sensing that they've overstayed their welcome. They are going to drop back away from that Mo and Krill.
They still are slowly picking up a lead. I mean, they're up 4k now. Melee Creeps, I think they had a 3k lead at some point, maybe about 5 minutes ago. And that just, again, goes to the power of how consistent they are. I mean, Hydration, he's up to 18k now up against Size 16. And he's just been consistently getting around for these boxes. I think it's been said multiple times by ZP that, I think ZP and DDK, that he is definitely one of the best players when it comes to knowing the timings of everything and having these really good set paths to make sure to maximize the amount of souls per minute that he possibly can get. And he's just creating a lead up against the person who was pretty much keeping him locked down in lane.
A lot of warp stones getting picked up here. I see 4 of them in the last minute and a half or so. Also, the point blank coming in here for Hydration, so getting farmed up and definitely looking like a real threat up close. Okay, here's the lasso. Catching out the Grey Talon. Lomain brought down to earth, but here's the paradoxical swap now being deployed by Flick. And in comes Lord of M. Frozen Shelter is going to catch the Holiday. That was probably a little bit of overkill. Kill secured, folks. Yep, they got the Holiday. Make no mistake. And now there's more fighting to be done here because over towards the mid-boss direction, we have 3 melee group players grouped up, and they, Hydra Nation that is, are on the hunt. Arctic being here for Axe, and there is no way that this guy's gonna be able to walk away. They have to try and warp zone out of the fight, but Axe is so low here, and hot on their heels is Flick. They'll be credited with the kill, and that is going to be a 2-for-0 trade, and Hydra Nation now are threatening mid-boss.
This is not going to be easy, though. AVG has a lot of damage, and the area they're fighting from can allow him to put a lot of pump down. I guess you do have Lord and M to heal a lot of this, but the poke's going to be very, very good here in Hydration. I don't expect them to fully commit to this necessarily, but they're going to be going for here. The Rejuvenator is going to be dropping, and melee creeps, they have to go in. They're not going to let this one go for free.
Here's the swap. Shadow transformation from Lefery standing over the Rejuvenator itself. The concussive combustion gets popped, and DMB's able to take Saya down. Flick does fall, but the Rejuve went over to Hydra Nation. They have the player advantage. Melee creeps down to 2 for a moment. Axe was never even there. They're spawning back in a little bit later now. It's just Poshy Pop and Axe left on the map, and DMB has done his job well and truly. Getting rid of Sire at the start of that fight, for whatever reason, they weren't able to use Return to the Shadows to avoid the explosion from that concussive combustion. So Hydra Nation, I don't know, it's a B+ from me, Jason. Rejuve picked up, they didn't throw it, and they came out pretty heftily in the lead in terms of the kill trade.
That combustion, I think, hit 3 people who were trying to get that Rejuvenator. It was perfect out of him. And then he goes for the immediate take on it right after, not allowing melee creeps to go for that steal. And melee creeps, I think they only have like 4 players there, and they still brought it relatively close. But as ZP's pointing out, I mean, you're seeing Hydration, 22k souls. He's building up a massively left foot 22k souls on top of that. And we talk time and time again about Hydra Nation. They feed souls to these 2 players every single time they play because they know that these 2 can carry. And it's just kind of insane to see that they're starting to build up a really big lead and become very difficult to deal with.
I mean, yeah, Hydration there has just added the pristine emblem to the arsenal alongside the Titanic magazine. So yeah, definitely investments in that gun damage over pretty consistent pressure in these fights. Mystic Reaver also being picked up by AVG at this point in the game, likely their first tier 4 item. So it's very, very strong, especially when the poke comes in. Great wave clear, and also in the fight, it is pretty handy. It's consistent AoE damage rating out from targets that are hit by the Geist.
Also, DMB did go for the dash build. He didn't go to Max's 3 for like the dual potential or just in general team fight damage. I guess the dash does a lot of team fight damage. So he's definitely playing like the build where I'm going to just split push on you. And if you try to gank me, I'm going to be very mobile and very difficult to get to actually pull off the kill onto. So slowing hexes are needed to deal with him. And I don't really think you're going to be able to deal with him too well here with the way he plays.
Again, we've seen a number of heroes pick up slowing hex without any great like opportunity cost in terms of the rest of their build. See if that ends up being relevant here. Okay, we want a bit of a fight. DMB fancies it. Here's a flame dash, good damage, of course. Soul exchange is available, and still a warp stone's gonna be able to get AVG out of trouble. So it's posturing there from DMB for the most part, but it does signal a lot of pressure. Owl comes on in there. Does it find AVG? It does. Nice connection, and the stun is good, but the follow-up is non-existent.
He's got that warp stone ready for this whole exchange. In the meantime, we do see Sai being pushed on and from the shadows, and back to spawn is where he's going to be going as he gets chased down by the 2 most fed players out of Hydra Nation. And what? No, he actually gets away.
Yeah.
Oh, Ava.
I mean, in the Ava form. Yeah, you don't have to fight. You just run the heck away. And again, he can't be seen on the map, so it's really annoying to try and find them. Lord NM here lingers a little bit, maybe pushing this wave up after DMB had already vacated lane 4, headed over to number 3. So, okay, maybe just a little bit of time lag there in getting the memo in terms of Hydra Nation's movements across the map. A little bit of macro fail. We don't often see that from Hydra Nation, but hey, obviously that is their newest player still fitting into their protocols and structures. So, no dramas.
That's not even like the walker was low either. I could give him the excuse if like the walker was
trying to pick it off. Yeah.
Yeah, easily, right? It would have given him a flex slot, but at least gets him some objective control. But also, looking at DMB, like he almost took down AVG pretty damn easily in that 1v1. I don't think DMB has a warp stone if I remember correctly, which makes things a little bit difficult if AVG does teleport in with it and soul exchange. But he's putting out some really serious damage, and I mean, this is what DMB does. He pushes lanes, he does objective damage, and if you're not honest about the way he's doing this, you're not keeping him honest, I should say, then he's just going to take your entire base from you.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's nothing honest about the split pushing in fairness. I'll be real with you. And again, like it's a good sign for Hydra Nation fans that DMB's now feeling like he's in a position to straight up fight the Lady Geist, who of course was exploiting Lefa pretty brutally in lane. But obviously we've seen this lead grow out a fair bit here. 22 minutes, of course, into the game. And we see some pings over towards that right side of the map here, Jake. So a mild lull. I think we have a fight brewing here, Jake, but Hydra Nation have managed to develop a real lead here across the map.
Yeah, and we talked about, their dedication of so many souls to hydration and Lefa. I think also one thing that's very consistent with them is they're always on opposite damage types. So there's always one is gun, one is spirit, to ensure that you can't efficiently block both of them. I mean, Jesus, look at hydration when he pops all his mobility. I mean, he's got this insane movement speed. And while Yamato is going to tank all these stuns and control with the ultimate, right? With the Warden, his wonder is like, how do you catch him? It feels like combo is the only way. And I got to imagine Hydration's going to be getting unstoppable pretty soon. And that could be the timing where Hydra Nation look to really press this and look to clean up some more walkers.
Bruh, the slowing hex, the cold front, the fleet foot, and the heroic aura here for Hydration. It's all about the schmoves, either making him go faster or you go slower.
And there's so many, like, you want to ult Mismo and Krill, but you also want to ult Lefa. Like, you maybe even want to ult Lord M so he can't frozen shelter, or DMB so he doesn't like run around the entire fight. There's just so many targets for Axe to try to ult that there's really not one good choice, which makes it so much harder to really get that first kill and snowball thereafter.
Okay, that was the concussive combustion popped there by DMB. They could be in trouble. Cool Cheese is definitely a relevant threat here in terms of do damage, even though they're mostly invested in utility at this point in the game. Sai here trying to piece out, being slowed down, of course, by the pursuing Lord NM and co. And we'll get back to their side of the map here. So Hydra Nation definitely looking for a fight. Been looking for a couple of engagements. DMB, I think, was reminded of their own mortality in that little stash with Cool Cheese, even though they're 5k souls ahead. They're not quite at that terrifying critical mass we can see Infernus's get to at some point in the game. Still early days, 25 minutes into the game. and a 13k gold, a soul lead, excuse me, for Hydra Nation.
And you're seeing both teams play kind of slow right now and try to go for these like picks because they both realize it's going to be a mid boss after this. Like it's going to be spawning very, very soon. You don't want to lose on a big team fight here, and Sai unfortunately just gets bursted completely without a chance.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to ultimate, but there was no way. Stuck in the frozen shelter, it probably wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Oh,
So much
nice
peak
push though.
potential.
Melee creeps going on to lane 1. This would get him another flex spot.
This might force Hydra Nation into taking 2 walkers though, if they can. Okay, they group up for a mid boss. Walking for mid boss? Okay. When you're melee creeps and you can't really fight for mid boss, realistically, you're probably gonna feel terrible about this. But they will be looking for a steal here, so hold on to your hats, folks. It's about to get a little bit messy. Low man turns up, of course. A little bit of pressure being put down. The shadow transformation from Leffer, of course, has to be used. Final stand also active. And an easy rejuve take, along with Cool Cheese being eliminated. Now it's a matter of melee creeps not getting completely wiped off the map in exchange for this. Vegas goes down, but that's not the biggest issue, as the Grey Talon is not exactly the centerpiece of this composition. Tornado away here for Poshy Pop. They've overstayed their welcome in DMB. They'll be starting to get a little bit low. There's an opening here for melee creeps to get a little bit more aggressive, but straight into the face of Poshy Pop now. Is the rest of Hydra Nation getting? Axe has gone down, so their lockdown potential is now taken off the table, and Leffer is still on the hunt. This Yamato is getting out of hand. Both Leffer and Hydration at 31k souls, and the rejuve will, of course, bring Vegas back into the fold pretty quickly.
You know, I'm looking at this, and I'm wondering, because AVG, he does have Mystic Reverb. Or maybe Jake wants to get some thoughts on this. I feel like if you're a guy, obviously Mystic Reverb is a very good item to take. But to put it on as 1, to me, says like you want to be poking a lot before you do force an engage. But then to have a Mo and Krill, it means you like want to catch someone and confirm a kill. I'm not sure necessarily how I feel about it just yet, because they're not really being given a chance to poke. When you have Hydration, you can immediately get in your face with how fast he is.
Yeah, I mean, the Mystic Reverb, I think if you're gonna max the 1, then you're just probably putting it on whatever skill you're maxing on Geist. I can see it on the 3rd skill just as easily. Could be strong. I do like the Soul Siphon max on Geist. I feel like that's the best for that durability and that frontlining, but maybe melee creeps in this game with Geist, it's like you don't really need as much frontlining as you had in other games. You've got Viscous, you've got Mo, you've got Calico. Maybe what you need is actually a little more range poke, and from that perspective, I think the Mystic Reverb fits this game well.
Hey, the magic carpet for the Moen Krill has been purchased, folks. Also, refresher here for Kelvin. So again, Lord and M following the footsteps of Quick in the past on this Hydra Nation team, looking for a lot of those frozen shelters. And a lot of healing too as well from, the double grenades in these fights, or from more than double, excuse me, because there's multiple charges. So that seems pretty annoying.
He's got an abundance of healing. I mean, if you're using the frozen shelter for catches, it works. If you use it just to heal your team, you have 2 of them. Like, they're going to be back to full HP if you do get anyone low, which it kind of, does a decent job of counteracting AVG and the damage that he's going to be pulling off with his 1 maxed. And this is looking from bad to worse here for melee creeps. This will be Poshy Pop to go down. The Owl comes in to catch up Cool Cheese as well, so they can burst him down in Hydration, just trying to charge forward, but gets hooked forward. And eventually backed away with the help of the rescue beam.
I'm shocked that Cool Cheese Jason stayed alive as long as they did in the end there after eating an hour while they were on the rope itself. Speaking of on the ropes, that's exactly where melee creeps find themselves. They are under a lot of pressure here as these base bosses start to get some attention. But of course, the last walker will be an easy pickup now for all of Hydra Nation as they just rotate through there quickly. And this is where we start to get pretty serious. We're at DEFCON 1 here for melee creeps now, as that soul, the deficit is growing by the moment. And still rejuve buff now just expiring on Hydra Nation, but they sure as hell got their value for it. And now with all this map control, Jason, they can just split up and eat these camps.
Oh yeah, and Hydration and Left are going to be eating very, very good tonight here, man. 37 and 39,000 souls between these two. The only one even close to them is AVG on the other side, and he's lost the ability to kill Leffa. And I don't think he has a sustained damage to deal with Hydration either. It's come down for melee creeps. You don't really have like a hyper carry, like a Wraith or something like that, an Infernus. You just don't have a way to deal with these 2 players. So the front line that Hydration have with the sustain out of Lord NM and the stun out of Vegas to open things up and a swap out of Flick, like, it's going to be tough. It's going to be almost impossible for melee creeps to win this with the way that Hydra Nation are playing.
It just goes from bad to worse, right? Their soul lead is so rough. We obviously can see Hydration and Leffa in very good shape, but also all of melee creeps' ability to safely farm has essentially been denied from them. You see the little blue arrows? Yeah, you don't, because they all just got ate up by Hydronation. All those neutral camps on the way out, they've absolutely ransacked the place like they're envoys of the Ottoman Empire, folks. It's that bad. They are struggling, choked out for farm, and Hydronation are continuing to eat well. Still, we haven't seen many trips back to base yet for them. They're still sort of maintaining presence in the middle of the map and not wanting to give too much up for free. 30k soul lead, and Leffa is now probably past the point of no return as far as melee creeps are concerned, Jason. He is full raid boss mode.
Even with the debuff remover on top of this, so if he gets stunned up or something, he can quickly cleanse that and then get his shadow transformation off if he needs. Big walker pickup though for melee creeps in the meantime, taking down the lane 3 walker, even though they did lose 2 players. And I think one advantage that melee creeps do have is that if Hydronation are going to fight you, if you're defending out your own base, they have to dive you. Obviously, having left Hydration this far ahead makes it relatively easy, but you have so much wave clear to prevent them from getting in with minions.
He tried to go for the O pickup. I respect it, but it was an instant paradoxical swap, and Flick just picked up the urn and said, you know, I think I'll be taking that. Your urn, my urn. Same thing, really. Leffa here. Okay, it's Hydration that ends up getting comboed, so not the worst result here. Shadow transformation now for Leffa, and he's hitting like an absolute truck. That is Axe very quickly turning tail and running. My goodness, Flick really taking the long way around for this urn turn-in. They are on the scenic route.
Exactly, man. Just having a good time. They're thinking about, you know, what am I going to do with my extra $1,000 this week? At least with the way they're playing now. And they're also going to be forcing some fights. I mean, that refresher Frozen Shelter here is going to be pretty damn big for Lord and them if they want to commit to it. The thing is, they have no other objectives to take, like no walkers, no guardians. So you can't really bait the team towards this direction. And you don't have rejuvenators, so it's not like your minions are going to be pushing the base either. So it's just trying to, I don't know, just deny it away from melee creeps, not realistically turn it in.
We see here a luxury investment for Flick in the crippling headshot. Something that you can, of course, go for, because shredding those resistances when you have Hydration and Leffa are so fed on your team is a good idea. Mid-boss here being attempted by melee creeps. Out of hubris or delusion, no one really knows. Still, they're going to have to pull off of it eventually now as DMB went for that concussive combustion, and Poshipop finds himself on the back foot here, literally and figuratively. Just trending back here in this lane number 3 as Hydronation start to close the vice grip around their jugular. Binding Word looks like it managed to catch a target here, and Leffa goes very, very deep. Low main is being pursued to the ends of the earth, apparently, as DMB has got his jaws in, and he won't be letting go. Melee creeps to the ragdoll, and Hydronation, the angry pitbull, has this Justimo and Krill remaining, whilst our crew on the amber side look to push in and get some more of these objectives.
I respect it. They realized we're so far behind, we have to do something crazy. And the crazy thing was, let's try to bait them out at mid-boss. Let's try to make it scream, get one of them caught off guard, and potentially try to snowball the game from there. But as we saw Hydration come in just a little bit too cleanly, they get the wipe, they're going to get mid-boss while getting the base at the same time. And Hydronation, I mean, this should be, bar a massive couple of mistakes out of them, their first map in the series.
Yeah, for those that are interested, we'll flash you to the total number of kills in just a moment now while we've got a bit of a lull here. But the game's probably not too far from ending, folks, as the patron is about to be knocked. There's another urn behind this that is being turned in. Rejuve is just chilling here. What's the thinking on waiting for this?
I actually don't know. I think they're just trying to maximize the time they have.
Yeah, this is really smart. You're not gonna fight right now, right? So and there's no one, every single player dead on the map, no chance for a steal. So you just take the rejuve as late as possible, give yourself maximum possible time to look for fights when the team is actually going to engage you.
Yeah, we really
not waste any of that rejuve time. Yeah, that's a pretty sick min-max. They did every objective on the map, by the way, with that team wipe.
Yeah, every base guarding down, Shrines also hammered. There is some left on that lane number 4, but we're splitting hairs at this point as Hydronation have just basically, again, every source of souls that was available to them in the melee creeps base that they took comfortably. And so now it is the Boa Constrictor wrapping around, looking to end the game. Colossus picked up for your Infernus. That's pretty good. Refresher also on the Yamato. Yes, please. More of that. Thank you. We're getting the luxury items here. Superior Stamina are also going to be picked up for DMB, so he'll be chasing. He'll be also running away. It'll be pretty impossible to pursue him, of course, especially with the Colossus ready. So he's got the build to stand right in the middle of these fights here, slowing people down who surrounds him, of course, while that ability is active. Is a real nuisance, and of course, you don't want to try and burst down the Infernus. Anyway, here's a Shadow Transformation. They thought Leffa was caught in there with them, but it's quite the opposite. He, though, will make a quick exit over towards the fight here in lane number 2. It was Saya going down first. That was the Calico, who really wasn't able to be very impactful outside the first 10 minutes. And a refresher into yet another shadow transformation means that Lefa can go all day. Viscus is down. AVG is going to collapse under the sheer weight of shurikens being lodged in their flesh. And this weakened patron will now meet their maker as Hydra Nation. A pretty stately start to this game, but once again, and as always, they finish in style, taking away our first map of this best of 3 in our $1,000 money match.
I think we did see that they can bleed in the beginning. I think Melee Creeps did a very good job in the beginning dealing with Lefa. AVG did a great job, able to get the kill head-to-head up against him and able to push that lane up to that Walker on top of it. But the problem is you let Hydration farm, you let Lefa farm, and they're eventually going to get that little bit of a lead they need to start taking these fights hands down. And I feel like Melee Creeps did such a good job early game in terms of like denying kills. Remember that there was Cool Cheese being chased. Axe comes in to save him on the Moa and Krill. Axe gets away because Lomane comes down the Viscus to save his life. They did a really good job of communicating and like out-rotating the way Hydra Nation were playing. But that one slip is all they need.
It's crazy, isn't it? Teams like Hydra Nation can to really take that one mistake and punish you, never let it go, and basically cancel you out there in the cursed apple for that one thing you said on Twitter 20 years ago. Let's bring Jake in here to talk about how that game went down, because I think to the untrained eye, the inflection point in this game was probably a little hard to spot, especially because there was so much fighting going back and forth in that lane phase as we transitioned to start to look towards objectives. Where for you do you start to see Hydra Nation really get out into a lead?
I mean, I think it's all around what they get out of these victorious team fights, right? We saw like in the early laning phase, there's good moments here for the guys to able to kill Lefa. It'll put some pressure on him. But then when we get into this mid game and we got to start seeing more and more players involved in the team fights, I mean, Lefa masterfully turned it back here in this moment. And it just feels like, you know, yes, you can, there's teams that can go even with Hydra Nation in the early game when it comes to their raw, just deathmatch last hitting ability. These teams can absolutely compete. But when we get into the late game, when we get into these like bigger team fights, drawing more rotations, Hydra Nation is just masterful at always bringing the right number of players. Here we're seeing like Melee Creeps brought a few players, thought they were taking control of this lane, and then Hydra Nation just immediately upped the ante, had like 3 times as many players coming in to help out, and they turn it around, get kills, take over that part of the map. Hydra Nation also didn't take walkers very late into this game. All 4 walkers were up for Melee Creeps very deep into the game. I think that's really smart from Hydra Nation because they had the much better late game draft. They had no need of taking risks and sieging walkers early. They just continued to farm up until they reached a point where they're coming online. They're ready to fight at critical mass.
The late game draft part, I think, is something we didn't touch on too much in the beginning because you did see, yeah, AVG, he can get ahead, but like, can Geist carry when you're 30 minutes into the game? And realistically, no, whereas Yamato and Hydration on the Warden can kind of do that. They didn't have anyone else who could kind of put out that extra damage they needed. Saya fell behind compared to Hydration when he was keeping him check initially in lane 2, and you didn't have that other player you needed to make plays happen.
I mean, yeah, pretty impressive stuff here. We're going to obviously look at our end game screen. It definitely was a situation of Lefa having his way with the opposition as well. Hydration also getting farmed up. You can see just the amount of total souls that went onto those players. And I think Jake like pointed out pretty well. What I love about Hydra Nation is that they never bring too little players to a fight, Jake, but they also never bring too many. They always have players elsewhere freed up on the map, either to continue to get more farm like Hydration or to like take an objective in reprisal. Okay, so they might lose an engagement, get pushed under their tower in lane 4. Well, Hydration is pushed into lane 1. He's killed the Guardian, or he's farming up hugely. It feels like you can never trade evenly. It's like the house always wins, and Hydra Nation are like the blackjack dealer that never actually lets you get ahead in the long run, no matter how often you're like interacting with them or exchanging blows. They just always seem to eke out these incremental value advantages against you that add up and eventually hit a critical mass and snowball out of control.
Yeah, and we always talk about how they put so many resources into Hydration and Lefa and how well those guys use those souls in the late game to convert wins, convert objectives. But right now, looking at this stat screen, I'm looking at Kelvin and Grey Talon, who are doing more with less, right? Like not getting the farm prio, forced into fight in way more engagements. Look at them, 21 assists apiece. That's huge, massive kill involvement from both the Talon and the Kelvin. So Lord NM slotting in incredibly well, doing a great job managing the frozen shelters. Felt like had had such secure team fights playing around the frozen shelter, always able to win. I mean, and with one death on the Kelvin, pretty much every time he's showing up, he's turning the fight in his favor. And then the Talon is second only to Geist in terms of raw hero damage. And Geist is a hero who's, like you guys were saying, she's spamming these grenades, she's spamming skills across the map. Putting down damage, yes, but a lot of it isn't so relevant in the team fight, where Vegas is able to deliver a lot of these big burst damage, even building things like knockdown to assist the catch for his teammates, and then able to deliver massive damage despite being quite significantly less farmed than his teammates. Still able to make it work, not really need that farm, not needing to build too much tankiness, playing around his position, playing around assistance from the teammates. I mean, this is an angered Hydra Nation. This is as good as I've seen them play in the last few weeks. They may have lost to a cheater last time, but I think it still woke them up. Unfortunately, maybe snatching the chance for some of these NA teams who've been trying to catch Hydra Nation getting complacent. Right now, they look anything but.
What worries me for other teams going forward is like we're still not really seeing, I feel like, Hydra Nation reach down into the bottom of their player or of their hero pool bag, right? They're still just playing things we see every single week. We're not seeing them change things up too drastically because honestly, they haven't needed to. There's not been a lot of teams out there that's been able to challenge them and push them to the brink. And then when one team does, albeit with a cheater, they still practice even harder and come back even stronger the week after.
Well, there you have it, folks. It's a pretty convincing game one win for Hydra Nation. A game, though, that stretched on a little bit. They really played to their late game formula, did Hydra Nation. About 35 minutes of gameplay, but still the Amber hand were crowned victorious. It's best of 3, though, so still that $1,000 still on the line. Melee Creeps need to make a great game 2 of it, though, to stay alive, to avoid, of course, being swept out of this match and awarded yet another crown over to the Hydras. They've got almost as many crowns as heads at this point. Stick around. We'll be back for more Deadlock in your Fight Night for NA presented by Intel after this. All right, folks, map 2 is just around the corner. It's best of 3 with $1,000 on the line. Courtesy, of course, my friends at Intel. I'm just thinking a couple of years into the future, guys. You know what I mean? You know, we're going to have Lamborghinis. We're going to have models on our arms. Mine's going to be a Gundam. I'm going to be sat in my basement, actually, because esports will have chewed me up, spit me out, and bit me off stage. But right now, we're in the present. We're living here. It's Hydra Nation, of course, with a pretty strong showing, I think, as far as their showings go and these money matches have been, with a very dominant showing. 35 minutes in that first game. They come out on top, despite melee creeps looking pretty good early on. Like you said, Jake, there have been plenty of teams that have stood toe-to-toe with Hydra Nation when it comes to like the dueling in lane, you know, and keeping up in terms of the early farm. But once it comes to just map coverage and general macro gameplay, everyone seems to play second fiddle to this powerhouse team.
Yeah, you know, and they look as good as they've ever looked, right? In the past few weeks, I felt there were moments where I felt, man, this is Hydra Nation not at their best. Like, they look beatable, they look off their game, but right, yeah, like they bringing Lord NM in. Oh, tongue twister for me there. But he did fantastically in that first game, right? He was at every fight they needed him at. You know, one death on the Kelvin, showing that his rotations are perfectly timed. The team is really coordinated, playing around that. Not ever bringing your team fight hero to a losing team fight is a crazy situation to be in. And as much as that game went relatively long, I think that the length is deceptive, frankly, because honestly, Hydra Nation, after, you know, probably about the 20-minute mark, it felt like it was just their game to lose. They're in full control. They're kind of like, they could have maybe pushed and to take walkers earlier. They just chose not to, knowing that they have a later game draft. They played for their win condition, full discipline. And that's a scary thing. I think Hydra Nation, you're hoping for them to be undisciplined as an opponent, right? You're hoping for them to be overconfident, cocky, forcing fights they don't need to force. And that they didn't do that at all in this last match. And they just crushed melee creeps.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, right? The game dragged on because Hydra Nation methodically went back and picked the map to pieces. Every neutral
I mean, I kind of want to jump in there because I mean, I don't have the average time it takes for them to win, but I feel like that was probably one of their longer games, maybe due to the fact, obviously, besides the fact you brought up, Jake, of like you're playing, you know, a Yamato who does really well late game. But I feel like melee creeps did a really good job early on, not allowing hydration left, but to get the lead they normally would have at those stages in the game to snowball. So I feel like melee creeps actually like kind of delayed it a little bit by being a lot more proactive in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like the laning phase, when it comes to just like last hitting deathmatch mechanics where everyone's more or less stuck in their lanes, melee creeps went just about even with Hydra Nation. Like you said, maybe even a bit ahead coming out of that laning phase. But the real trouble is like as soon as we started to get team fights, as soon as we brought in the element of rotations, you know, people using their zipline speed amps to show up to fights more, you know, teams grouping for objectives, that's where Hydra Nation just started to eat them alive. And so as soon as we really got into a team game, that's where I felt, wow, Hydration is just so much better. So on an individual basis, I agree. I think Melee Creeps are strong players, have performed well. Hydration as a team, I think that's their real advantage, right? It's easy to look at people like Lefa and Hydration, think about, oh, like their farm is so crazy, and they're hyper carrying the game. I think really Hydration, you got to look across the team to see their strength. There's the reason we see Lefa and Hydration so far ahead so consistently is that the team puts them there, right? And they're obviously the players who can take that sole lead and convert consistent wins, can play those late game team fights perfectly. Obviously they're a huge part of the team's success, but the fact that they're in that position comes from the mid-game team fighting, the communication for people to show up together at these crucial moments and win where it actually matters, where there's objectives on the line.
There are like different scales on which we want to assess these teams' macro gameplay, right? That one scale I think is, maybe just bouncing between adjacent lanes, right? Maybe you're drifting across from lane 3 to 4, leaving one player there to try and help the solo laner out. And then there's a macro where it's like 3 people grouping up to try and push a walker in another lane while the rest of the team are like fighting, or they're taking neutral creeps, or they're also trying to push lanes of their own. And I think the jump between both of those, or from the first to the second rather, is quite significant, right? It's almost a different skill set that's required, because it's less about like just trying to give a player an advantage in a lane and just have local numbers advantage, and more so about what can we afford to give for like the intrinsic amount of souls that a walker gives, or have we pushed the lanes enough here in order to give us the ability to get an easy earn turn in, and a ton of other factors around the buffs and also mid boss, which I feel like we really only scratched the surface of in so many of these discussions, right? We have time, thankfully, because it wouldn't be a Deadlock Fight Night in NA without Hydration, one of their players falling into the toilet in between games 1 and game 2. So
well, I can jump in more on this, because when I'm thinking about like 2 weeks ago, when we had Hydration playing Shiv, and I can remember he was just pushing lane 2, getting as much farm as possible, and no one on the enemy side at that time could kill him. No one could 1v1 him. So either they would have to overcommit, sending like 2-3 players to take him on, which he still had a decent chance of escaping, or have enough players nearby to help him out. But here, I feel like Saya actually did a really good job of keeping him kind of in check, because in those games like 2 weeks ago, he would be able to kill his opponent in the lane. He would be able to push objectives and build even more of a lead for his team, that they could use that as like a big jumping off point to really start to snowball the game. So I really want to give a shout to Saya to be able to pull it off, but I feel like he got pulled away from that lane. He wasn't mirroring Hydration anymore. We saw Hydration eventually go to like lane 1 to continue to get farm. And because he wasn't being pressured, he was being given this free farm, he was able to start, build up lead. Obviously, the whole team fight aspect of it does go a long ways as well. But I at least wanted to like point out that little bit of a not engagement, micro interactiveness between these two players. I don't even think interactive is the right word. But I feel like Saya like definitely deserves some credit being able to keep Hydration in check for sure.
Here's some moments. I mean, very quickly, how do you guys feel Lord NM is fitting in so far? I mean, I think we, didn't really get a chance to mention them unless they were doing something nice. There was that dirty little parry in lane earlier on here, but as far as I'm concerned, they seem to be fitting in just fine.
Too early to tell for me, to be honest. I mean, when you have a team like this who's been undefeated in NA, you could slot me in as a support role, and they'd probably still win some of these games.
Sure.
Yeah, but
that's fair.
At the same time, I mean, Lord NM ultra low deaths in that last game, despite an early game that was contested, that was, rife with pickoffs for Melee Creeps. The fact that Kelvin was a real source of stability for them. And so I agree, it's always too early to say after, a sample size of just one game how a player is going to do long term. But Lord NM has been a strong player on other teams too, and I think he's fitting in well in support to Hydration, having very low deaths, being very consistent in that, choosing the right team fights. That's kind of what you need to do on support. I mean, that's kind of the whole game on support is, being at the right fights at the right moment, ensuring that your teammates can rely on you and that they can play with full confidence.
Let me ask you a question, Jake, here, because I find this part really interesting when it comes to these roster shuffles that will happen way down the line. Hydration, do you think they're trying to have Lord NM fully adapt to the way they play, and he needs to play certain heroes that they want him to play? Or do you think Hydration is going to use the hero pool that Lord NM can play? Because I feel like that's an interesting aspect that he brings compared to Quig, where we never saw Quig play Lash as far as I can remember.
I think it's always a mix of the two, right? Like, you never want to come in as this one player and then like radically reshape a successful team. Probably not the case for a team as good as Hydration, but at the same time, I think Hydration, they've been so smart with how they utilize their hero pools in the past. I'd expect to see Lord NM for the most part be on your Kelvins, your McGinnis's, these like core support role, because he's kind of like the one who's going to do that for Hydration. But I think if there ever is a look where you want to have maybe play a strat with, like we've seen Hydration on the Viscous before, and Hydration want to go for something a little different, you could bring Lord and M off it. I think that flexibility always just puts a worry in the back of your opponent's head. Like, what if, you know, they bring out something different? Do we have to consider that? And that's just one of the many assets that Hydration have, that your opponents are kind of constantly guessing when it comes to what they're going to go for in each game.
And we also saw last week some teams not even running supports, and Lord and M wasn't necessarily a support player for Llama Lords. It was Naked, right? So yeah, exactly. So like he also gives you that kind of level that the meta does shift away from like having a solid support player, and you want to run, you know, 6 people that you don't necessarily need a support for.
I have a hot take for you guys. I have a hot take as you look at the bans here, which is that I think in general the role distributions are like way overrated. I think like this is the very beginning of the game coming out, and so people are talking about like these like different roles, but in the end, like the best players will just have massive hero pools with like 10 plus heroes that they're really good at across different, you know, attributes, across different styles of play, different build options. Maybe players will specialize across like a certain similar group of heroes. But I think as we're already seeing from teams like Hydration, there's just a lot of flexibility in the best players, and this is only the beginning. So I think players like Lord and M who play support but have the aim skill to play carry at the same time, you know, those are the players in my experience that I want on a competitive team.
Yeah, people who are like big Dota watchers will be more familiar with that concept, I think, Jake. Whereas like if you watch traditional MOBAs or like Arena FPS, you know what I'm talking about, you're used to a more rigid structure for team comp. But I don't think we should expect that going forward here with Deadlock, although you will see a lot of the same favorites here picked at number 1 in our draft. Paradox obviously getting picked up with Lash taken off the table by Hydration. They do not want to give that first pick over to melee creeps.
That's Shiv, right? Am I crazy?
Shiv, excuse me.
Shiv's been banned out.
But I mean, it's an interesting ban for Hydration to take out Shiv, considering how much they picked it themselves. Maybe they felt melee creeps would have taken it on the first ban, or the first pick rather.
Yeah, I think they genuinely think that in NA he is first pick or ban, which is wild considering that the consensus in Europe is so different. Yeah, Holiday really being prioritized here by Hydration.
Yeah, I think Holiday and Paradox are quite similar heroes in terms of what they offer in the pick role.
Each other in a way, yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is like ensuring that you get something when it comes to initiation, catch, that somebody's going to show on a lane, and you can like show up exactly and like engage the team fight.
Yeah.
Although I don't think maybe Rescue Beam is a little wild. I think mostly the Holidays build a lot of like cooldown reduction and just like maximize their ability to catch and cycle with the fast recharge for their jump pad and their barrels. Duration maybe for the lasso.
The duration on, I had a game today where they had improved duration on lasso, and I was bound up, and it was reminding me of my last Saturday night, to be honest. But taking a look, Mirage going to be picked up here for melee creeps. I'm surprised to see the Warden pick so early for Hydration, to be honest. I mean, we know Hydration is a really, really good Warden player, but to pick it as like a second pick for your team,
it's a good combo with the Holiday though, right? Natural synergy. You have like a solid binding word set up for at least for late game pickoffs. It's like insane if you combo lasso into binding word, you just kill anything pretty much.
And frankly, seeing the police busting early probably also reminds Jason of his last Saturday night. So I can see why he's gravitating towards that here.
Just thinking of nights back in Cologne we used to have, Mitch.
I love the melee creeps rage response here, though. I think where Warden wants to be all about his mobility and like just running at warp speed, chasing you down. Wraith disarm, silence, and you know, a little bit of stun control mitigates that pretty drastically, and it makes it kind of hard for some of these like Warden-like heroes that want to just WM1 people down. You got to think twice when there's a Wraith on the field, right? You could cut yourself overextended, which is kind of the signature move for Warden.
Paradox and Wraith, right? Both heroes who want to punish that, and often come as a package deal in like dream drafts that a lot of teams want to sort of put together. So it's a very strong core, also rounded out by Mirage. So good start here. Kelvin going to be picked up at 3 again. We saw that he's pretty much the same draft strategy actually from Hydration. The only difference was that they actually opened with Paradox. So this team for the Hydras is looking very, very similar to what we saw in game number 1. They're basically, it's playing out, I think, exactly how they would like to see it. If they don't get Paradox, at least they get Holiday.
That trade-off, man. Like, all right, you can stay on Llama Lords and play a lot of different heroes, or you can join Hydration, win for most of the time, but you have to play Kelvin. What are you going to choose, you know?
I love the early Kelvin prio. I actually feel like this Kelvin ult is a little crazy with the way teams are playing around it now when they're like using it securing objectives or like, you know, just forcing a team fight. Like you think you're in a 1v1, suddenly Kelvin domes you and you're just a free kill and not only that, but a full heal reset. Like there's no other hero in the game besides Kelvin who can literally full heal reset his entire team while they're aggressive on the map. And I feel like that does give you massive tempo in just the very team fights that Hydration was so successful on in breaking melee creeps early game advantage last time, where you start to rotate some of these players in. Kelvin with the ulti is kind of like the king of showing up and turning a fight on its head.
I want to put it in context. Kelvin in Lord and Emin last game had about 50k healing. That was more than the Grey Talon of Vegas, the highest damage dealer on the side of Hydration. So you are basically healing as much as your biggest damage dealer is dealing. And there are like multiple melee creeps players at like 15 to 20k damage done. So you're canceling out the impact. Multiple heroes with this Kelvin healing. It's not 1-to-1, of course, but
I think it's
just in terms of the numbers.
Skewed though, right? Because of the Geist 1 max with the Mystic Reverb. Like, it's kind of like,
yes,
you do
and
a lot
laning
of
as well.
with it.
I mean, again, I wouldn't stretch the example too far. It's more of like, you know, in terms of the amount of healing, in terms of the impact, it's quite significant. Maybe 30k of that or less is actually relevant in terms of how it skews team fights, but it's still pretty ridiculous.
But a lot of it is efficiency, right? Just keeping your Hydration and Lefa on the map farming because you're full healing them. They don't need to go back to base. They don't need to buy as many sustain items. They can be greedier. I mean, that's when it comes to like funneling souls, there's few better than Kelvin to do it. I love the Viscous ban this time too. I think Viscous was a bit of a thorn in their side, especially in the ultra early game.
Laning was
laning is monstrous on Viscous, really puts the pressure down. So maybe Hydration can expect to have a little bit of an easier time with that out
as well. He saved a lot of people with this with cubes last game too. Like
like the binding word combo. You could totally counter with cubes. You shut that down. Melee creeps though are getting a ton of like just high prio heroes when it comes to like a late game draft. I mean, last game I felt Hydration had a drastically better late game scaling. They could be really patient and slow. Given the draft so far, I think Hydration may need to put the pressure a little bit higher here because melee creeps are the ones with, for my money, quite a strong late game. I don't think it's like as dominant as it was for Hydration last game, but I think both teams have pretty equivalent scaling so far, and so I don't think it'll be so comfortable for Hydration to just sit back and kind of rely on reaching a scaling point where they know they're stronger. I think it is going to rely on maybe some earlier objective pressure from both teams looking to get that edge.
Do they need another initiating factor here on Hydration? Obviously they got the Holiday Lasso, but outside of that, like obviously Geist Infernus aren't necessarily going to give you that capacity.
Lash could go crazy here.
Yeah, that's obviously a classic Lefa pick. Grey Talon comes in here.
Yeah, they don't have a Vegas hero. That's true. I mean, Grey Talon did massive damage last game. Like really incredible stuff. And you know, for melee creeps, they've got a lot of pick off. They could get on top of this talent and Punisher, and so this is going to be a real test for Vegas, right? We've seen Calicos in EU just running over the Grey Talon. You know, Wraith could be dashing in. Mirage, I mean, there's a lot of threat on Talon. So if Vegas can play well this game and kind of like dance away from all these aggressors on top of him, he's going to be able to poke these heroes down really well. But he should expect a pretty heavy pressure. A lot of people coming to chase him down in these fights.
Okay. Front line as well, some good chase potential. One thing that I, was maybe overlooked here was the paradox for Hydration. A lot of picks actually originated from the kinetic carbine and just with fast rotates into the lane, which Hydration don't exactly have something on such a low cooldown to sort of set up for these kind of picks. Obviously, Kelvin can slow you up, and we know, of course, Holiday is a bit of an issue. Abrams has never looked better, honestly. I didn't know Abrams was a part owner of the Green Bay Packers. That's crazy.
Oh my god,
he's so mad, dude.
I don't think he's here.
I'm curious to see. I'm
here. And I mean, look, when it's accurate, but I don't live in Wisconsin, so I don't even own the Green Bay Packers. I just want to be really clear on that.
Yeah,
so,
he's a Patriots fan, guys.
I have to watch the Vikings just completely do terrible things to themselves every season. It's awful.
Oh, that is classic. Where is that from? E-League? Where is that from? Such a good photo for this.
Before I leave with my game analysis here, I'm curious to see between Lefa and DMB, who goes for the Geist, who goes for the Infernus.
Yeah.
Because I think in this game, Infernus might have a little bit more pressure to scale deeper into the late game than last game, where I think he was a little bit more sacrificial. So curious to see if Lefa goes for that, or if they just let DMB run it back after a successful game. Maybe Lefa said, hey, that Geist lane looks pretty strong. Let me get a shot at that. I could really see it both ways here.
All right, here it is, folks. Hydration versus melee creeps. This one is for all the marbles. A 2-0 for Hydra Nation means they once again have secured King of the Hill status here at our Deadlock Fight Night and will gain themselves another $1,000 thanks to our friends over at Intel. Can Melee Creeps put this to a stop? Will we ever unpause the game? Stick around and find out. We have some ping spikes here in the Hydra Nation side to just iron out. Looks like we're good to go. And yeah, I want to see, who's piling the Infernus, maybe who's on that Geist here for Hydra Nation.
I think it was DMB on the Infernus.
Okay. Seen Leffer on it a while back, but yeah, it's probably expecting him to be in one of those more Lady Geist-esque kicks. Here come Melee Creeps. So it's going to be Geist versus Mirage in that lane number 4, Jake, and Wraith versus Infernus in lane numero uno.
Yeah, I want to see Leffa's Geist this game. Actually, I'm really curious to see what he can put up with Leffa getting a little bit of farm priority as he consistently does. Expect him to maybe go for a pretty heavy spirit damage build. And this is honestly a pretty nice game for the Soul Siphon, right? You've got heroes like Abrams who don't really disengage and could really get punished by a max Soul Siphon. I feel like this could be a game where Leffa kind of goes for this unkillable Colossus Soul Siphon build. And, it's going to be up to Saya and Low Main to be able to challenge that in the front line.
I love that you brought that up, Jake. The full commit of Abrams, is something to look out for.
Well, they swapped lanes just now. They both, so the Calico and Paradox moved over to lane 3, and the Abrams and McGinnis went over to lane 2. So potential chance to maybe lose out on some souls on that switch, but they didn't like what they were up against with that poke, because McGinnis and Abrams going to be very susceptible to that.
So instead, they'll be up against the Kelvin and the Warden setup. So still a lot of poke in terms of like grenades that can be thrown at you. And obviously decent push power in that lane. Good sustain to boot. Lane number 2. This is lane 3 you're looking at right now. Cool Cheese. Over to lane 2. They're already seeing that McGinnis wall get thrown up. Hydration though wants to scale it. There's a lot of damage going down on Axe the McGinnis here. And even a flask over the top there to give Low Main a tickle and keep him honest.
This is such a scary lane. The Warden Kelvin just spamming nukes on you 24/7, and for Abrams and McGinnis, these aren't really like the most mobile characters who are going to be able to dodge away from those. They're going to have to just try to sustain through this punishment, but not sure how realistic that is, as Pop already getting bullied enough in this lane to let DMB just batter down the tower this early is kind of a bad sign.
Yeah, Cool Cheese has already had the piece out of lane 3 as well. You can see that pressure really getting built up by Hydra Nation as, yes, I was left to try and helm the ship, so to speak. DMB, here comes the flame dash on in. Back done out, of course, and it just wants to push this wave in under the tower as quickly as possible. Get that extra minion damage, little parry action, and then got out of there.
Kind of brave to do to use your dash to get aggressive. Usually you want to save that to escape, but considering his lane 2 is pushed up, not really a threat of being ganked anytime soon here, as we do see potentially Axe gonna be all alone. You can see Low Main's rotated into lane 1.
Deadass looks like a late 2000s like FPS map maker in lane number 2 with all the walls and the bloody frozen roads going up there. Oh, what a shoulder charge! DMB was not ready for that one. Low Main with the RKO out of absolutely nowhere in particular. Secures that first blood here. DMB falls in lane 1.
Okay, so again, as we talked about before match 1 began, you need to have your solo laners from Melee Creeps to have a strong start if you want to be able to contest against Hydra Nation. And well, speaking of the man Hydration, able to get the kill onto Axe because Low Main left the lane. They knew they could pressure it, and they do get the return kill. So really, really smart play for them to get aggressive there.
Okay, lane number 3 again. Flick pops up here on the holiday. We'll take note, of course, of Cool Cheese there, and you get the crack shot trigger at least for the extra damage and decaying slow on that Paradox. Although, hang on, there's a push up here from Saya. Could be dangerous, and it's an overextension. Vegas able to bring them down as Flick gets involved, and Vegas able to walk away here, healthy enough, getting the healing right on them. One gets bought by Flick as well to top themselves back up, and it looks like Hydra Nation do not want to base anytime soon.
Really good job by Flick to get that knock up to just prevent that dive from coming out of Saya. I mean, yeah, you sometimes might be able to beat them on an individual level, but I still think the players in Hydra Nation are probably pound for pound, probably the best individual players in North America. You see a little bit of aggression come out of Lord here. Trying to actually, keep this pressure on, as, Jake pointed out before, there's a lot of grenades that can be thrown your way, a lot of chip damage you're going to be taking, and they're having to use that wall defensively just to kind of keep them back. You see the last stand use that hydration, trying to force a fight. And you can see just Melee Creeps in this lane 2 are just on that back foot.
Lasso just came online for Flick, so look to see lane 3 get a little bit messy now as well. Here's a paradoxical swap. This could be dangerous. Left, but doesn't have the soul exchange yet, so they couldn't get themselves out of that situation. And the drift over works out perfectly there. I would be fuming if I was Hydra Nation. Nice little rotate from Cool Cheese over towards lane number 4, helping AVG stay strong in that matchup. Leffa going to be a little bit while longer before they really scale into that late game. Here's a frozen shelter. DMB obviously goes for that concussive combustion. Lord and Enlo going to make it tough here for Poshipop to walk away unscathed. Obviously, the Guardian making this a bit more of an interesting exchange, but Lomane is getting his absolute lights punched out. And somehow, I don't know, Poshipop was able to escape back to base on the road.
Yeah, frozen shelter just healed him up. Not to mention the grenades. Really good rotate out of Lord NM to make sure to use those abilities wisely and keep DMB alive here. Considering you saw Lomane go over towards lane 1. And, you know, we're talking, you asked this question before, right? Like, how do we feel about Lord NM so far? Yeah. And, I mean, we're seeing, like, the rotations are pretty spot on. He knows when to use what to keep his teammates alive.
Yeah, I've been liking it so far as well. Okay, DMB, let's respect this a little bit. The Abrams siphoning that health away is just not something you want to stick around for. And behind him, Lord NM is still here. He's opted to stay in this lane, leaving Hydration alone for a while in lane number 2. Looking to amass as much farm as humanly possible.
Like, I don't know. I'm not really feeling too good for Axe here up against, or in that 1v1. Like, this, I feel like should be a fight Hydration can win as long as it doesn't get walled off. He forced the wall to be used defensively, then he could potentially go in for the kill.
Yep. And was Axe is pushed up there pretty far, in fairness. Still another 20 seconds away from a paradoxical swap here for Cool Cheese, so no opportunity to really start off a fight. And still, Lord NM is hanging out in that lane number 1, trying to make sure that DMB gets propped up to some degree. Telekinesis about to be back online for Poshipop over there, and Saya drops to Flick. That's in lane number 3. Cool Cheese didn't have the swap quite available. It was a couple of seconds before they would have had that ability ready, and that window goes begging. Saya gets picked off by the Holiday.
Thing is, I don't really hate this like dual lane for DMB, because it's kind of like you keep it so DMB can do well in the lane, keep farmed up, but you also try to deny Poshipop potentially at the same time, and it makes sure it allows DMB to be that kind of objective killing force later on in the game, because he's not being punished too heavily in lane, especially with how much Lomane's been into this first lane.
That kill was lane number 3, by the way. That was just Saya fast traveling back into the lane to get a kill, but it ends up being traded out. Cool Cheese fell there to Vegas. Pretty even, though. These early kills don't amount to too much in terms of souls. Okay, now we're going to have some help here in this lane. Cold front used there, but nobody close enough to Lomane to be effective. And here comes a flame dash. DMB goes in. Oh no. My goodness, that is aggressive. Telekinesis, though, interrupts that ultimate. No stun off the back of that. Frozen shelter going to be used here by Lord NM. And, excuse me, and it might have just saved DMB's life at that. Frost grenade with the healing. Still tanking that Guardian damage, by the way. And I think Poshipop's in trouble as well. Beautiful little 2-for-none trade, plus a Guardian for Hydra Nation.
That frozen shelter missed, though. That was not the desired result of that one. DB still somehow stays alive from that one, and eventually able to turn that in for some kills. The paradoxical swap comes through. Hydra Nation are looking to end this series quickly. They're looking for objectives here, even though melee creeps are being aggressive here on lane 3. Lord M's going to be rejoining the fight this time, looking for the kill onto Cool Cheese.
Or Guardian.
Another Guardian.
And then the kill. Cool Cheese can't do too much about this now. The grenade gets thrown down. Wall has to come up there. Axe turns up in lane 3 just in time to save that Paradox. But Hydra Nation got what they came for. They are 2 Guardians down to melee creeps' 0 right now.
A little bit of a slowdown now after all the action. Lane 1 looks like it's returned to normality here. But with Hydra Nation getting aggressive early on, taking 2 objectives, they already have a 4K soul lead. Now Jake wanted to spot out how things are going to be working on Leffa. He's still going to be just dead even in this lane, even though he got ganked earlier on. But it looks like the action's going to be breaking out towards lane 2.
Yeah, there's the drift as well in this 3-lane direction. I think some of these items getting picked up here. The melee charge, of course, online for Lomane. I don't know if I'd like to be there, though, if I'm Abrams right now. Heavy barrage going to be thrown out just for a moment here. Cancelled, though, by Axes. Here comes the Owl. Oh, buddy. The Goon Squad descends on Lomane. And Axe couldn't do too much about it. They were far too low to stand out in the open, with obviously the movement speed hindrance of that heavy barrage, making them a easy pickup.
So we saw what melee creeps could do in the first game when they kept things equal and even slightly ahead in their favor. But now being down 5k souls almost 10 minutes in, what can they do to reverse how this game's been going? I mean, that's a great little swap and charge in. That's at least one little step you need, as they do pick up just a 3k difference now. But I'm worried. Like, we've seen them play from ahead, and now we're seeing them play from behind. And I feel like it's going to be much tougher to have a chance to beat Hydronation if we're playing from behind this early on.
Buffs up now. Maybe a little lane 3 bridge. There might be a little bit of a skirmish for control of those. Okay, Lefa. Soul Siphon here. AVG not respecting it over much. Obviously able to get some life back via the Fire Scarabs. And Jin's Mark getting a good bit of damage on Lefa after the fact. There is going to be an Abrams here. That was a barrel thrown in by Flick. AVG just going to shrug that off, though, happily enough. As now we have a 2v2 in this lane number 4. Ern also picked up and is heading this way. So we are building up to what is going to be a throwdown for the control of this objective.
My question is, are they actually going to go for the turn-in off of this? Or are they just trying to bait players to allow DMB to push lane 1? We can see low main's going to be there. So do see a kill onto Vegas. So already Hydronation going to be down a player. As they do return it back on the Saya. And Poshpop does take down DMB. So I would imagine if you're melee creeps, you potentially let this go in. You take a Guardian on lane 1. Try to get some gold across the map here for your whole team. And looks like that's going to be what's going to happen.
There's still some presence here. I don't know if AVG wants to give this one up for free. It does get picked up, though, by Flick. Okay, maybe that's because of the frozen shelter put down there by Lord NM. They're looking healthy enough inside that, but that is the Guardian trade that you alluded to, Jason. Melee creeps get themselves their first Guardian of the game. Hydronation have kept themselves off those tier 1 objectives for so long. There might be another one here, though, unless Hydration has something to say about it. Slowing Hex thrown down on top of that alchemical flask to try and ward away the Abrams. At least it keeps them at bay for the time being. Hydronation, slim lead. 3k souls here. As again, we'll see this adamant defense of this second Guardian.
I mean, lane 4, even in a 2-on-3, they still managed to pick up a kill. Eventually, Leffel will fall from this, but when you see Vegas rotating in to help out, Al's going to be coming through, looking for a connection on a Cool Cheese, and he's very low in health. Swap comes through, but it's not going to matter. He's going to fall, and Flick's going to get the kill, and potentially another Guardian here.
I'm telling you, man, like that crack shot, like buff hit really hurts, especially when you have like Mystic Shot active on that. Like the burst from that is considerable. We just saw that health bar disappear with that one shot from the Holiday. Nicely done. Guardian though, on this Sapphire side, lane number 1, going to go down, excuse me. Lane number 4 it was. Lord and M though is run into low main. Doesn't fancy it. Decay was thrown though on top of this Abrams to counteract the healing over time. And still, low main still wants to be a part of the action here. Back over towards lane number 2. Might have a rotation here from AVG. Yeah, they're headed over towards that lane 4 just to keep that one going. So, bit of a lull in the action here. 4k soul lead for Hydronation. Jake, it took melee creeps a long while to get that first Guardian. They were kept off that by Hydronation for ages.
Yeah, this is a game that, you know, Hydronation with a more balanced scaling draft for both sides. Hydronation have been pushing their advantage, I think, a lot harder. Lord NM going for the healing world record with this build with an insane level of healing for his allies. And, I mean, he's able to brawl in his own right here, opening up, finding what looks to become a pickoff here for the Holiday.
I mean, got Rescue Beam, you got Restorative Locker, you've got a heck of a lot of those healing utility, of course, and that's not even mentioning the grenade. So, little pick off there on Cool Cheese. And they weren't quite ready for the Arctic Beam, apparently, to root them in place. And still more action. Frozen Shelter thrown down here. This is going to let Flick have a sidebar with Axe, and they were never going to escape that one. So now this surely has to be this Guardian under some serious scrutiny here in lane number 2. I think they're aware, Hydronation, that low main is within the vicinity, but not a lot of backup for them. They're stretching melee creeps quite thin here, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 6k difference, and it doesn't look like they're stopping just yet. Barrel's going to land to get the knock up as well into Cool Cheese, trying to commit for the push. The Warp Stone as well, and the Howl, and Leffa takes him down. That's another kill going the way of Hydronation. This lead is continuing to extend here, and the pressure is just not letting up.
And again, it looks like it's been back and forth fighting, and it has, but once again, excuse me, the subtext to all of this is that Hydronation have taken all but one of the Guardian. Here's the shoulder charge here, but there's far too much damage on low main before he went in. That was essentially his last stand, and he knew it. Speaking of which, here's Hydration, of course, pushing up. Frost Grenade being used on the offense here to try and slow Axe down, if I'm not mistaken. They're trying to hide behind this Guardian. They are in deep trouble. They walk away from it. But of course, with DMB here alongside Hydration, with good gun builds, they're going to put a lot of pressure down and have this fourth and final Guardian dead to rights as we move into the next phase of the game. Another 20 odd seconds and buffs are back.
And I would not want to have been Axe there. Just seeing 3 people just pushing past the minion wave, looking to dive under the tower.
Okay.
Nice little response though to Pop. Gets himself the walker on lane 1. So a little bit of extra income on their side. Takes the lead down to 2K now. Obviously a lot more map control with the help of this. Spots out Hydration, trying to set himself up for the buff and actually fends him off. The movement buff will be picked up by low main.
Okay, obviously no flex shot yet because they still don't have enough Guardians to unlock it, despite the walker being taken there by melee creeps. But they do get themselves a decent amount of souls as a result of taking that objective, and they've shrunk that lead for Hydra Nation down to just 1k. Burst fire being picked up, of course, for the Mirage. Zax is probably in trouble here. I don't think they're going to... I think DMB's chasing them. It's going to be a tough one. Another Guardian taken down, though. So Hydra Nation are getting baited into chasing their tail a little bit here in the middle part of the map. They need to turn this into some serious objective control, but the lane might be pushed against them. Okay. We're going to have, return to the shadows from Sire. Not really hitting very hard. This is now going to be Ava trying to stay alive. I appreciate this. He wouldn't hit me. I'm a cat. They jump on out. Of course, Kinetic Dash will give Sire the ability to mostly try and clear the gap here. Love the tech is to get up through the hatch, of course, and Sire putting on a bit of a masterclass of movement. They have gotten away with murder.
Oh, the owl. Oh, the owl was coming, though. You can see on the minimap here, it's going to be going over towards the Wraith. And a connect, but obviously not going to go for the kill. And well, Lord and M is going to pick up the urn yet again to look to run it across the map. And I feel like Hydra Nation here could try to force now a team fight or a free turn-in as DMB's just trying to escape. Uses the dash to run, creating some distance, but melee creeps. They're putting 3 players here. And they're leaving Pop to split push on to lane 4 to look for another Guardian, potentially another Walker yet again. I don't hate the way melee creeps are using Pop. He's at 18k souls. I mean, he's leading the entire lobby right now.
At some point, they're going to want...
If he keeps losing his fights, then he's going to have to get involved.
Yeah, exactly. At some point, they're going to want to have those souls turned into actual like, team fight winning capacity. But so far, so good here for melee creeps. Ready to fight, of course, around the urn. Lasso going to be catching on, of course, here to the Abrams, taking them out of the fight. But still, Hydration and Lord and M are both down. Urn picked up by Kulchi, surely to be turned in here. Flick is just trying to delay the inevitable by the looks of things. But Hydra Nation are falling to pieces over here by the urn. Melee creeps are going to get everything they could have asked for and change.
Fantastic play to melee creeps. Can they continue to go from here? DMB, I mean, they're trying to push onto this lane 2. Walker would open up another flex on as you were making fun of them for not having a single one. They potentially could be looking at their second of the game, but instead they're going to be going for mid boss here. And realistically, how can they contest this? Leffa, I mean, it's the ultimate. He can't really go and he can maybe chip away at damage. Hydration is going to be getting here with last stand, but this is going to be almost impossible for them to steal.
Yeah, no chance. You don't have the concussive combustion either, even though DMB somehow finds himself surrounded by all of them. Hydration able to get low main at the very least here. The last stand, of course, for the Warden is scary, but Hydration doesn't have a lot of backup, and Leffa spent that entire fight keeping a respectable distance away from melee creeps. Despite this, though, we're still going to see a fight. Hydra Nation still want to throw down here yet again. AVG, though, proving pretty tough to catch here, excuse me. And Leffa will be caught out trying to dive in. Hydra Nation lose their nerve a little bit. Think they can take a second full team fight, and they lose that one as well.
Gotta get credit to melee creeps here. They were down by 6, 7, 8k. Obviously a lot of that due to objectives, but they were able to bounce back, get a ton of objectives done for themselves. Pop on 20k now, really putting out some serious damage in the bold move to catch out 5 players of Hydra Nation and turn that into a mid boss. This is perfect. But what can they do off of this? They need to keep this momentum going. They do have the lead, the biggest lead we've seen for them so far in this whole series up against Hydra Nation, and we've seen what they can do in the past just in our first match versus TF2 Boomers, though honestly a little bit of difference between those 2 teams in skill.
Here we are. Pretty decent lead now. And a good little cash in here from melee creeps. Those key items like Hunter's Aura, of course, for the Calico haven't been picked up. So, Jake, at this point now, Hydra Nation have kind of thrown some good money after bad. This is a little uncharacteristic of them, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, the fight snowballed out of control. I will say, I mean, the poking in on the mid boss, they got like 4 players down to sub 10% HP. So I can't blame them for the attempt. Wanted to take some of these rejuves off. Now it's Hydra Nation's turn to play, really defensive into a rejuve. So there's an opportunity to find pickoffs, openings, and that's not what you want for Leffa to be initiated on. See if he can play his way out of this.
All right, Abrams in the center of that fight, just where he wants to be here. Kulchi's also getting involved. How do you walk away from this one if you're Leffa? That's the question that was posed. Limping away, probably more accurate. They are going to get out of the fight, but Lord and M had to put their body on the line in order to save the teammate. Return to shadows here for Sire, gets them out of trouble. Shrugs off their level of scrutiny they were facing, and again, this pressure on the Walker will continue. Melee Creeps here, there's a feeling, Jason, that they would have to mess up pretty bad, I think, from here on out to lose the game. We've seen it happen before. Left has found Cool Cheese, and Sire wants to get the heck out of there for the time being. One Walker remains here for Hydra Nation, but they are starting to pick up a couple of kills around it.
Oh, AVG picked up the 1v1 against DMB on lane 4, which allowed them to get another Walker. That's the final Walker of the game, and another flex set unlocked for Melee Creeps. They're up 20k. Like, yeah, they do lose a couple of players, but honestly, off the back of that mid boss, they got a lot accomplished around the map. They got a lot of extra control out of their way. Getting this urn, yeah, you're just trying to deny it away from Hydra Nation. You know, considering you have 2 players already down, just take it back to base. Don't let them turn this in to get a lot of extra souls on their side. And this is fantastic. Like, this is actually such a really amazing turnaround by Melee Creeps, and really good decision making with the pushes they've been doing, with pushy pop push on lane 1 Walker, having an AVG separate from the team on lane 4 to push that one, having his team in lane 3 if they wanted to rotate in. Really well done by Melee Creeps.
Generally, anyone's game, you cover the names at the top of your screen and you don't call this game over, that's for sure. But 0 Walkers left for Hydra Nation, which does conversely mean, of course, there's a lot of souls on the battlefield contained within those objectives, but what Hydra Nation would lose potentially to try and take those, that might not be an exchange that they're looking to make. Titanic Magazine here picked up for Poshy Pop. They have been pushing very well over the course of this game, now getting up to 27k souls, and that's not ideal. Therefore gets picked up there. Hydra Nation weren't even really grouped up for a fight. DMB really just looking in from the outside. Now knows they have to get involved in this engagement. Here they go, looking for a flame dash on in. Concussive combustion not available to them now. It's hydration going down. AVG the only casualty thus far on Melee Creeps, and it looks like they're taking fights on the right tempo here, keeping Hydra Nation under their thumb.
I think the worst part for them after getting these 3 kills, it's like, what objectives do we have to take? There's none left outside of their base. The urn, they didn't have it in hand. I think they dropped it and just got away from them. They could have turned it in after getting those 3 kills. So they're not really able to grow the lead too much other than the 3 limbs they got in that last fight. Though Cool Cheese might be getting caught out here in lane 3, but the backup's going to be there. And this actually might be an overextension out of Hydra Nation. A great charge comes through as well, chiming in perfectly with Cool Cheese's paradoxical swap. And another kill goes their way, and this should be the urn.
Melee Creeps really have that particular combo on lock. I don't know what Flick's intending to do here, as they can really only peer over the top of the buildings at Melee Creeps as they begin to shift into another gear in terms of their domination of the cursed apple. There are no walkers left, I repeat. Just these base objectives now to work on. Binding word here on Poshy Pop, and he respects it. He backs right on up here outside of that area, but DMB has fallen. Sire has opened up these fights pretty consistently, and Hydration does not have the durability to deal with this onslaught. Frozen Shelter is purely going to be a stay of execution for Lord and M. They'll back away, but Sire will not be denied. In they dive. Flick ceases to exist, and the Shrines will follow suit.
Mid boss should be spawning, yeah, 1:30. Like, this is the perfect position to be in. You have the Shrines down, you have the Patient transformed, another flex that unlocked for your team. And this lead is just continuing to grow. Some great catches coming through, and also the great backup. Like, we saw the Binding Word come in onto Poshy Pop, and Lomane was there instantly to hit the charge on Hydration to back him up here. They're really working well together as a team, looking completely different than the later stages of the game in match 1. With mid boss come up in a minute time, it's like you can kind of force a fight there. Like, that's going to be the next point of contention, 100%. They're going to look to bait in Hydra Nation here for a fight.
How over is this game, Jake? Scale of 1 to 10.
I think Melee Creeps definitely have a good odds here. However, it's going to come down to this next mid boss. I think if they can secure the mid boss without much of a loss in terms of players, they're in a great spot. But really, these pickoffs from the Paradox Abrams have been a huge problem. They're looking to start more right here, going in on Vegas, who once again has been targeted and punished. This great talent just lacking the survivability. Maybe the game's done. I don't think they're going to mid boss.
No, I think they're just going to push into the base, Jake. I think you're exactly right. Once again, it's just too easy to put together like the swap charge combo or find a catch out on that Grey Talon. So, folks, into the pit we go in a moment once the Frozen Shelter has expired. This time the charge doesn't quite connect, but Sire is still there getting rid of DMB. And Melee Creeps have decided after a tough first game that they will not bow down. They're not going to make it easy for Hydra Nation, folks, as they're going to take us to a third and final map in our money match. That's right, Melee Creeps give as good as they get to even up the series.
Really well done, man. I like, there was nothing crazy done necessarily individually. There was no like niche pick that allowed them to pull off this comeback like that as well. It was just some good solid play, some good solid teamwork, and also calling coming in through the team. The split pushes they were doing were fantastic. It pulled Hydra Nation away. Honestly, the bounce back of being down was about 7,000 souls to be able to group up, get those guardians, realizing if we don't do something now, we don't take that lead back a little bit, they could potentially snowball this game. So just, well done. Well done.
Yep. I mean, Jake, let's bring you in. It seems like the precursor to this game getting out of the hand for Hydra Nation. We were actually watching Poshipop, who pushed down a Guardian and a Walker in quick succession. And Melee Creeps were not forced to give anything up for that. They were able to tie up Hydra Nation across the map, and that was the beginning of the snowball.
Yeah, I think there's this huge team fight that starts with Cool Cheese finding a swap onto Hydration, who's instantly charge comboed by Abrams. And then after losing Hydration, you know, Hydration, they're in the lead. They're trying to like force the fight anyway with some key skills down, but they end up getting crushed and lose, I think, 5 players in that fight, losing mid boss. And once Melee Creeps had that firm advantage, that firm control of the game, they just kept pushing and repeating on that tempo. So many times we saw the swap charge with Abrams and Paradox comboing together, and that's like almost a guaranteed kill on anybody. I think Leffa survived it one time with probably the tankiest hero on the map, but just this is a really deadly combo. If the execution is on point, it's a lot of control. It's an insane amount of damage with Abrams controlling you like inside of the Paradox, Outfire, and the Pulse Grenade. So really, Cool Cheese and Abrams, I think, being the key elements for the comeback. And as you guys mentioned, I think Poshipop on the Wraith and then the Mirage as well, being able to play the map and keep those lanes pressured. It's a masterclass in coming back, right, with this incredible pickoff combo the two of them are able to bring.
So moments here, of course, it's just you know, at the point where Hydra Nation were looking pretty good, but you see now we jump forward like, you know, 5 minutes or so, and this is basically the end of the game. Not one Walker goes down. In fact, most of them almost at full health. As much as we like to talk up Hydra Nation's macro, they really couldn't get it going this game because Melee Creeps were anticipating them, Jason, pretty well. And again, setting up these pretty consistent picks. Remember, they picked Paradox first. They absolutely wanted that pick potential. We talked about how, like, you know, Holiday is quite similar in some ways, but I don't know. I don't know if you can really beat the consistency of that paradoxical swap through Time Wall into Shoulder Charge. It seems like, you know, we question Hydra Nation's ability to actually start fights in a favorable manner. They only really had the Holiday for hard engage, and I do feel like, looking back, it kind of hurt them.
Yeah, there's not many things better than Paradoxical Swap, and I would imagine Cool Cheese has to have, yeah, the highest assists in the game at 13 because he was opening up those fights left and right. But the dangerous thing now, looking ahead to match 3, though, is that Hydra Nation will have the choice of first pick if they want it, which means if you're Melee Creeps, you probably have to ban Paradox most likely to prevent them from having it because Flick is just as good, if not better. Or, I mean, well, we've seen a Hydra Nation. Yeah, exactly. Or Shiv, sorry.
I mean, there's a lot of those like tier 1 picks, right? There's still Vindicta, there's Paradox, there's Shiv. I don't think it's necessarily super straightforward whether first or second pick is better with there being quite a few really strong heroes. One thing I think could have been different this game is maybe if there was a Yamato online for Hydra Nation rather, and then, you know, something that can deal with this incredible initiation. But there was really nobody who could tolerate tanking the swap, tanking the pin from Abrams. No one could survive it. Maybe some E-shifts could have come online a little bit sooner, but the execution was just really clean from low main, always at the perfect spot, not giving any frames for you to get out before the charge connects on the swap target. And with execution like that, it's a pretty scary prospect for anybody on Hydra Nation to be out on the map.
So there you have it, folks. Once again, here in Deadlock Fight Night, NA number 12, presented by Intel, we are going to a decider map in our money match. Once again, Hydra Nation forced to pull out all the stops to defend their spot at the King of the Hill. Will they maintain their throne, or will they be toppled for real this time? There's only one way to find out, of course, folks. It's to stick around and join us for our decider map. We'll see you soon. All right, squad, saddle the heck up. It all comes down to this. One more map to decide our King of the Hill in week 12 of our Deadlock Fight Night for NA presented by Intel. I'm Mitch, joined by Jake and Jason Kaplan. Guys, we have seen Melee Creeps break back into the game in a really strong second match. One that honestly kind of billowed out of control by about the 22-minute mark. Jake, Melee Creeps demonstrated a great transition out of that lane phase. And honestly, they didn't make any mistakes. They kept the lead. They didn't let off the gas at all, and they closed out the game.
Yeah, it was fantastic use of the Paradox Abrams combo. I feel like one of those two is not going to be allowed by Hydronation because so many players were picked off from that. Like, you know, just the swap would bring people out of position, could maybe set up for the start of a good team fight. But with the Abrams coming over the top, it was just like guaranteed kills, opening the fight right off the bat over and over and over again. I think that Abrams last pick really came in clutch for Melee Creeps, gave them the road to make a comeback. When you have that combo, there's always the threat to get a pick off and turn things around. And there wasn't really like the hard save that Hydration needed to get them out of that.
I think some credit also should be going up to Poshy Pop on the Wraith. Like we're talking about like, I think we were talking this during the break, right? Like the quality of heroes each team got. We feel like Melee Creeps definitely got the better end of that one. Like the fact that you get Wraith picked up with Paradox is already kind of insane. But Poshy Pop, I mean, the fact that he was able to split push confidently, he was able to push back Hydration a couple times in lane one. Like he really had a lot of control, and I feel like that's something they didn't really have in the first match. I mean, yeah, you had maybe like a Geist, but it's not really going to be as scary as like a Wraith who's fed and who has the most souls in the game.
And we were talking about just how strong Hydronation were looking. They had that lane too with like they had the Kelvin, they had the Warden as well, but they end up rotating the Kelvin out of lane 2 to help, I think it was DMB in the solo lane, right? I think they realized that they weren't going to get their Infernus online properly if they didn't put the Kelvin over there for a long period of time. And I think all of a sudden it gave them much less ability to intervene on like the right side of the map because they had like, you know, 2 players in lane number 1. So they really struggled to like respond quickly, you know, and rotate across, you know, outside of using the teleporter, which was not really an option because a lot of action went down in lane 3. So, you know, we'll circle back, I think, at the end of this game to the more macro-based discussion about how this one goes. But we have the Shiv banned out straight away. Hydronation with their first pick, Melee Creeps had to ban Paradox here, right?
Yeah, but there's also Vindicta that I think has been banned out all series long, and I think is still super high prio. I think there's an argument for leaving both in the pool and then getting whatever, like give up Paradox or Vindicta and get the other one. The danger if you ban either of those is Hydronation could just respond by getting the other. So maybe you ban something else, like sort of a third party, something that you don't want to deal with in this game.
I am very interested in this ban. This ban is pretty pivotal. It is a Paradox ban. So Melee Creeps give up the Vindicta here potentially for Vegas or something similar. But yeah, no of those swapperoonies allowed. Melee Creeps don't want that done back to them, not by a team like Hydronation. So Jason, what are your thoughts on what our first pick should be? Is Vindicta that highly prized to take at this point in the draft?
I would be surprised. I think it's safe to call like Vegas like a Vindicta specialist. Like he's kind of a flyer specialist with like Vindicta and with Great Talon. And we've already saw in the first game like how much damage he was putting out on Great Talon. Whether or not they go for it, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, considering it's just consistently banned in every game in NA.
Today isn't the day for mercy.
Yeah,
there it is.
The Vin
Every
comes
game
out.
in NA? You mean today? Yeah. Pick ban 59% of the time, and that's obviously across all of DFN. So we've seen different metas. She's 9-3 so far in played games. That is pretty cracked win rate. My God.
I mean, the hero just has so much flexibility, right? It's got like area denial on the ground if you build like the Alk Fire, and you know you're staking people into it. It's got the snowballing from the soul lead, and then it's probably the most efficient shield builder in the game. You know, you just build like the divine barrier, combat barrier, enchanter's barrier, and you're just pumping all forms of damage, keeping your shields on all the time. Yes, you can get on top of Vindicta and punish her and kill her, and that's kind of her weakness. But at this level of play where the teams are really just like fortifying those positions, it's not easy to do.
Okay, so the Mirage is picked up here. I thought that maybe there might be like an early look at Wraith here as well for Melee Creeps. They might want to give that up. That's been pretty instrumental for them so far, Jason, in this series.
It's definitely one of DMB's most played heroes for sure, and one of like the heroes he's most comfortable on when it comes to split pushing. I am wondering if we do see a Bebop at some point come out of Melee Creeps, because it's definitely has some potential, and we know somewhat similar to Paradox, it can create some big openings for your team with the hook off cooldown consistently. The Mirage though, it's actually I think the most picked banned hero in NA if I'm not mistaken at 100%. Actually, I know Viscous is at 100%. I think Mirage is like 99 or something ridiculous. So not too surprised to see it. And the way AVG played it, if he's going to be playing it, was pretty damn decent last game. Did a lot of damage, had a lot of split push potential, and applied a lot of pressure.
I'd like the Wraith here as like a threat that can lock down Vindicta and potentially catch her. And just with how strong the hero is with the macro play and then, you know, late game team fight potential. I think these are great two high quality openers. Although this time I feel Hydronation is matching that quality, right? With the Vindicta. I'm curious to see if they go for the holiday again here. I feel like that could, since Paradox is out, right? Like getting this initiator catch potential could be valued a little bit more highly with it kind of running low in terms of what's available left in the pool.
We were seeing Warden, I think, picked it second. Quite third.
I don't think they're picking Warden that high. Maybe they pick it, but I don't think if it goes this early in the draft, I think that's kind of a mistake. I think that they have Vindicta already. There's more important holes to fill in the draft
on the table, but we've seen Yamato sometimes left pretty late in the draft at times. It is a holiday, so they do have that quasi sort of initiation potential. Her stats in NA though have not been spectacular. Only 2 wins, 7 losses.
Because you get her because you don't get Paradox, and Paradox is better. But without Paradox, I do think
Walmart Paradox vibes.
Yeah, is legitimately strong and also has a great combo with Vindicta, right? Like you're either Vindicta sets up for a stake for you, and then you combo that. It's like a beautiful combo for stake, right? You jump in with your jump pad, barrel people, stun them to death in that. Vindicta control is like nasty setup. Or vice versa. You could start with the holiday and then Vindicta follows up. Either way, I think this is just a really beautiful opening 2 combo. And they get the Yamato so securing. I mean, this was kind of their problem late game, right? Is like Leffa is so farmed, he gets so much souls, and then on the Geist, he was able to get initiated on. And I mean, it does take like every skill to bring him down, but they get it done in the end. And Yamato's that hero where every skill just is maybe not enough.
Yes.
Shadow transformation online.
It does mean also that like Geist might be open here for Melee Creeps. They took the Geist obviously in that game 1, and we actually saw like, you know, decent bullying of Leffa in lane, by the Geist. until that wasn't really a possibility. So that's obviously open here. Melee Creeps might circle back to their second solo laner here and try and secure a solid core, and Warden will join their front line. This time Hydra Nation allowed that one through, Jason.
I was wondering if Melee Creeps might try to go Kelvin, because we've seen Hydra Nation secure it every single time. It's actually a very high priority pick for them, and also can do fairly well against Yamato because you just kind of lock her in, you wait out the Shadow Transformation while you're healing up your team, and then you can kind of kill her, you can sustain your team. Also, it's just a good chase potential, but I don't know. For some reason, I'm still leaning towards potentially a Bebop. When it comes to bans, though, I'm not necessarily sure what they're going to go for. So they're actually going to ban away the Kelvin instead. And as you said, Visk is probably going to be banned out of Hydra Nation.
Yeah. I mean, Hydra Nation aren't probably targeting it as hard because, Vegas, obviously, we've seen go over to the Viscous if needed, but doesn't... they obviously don't need a hero for them.
It's not the best Viscous game though for Melee Creeps with both Vindicta and Yamato. I mean, you're not going to be able to roll on Vindicta like almost ever with her being in the sky.
What about vice versa? How does
I think it's quite good. Yeah, it's quite good against Melee Creeps. If anything, maybe Melee Creeps pick it just as like a way to deny it is like one thought. You just like, it's not the end of the world to be on Viscous. There's going to be somebody you can damage, but I agree. I think it's much scarier against Melee Creeps than for them. Maybe they're just forced to take it as the only way to block it out here.
Okay, so we're still looking at potentially a solo laner. Obviously, a support here as well might need to be looked at by Melee Creeps. Could have Wraith Mirage take the solo lanes. You could already have that locked down.
I got your back.
Mo and Krill make
another block pick. I mean, you just don't want to let Vindicta get this combo right there. I think they're really scared of that. Maybe even more so than the Viscous. But I think Viscous is an insanely good pick right now for Hydra Nation. You got the save for the Mo and Krill combo, save for Binding Word, and I mean, all these heroes like kind of don't love getting their stun target saved by Cube. And then the roll looks amazing this game. You got stun for combo, just amazing disruption for these frontliners who want to be, chasing people down and brawling them. And then space creation for Yamato and Vindicta, who can absolutely follow up. They go with the Calico as a higher priority. I wonder over Viscous.
She survived so deep into the pick ban, in fairness. We were also questioning whether it might just, Hydra Nation might actually ban it with their first option. She's caused a lot of problems, I think, for Hydra Nation. But if you were to round this out with a Viscous, Calico Viscous here, you're cooking with gas. You've got really annoying lanes as well. You do need to think about probably a support here and maybe some form of sustain, but with Kelvin out of the picture, obviously, like you can always go in the Ivy direction, I suppose. Yeah, buddy, this is a cool comp, man.
This is a really good draft. I already like so much more for Hydra Nation than last game. And I feel Melee Creeps has been put in an odd spot. I feel they took the Warden as maybe a denial. I'm not convinced that Hydra Nation even wanted it very badly. They took the Mo and Krill. Certainly is a blocking pick here. It doesn't mean it's the end of the world, but it could be sometimes annoying for Yamato, but it opens you up to this Viscous counter where Viscous, for me, it's like a dream Viscous game. Like everybody is rollable. Nobody has like a crazy mobility that like flight really that's going to get them away from your ball. You have great saves for all the single target catch that Melee Creeps brings. This is super scary. Like even Yamato, right? Like in theory, you can combo the Yamato and punish her and kill her before she ults. Now with Viscous on the field, right? Now you have to combo the Viscous. Meanwhile, Vindicta there's no answer for Vindicta here for Melee Creeps. I don't know how they're going to catch this Vindicta. I mean, Beginnis is like, it doesn't really do anything to Vindicta, right? Like realistically, you're going to be flying over the wall. You're going to be outraging this hero. Bebop is the answer. Yeah. This is like hypothetically, just hook the Vindicta every fight. It's great, guys. Don't worry, I'll get it. Which is a lot of pressure. Maybe you get those knockdowns on Bebop. Maybe it's more real. But I'm worried because this also Bebop I don't think is great as a matchup into Viscous, who hasn't. I mean, this is like the best Viscous game I've ever seen. Every single person you can save and roll kind of dominates like this the channel of the Bebop ultimate. Easy stun for Visk.
I mean, to be fair, right? There's only so many people you can. Oh, okay. Now I'm convinced.
Wow, that's a sick Dynamo pick too. I actually like this. It's sick against like think about this. You're going for these initiations with Bebop hooking people, Wraith catching people, but there's no long range damage. I mean, like Mirage sort of can be built long range damage. Maybe I mean, theory Bebop could build like the ult build, but I don't really think there's a lot of close range brawling that's going to happen in this game. And with Viscous able to start the fight off, rolling in, and you're trying to get on top of a Yamato, this is going to be so hard to navigate a Dynamo in these fights. It's going to be so hard to not ever group up in the draft that Melee Creeps have brought.
Did we get the Jason? Are we going to get the spam knockup build? The What was
I mean,
it called?
I've been playing it in my games.
Yeah, what was
and
it called?
I don't know if we need to say it, right?
Okay.
Just a knockout build.
Just a knockout build, yeah.
Not good.
It's super fun. It is super fun to do, and I know a lot of people in chat will be very happy when they see this to have Dynamo picked up. I think Drake obviously brings up a lot of great points, and the disruption that he's going to apply as well is going to be so frustrating to deal with. It's just so much safety on Hydra Nation's side, like especially if you go refresher with Warpstone, like you have the Viscous save, Calico can get out relatively easy with the ultimate and then turn into Cat. Yamato can shadow transform or transformate. Is that even a word? Yeah, this is looking like pretty good for Hydra Nation. I'd say they definitely won the battle when it came to drafts.
Is this a hydration Viscous? What do you guys think?
It could be.
He's played Dynamo, but he has to be playing Viscous.
He's also played
it's
Calico
Lord
as well.
Oh, so he's gonna be on the Dynamo.
Interesting.
Oh, okay.
We've seen this before out of him though.
All right, I'm here for this. Okay, folks, the stage is set here in our final game of our best of 3 with $1,000 on the line, thanks to our friends over at Intel. And we've got a very muy caliente composition on both sides here. We have the Dynamo, we have the Bebop in the game. We're ready to throw down. We're excited about Hydra Nation's comp here. The solo lanes, of course, Calico versus Wraith on that lane number 1. Lane 4 will be Yamato versus the Mirage, a pretty classic lane assignment. Plenty of obviously sustain here through the rejuvenating Aurora for Hydra Nation's lane 2 combination. And obviously we know that Flick, when he has an opportunity to start rotating, that lasso is going to be lasso. I have a problem with saying that word.
Yeah, I don't know. You say
Lasso is going to be
all the
crucial.
time, and I feel like it's just because you're Australian.
No,
so I don't
just
try to correct you.
I think Australians say lasso as well. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know why I have that issue, but
Well, one thing I do want to say with the Bebop though is like one hook can change the game. Like you could be behind and one hook can completely win you a game. It can lose you a game. But also thinking back to how Hoot played earlier on with Maidong up against Aegis Aurora, he was very active early on. I believe he went the gun Bebop build. He was ganking lanes quite consistently, and he actually created like really good opportunities for Maidong to win the game. Obviously they didn't in the end, but I don't want to count them out just because Bebop can be game changing, especially if you get into these stalemates where you're like 35, 40 minutes in, if they get there.
yes. I've seen like Vale Walker Bebop even just to try and tip the scales and find a pick. I like the little rotate over here, but yeah, DMB ain't having none of that. Is Bebop still, obviously after the nerfs, is he still as much of a menace in lane? At some point, people are having to take like reactive barrier to try and deal with getting hooked in.
I just feel like at this kind of level, it's not as easy to hit these hooks. It has to come as more as a surprise, right? When you're ganking to hit the hooks more so than just pulling them in lane. I don't think you necessarily have to build anything like specific against them because most of them don't build for bomb damage anyways now. They're building for more gun damage to have a little bit more sustaining damage later on. Obviously, there's no travel time for his beam on top of that, so you can do a lot of damage. It's just that his knockup was nerfed a little bit, so you're not in the air as long when you get knocked out. I mean, it's not as easy for Bebop to hit you the full time.
There was, amidst this action here in lane 3, almost like a full fight in lane 2, in which Saya almost got picked off here. So already a lot of pressure happening there. In we go. Tornado there, catching on to Leffa. Definitely behind in this fight. AVG looking large and in charge, trying to close this gap. Okay, cheeky little melee attempt there. Leffa's trying to get out. The parry is seen through, and AVG point blank executes Leffa. And that is going to be first blood here for Melee Creeps.
I'm pretty sure that melee went through the wall, or at least it looked like it from our side. I didn't know that was a thing.
Okay.
He didn't have Jin marked, so like he kind of had to commit for some extra damage there to finish him off. And yeah, you're seeing the hooks come through. He didn't actually even take his bomb until just recently. He leveled up his 1 and 3 like pretty much right away. But the Dynamo, I think like Hydration, we've seen him play it. They won the game, obviously. I don't know. It's not necessarily a hero you want to just be off solo farming with like it typically would do.
Yeah, and of course, we have the Dynamo in lane there with the Holiday. It was Pico there earlier. Vegas was able to find elimination. They don't quite have that assassination online, but they will be the first person on the battlefield to get that. Oh, what a parry! Wait a minute! AVG! Power Slash would get them done. He tried to get out of there with the TARDIS, but he wasn't having none of it. Leffa, nicely done. Trades back and finds a crucial kill in this lane. Hydration also dealing with low main here, so again, that Warden at Bebop lane for Melee Creeps. Jake has been struggling.
I think that restorative shot, sorry to jump in, just saved Leffa's life there in that fight against AVG.
Yeah, it's all about the tiny little margins there. on the side lanes fight. And I agree. I mean, I don't think Dynamo is here to win the lane. I don't think that's the reason for him. The lane I'm worried about, though, is this Viscous and Vindicta. I think this is a monstrously powerful lane in the early game. You know, you have the Viscous knocking people into the open, Vindicta following it up. So she's already got ult online, could look to roam here and get active, as I think she would love to start securing some of these finished snipe kills.
Well, Hyper Beam helps secure that pick off on DMB. Poshypop going deep for it here. Getting a little dicey. Poshypop very low, but still wants to stick around, but coming off the fast respawn. I think Hydro Nation are going to try and keep fighting for this. And yeah, Flick gets rid of low main. DMB would have loved to have gotten their hands dirty here. But that's the trade as it stands. Poshypop getting picked off as well. So good result there for Hydro Nation, trading up on +1 on aggregate, excuse me, in that exchange. And again, obviously the game, Jason, gets a little bit more hectic now. These ultimates are online at 3k souls.
Yeah.
We are getting close now to, of course, our first spawn up of buffs.
And I'm looking at Cool Cheese. Like, he was instrumental in their victory in match 2 with his paradoxical swaps. I want to see if he can do anything similar with Mo and Krill, or if he's even going to be left allowed to get out of lane, as we do see Axe already go down. He's pretty much just left his own devices to defend up against this. He's got to have impact early on, I feel like, on the Mo and Krill, or it's not going to have impact ever with what we see now the other side with the Viscous, who can save them, with the Dynamos we mentioned before. Obviously, lane 4 would be an ideal place to go to, but they have to be able to shove the lane out to do that, and then he has to have that mobility to get away, or at least to get into that lane to make it happen.
It's just so annoying having to deal with this Viscous and lane. The pressure is constant, although here's that rotation you mentioned. So AVG's pushed up here. And you can see from the other side, Cool Cheese is coming in. Combo is available. Shadow Transformation not online here for Leffa. And here's the catch under the Guardian. It is as easy as that, folks. Jump on in, hit the combo. Bob's your uncle. Leffa headed straight back to Lumbridge. But here comes a Google. Cool Cheese gets caught up now. Lord of them wants to fight for this, but the parry is beautiful from Cool Cheese. And there is the tornado. It's going to have to be a self-cube. This is pretty scary stuff here. Lord and M desperately trying to get away, late to the party and overcommitted, but Leffa is back, just coming back off respawn here. Shadow Transformation now at the ready, but I don't know if they'll get the fight they're looking for, as Cool Cheese just casually heads back to his lane.
That restorative locket, man, just gave him a burst of healing in that 1v1. He gets hooked in and a great wall comes through. You can smell that assassination, or at least I could, because I got a big nose, coming through. And a great little block off here out of Axe to keep him alive, and again, deny some souls over towards the counterpart on the other team. But yeah, that's what I was looking for out of Cool Cheese. You had a window to play with. Leffa had no Shadow Transformation because he used it just before when he killed off AVG. And he's still able to push up in towards this this Guardian here for some early damage. And I just got to wait. That cooldown's going to be off yet again. And we could see Cool Cheese go for a gank somewhere else.
Yep, he's going to try and get as busy as possible here. You can just see a good amount of damage on melee creeps' lane 1 Guardian. Hydro Nation have actually kept the Holiday over towards that lane, and they're continuing to pressure it. It's actually going to get a bit hectic because low man is descending on that very lane as well. Good pressure on this Guardian as well, but here's that lane 1 situation I was talking about. Guardian ends up getting pushed down as Flick rotates into assist. And of course, the Calico is there. There might still be a fight, but it will require a hook to be hit by low main, and you can see them right up the top of your screen, and we're just on top of the building. They don't connect on anything, but here we go. I see Dynamo getting left upon there at lane 2, but there's a rotation back there by Flick. Low main caught out. The bounce there off the pad with the extra damage. Hook catches in on towards Flick, but low main was well and truly lost at sea with Calico and Holiday bearing down upon them. It's an easy pickup on the B-bot.
So we got our first objective being taken over in lane 1. We got a 3-man group up in lane 2, maybe looking to push in up to Saya. And Leffa just doing Leffa things, man. He's just so aggressive in lane 4. As you heard Jake say before, probably one of the most individually skilled players in NA. If not guaranteed to be. I don't think I've ever heard a bad thing said about him. It's always praises from everyone when it comes to it.
Yeah.
As you see, Cool Cheese kind of getting caught off here a little bit.
There's this 3k lead here. Pretty slim. Obviously, that first Guardian got pushed down, and then Hydro Nation turned that into an important elimination as well. Although the pressure is coming back from melee creeps in that lane 4, which is what's drawing Lord and M over right now. No Goo Ball available, and of course, with plenty to work with. Okay, combo instantly. They just turn on the Viscous, but the damage isn't there. I don't think melee creeps were in agreement in terms of who to go for. AVG wasn't able to put that free damage down. Lord and M, they're going to cube up here. They did take a bit of poke, but they bail Leffa out of what would have been a compromising situation. Now we're going to pop our healing rights, get top back up, and AVG still wants to fight. Okay, Crimson Slash comes in. Telekinesis, though, they're not expecting. Poshy Pop to turn up, apparently. Power Slash, good damage on the Wraith, though. Shadow Form now will be used simply for Leffa to stand his ground. There's going to have to be further rotations, I think, over towards that lane number 4. I say that as Poshy Pop actually pulls out of there, so we'll see. Binding Word, though, catches Flick, even though Lowman got picked off. I like the Quantum Entanglement used, as well as the knock-up into the Singularity. Hydronation wanted to stick around and fight that, and Hydration will come up with a kill credit on the Warden.
That was a huge heads-up play there. He pops a Singularity to stop the last stand from being used to potentially kill off Flick. Like, that was fantastic. Flick didn't do a single, I think, point of damage to him, and Hydration was still able to take him down. They're starting to run away at this game. 8K Souls in the lead. Looking to start pushing down more and more of these objectives. Is looking for their first flex slots. We do see the Traveler used out of AVG to get back into lane 4. And Cool Cheese is just trying to close the gap. He does have ultimate coming online in just a second. There it is. But will they be able to lock him down? And Left is safely able to get under the Guardian in time. The tornado comes through. Is anyone going to help him out? Cool Cheese,
Left getting topped up. I think they actually had their own healing right here. Decent parry, Left low though. Oh my goodness. That is dirty. Vegas from the top rope with the assassination claims AVG, or at least the kill. Comes in with that important damage. And melee creeps are getting close. They're doing the right things, Jake. It feels like they're good at putting good pressure down on Leffa, but that Vindicta now is starting to get active across these rotations.
Yeah, Vegas is, I think, the big threat this game, where Hydration is playing probably a little bit more of a team-oriented game, as is natural on the Dynamo. It's going to be this Vindicta that's going to become a huge problem. And Lowmain, I mean, he just hasn't found some of these big openings in the early game that you're hoping for as a Bebop. Not that it's easy to find them against a team like Hydronation. We'll see if he can change that soon, especially as Vegas gets online, get some of these barriers up, get some of his key items. I'm curious to see if he's going for an early Alkfire on this Vindicta. Because there's going to be a point where, like, man, in the Dynamo ulti, everything is going to melt.
Oh, that's right. And of course, like, yeah, just the impact of Alkfire in terms of how it affects weapon damage as well. It's just unreal to have that drop down in a fight, and you can sit from above and just preside over it. You see the items coming in now. Bullet lapses, of course, for Posh Pop. All those tier 2s being picked up. The stake comes in. Cool Cheese is tethered. Has to burrow away for some of this damage right now. Hydronation have a thrust at it, but aren't quite able to catch anybody here on melee creeps. Binding Word, more of a deterrent there. It's going to be cubed, well, in theory, cubed out of. As Lord and M will back it up himself.
You know, as you mentioned, the impact from Lowmain early on, you have to give also credit to Hydration and Co in lane, as they were able to spot him leaving quite consistently. And then you had the safetiness as well to just kind of run away on the Calico by DMB to make sure he doesn't get ganked and let a snowball happen. Cool Cheese, it's going to be gripped away. We'll be into safety here out of Lowmain. Oh, nope, Tether.
Never mind.
It might come in a second.
Cool Cheese able to spin on out of that one. Jesus, what is that? What is the lens flare?
I think that's the light off your ring light bouncing off your forehead into his eyes.
Bro, it's in-game, dog. It's in-game, bro. I had the card on my forehead for that reason. No. I've got the content creator set up. You never just have a ring light, bro. You got to mix it up. I'll fill you in later. Don't worry about it. It's been a while. You've been managing talent instead of being one, bro. I got to fill you in on the developments in that industry lately. Return to Shadows here for DMB as they want to try and opt out of that fight, or at least have a moment, you know, just to preside and see what's happening in the situation. I think they realize, yeah, we're not taking that fight. We'll back away. You've got to be happy to have drawn 2 people over, because that was their soul earned getting returned.
13K. How is Hydration still leading his team in souls? And he's playing Dynamo.
Bro. Oh, what is with these knockups? This is so wrong, man. Bro. I'm getting getting knocked up a lot.
Now you know why it's called the name that we're not saying on there. I mean, rapid recharge plus that. It's crazy, just the amount of control you have, the amount of damage he can do.
It's literally Holiday before nerf, bro.
Yeah.
Not literally, but pretty close. Just constant knockups. Okay, well, it's going to be a while before they're all available.
Like Echo Shard for some reason too. If you really want to go that route, then you just like knock up Echo Shard, knock up.
Bro, the rapid recharge is okay. All right, so Toxic Bullets there. Getting picked up by AVG. It's going to be an important item. Here's that Alkfire. So not as early as Jake wondered. Well, I mean, 14 minutes into the game, so relatively far. But Vegas has now picked that item up. So great push power. You know, I think it goes under the radar. We often see multiple Alkfire carriers on a certain team, because it causes enemies to take extra weapon damage from your team, including yourself, and you're playing Invicta. It's very good for you, and also anybody that is trying to get gun damage done. Okay, this is about to get a little bit dicey. AVG here tries to throw out the fire scarabs, but there is way too much pressure here for Hydra Nation. They probably have enough of a lead here to start to put the thumb screws on them. Here's the goo ball. Heavy barrage being used there by Axe, but there isn't really a great advantage to make use of that. They back away from the bridge. Lefa did fall, though. I guess that makes it a 1-for-1 trade. But you'll notice here that Hydra Nation still have that one Guardian standing. Attention is about to shift, though, in the direction of the buffs first, and then to the walkers. DMB gets that first one, as I mention it, and Hydration, realizes they're a bit out of position.
Yeah, they were down a man in that fight initially, but Lefa was able to get the kill onto AVG, then gets a little bit too aggressive and caught out because they had 2 players pushing on lane 1 during all of that. So they get the first walker of the game. Oh yeah, you're not getting away from hydration there.
Puddle punch, knock up 1, knock up 2. Axe was dead to rights there.
They have all the knockups, man. Puddle punch, like you said. You got the barrels to knock up. You got hydration to knock up.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. A lot of Loki, like a lot of crowd control. Goo ball, stake also get thrown out. Oh god, I mean, singularity also at your disposal. Okay, mid boss time it is, folks, and there might just be an urn traded in for this one as melee creeps can only really look on. They have not had a lot of control of this game in the early to mid stages, so easy rejuvenator to pick up here. And I don't know, Jason. Those walkers looking mighty juicy right about now. Nice little wall, though. That's a good catch. But Return of Shadows will get the Calico out of dodge.
There's a lot looking juicy because I don't think they're going to get that urn turn in for free either. That was like the one saving grace of losing mid-bosses. You would get an urn turn in, but Hydration's just in his face, knocking him up left and right. The urn's still going to be down on the ground. They're still looking forward to Singularity again. Catch a Saya off guard. The backup's going to be there, and that's another 2 kills out to the tally for Hydra Nation.
That's hate crimes. That is legitimately... is legitimately prosecutable offense from Hydration. Another soul urn behind all of this. Hydration, for a brief window, doesn't have any knockup capability. But otherwise, he's basically been Genghis Khan out there, Jason, if you know what I mean.
If you get improved reach on that too, your 1 just goes like across the entire map, basically. It is impossible. Like the distance it goes is ridiculous. And speaking of ridiculous, the lead is getting ridiculous. We're getting
opponents basically hear a whisper of your name in the next room and they get knocked up.
Exactly.
That's how extreme it is. That's wild. The bare suggestion of your presence. Oy. All right, Jake, give it to me straight, Doc. Now with that rejuve buff on Hydra Nation, a very comfortable mid-boss take. They look like they're in control.
It's like Catholic high school here out here, Mitch. Everybody's getting knocked up.
Had to go there.
That's crazy. Why are you crazy for that one?
Look, what can I say? The Dynamo is getting crazy. You know, just like every single fight so far, like this Warden has been punished twice with the Singularity. And with this build, you're not really reliant on the Singularity. Like, it's a nice skill to have. It does up the ante in the team fight. But surviving this rejuve is going to be really difficult with so many threats online for Hydra Nation. Lord NM opening up here on this fight. It's like you can't really safely go onto anybody with the rotations that can come in for Hydra Nation. Looks like there's a fight coming in around the urn drop off right now.
Also, Surge of Power picked up, by the way, for the Dynamo, so you get that move speed whenever you use your knocker. Come on, bro. No one is escaping.
You were subtle about it, at least, Mitch.
Yeah, Jake, bro. Jake usually is the one that keeps it $150, bro. But that's
I'm not even on cast, and I still can't believe what I heard.
Yeah, ZP picking his very strong jaw off the ground after that one. Here's the combo on Flick. That'll look great. Sorry, cool cheese. Your goose is cooked, buddy. Melee creeps down to 2 players left. It's Lowman and a very unhappy looking AVG, the Mirage. We'll try and keep this one alive, but these walkers are about to get the business, folks. Hydration gets hooked in. Bomb for his trouble. Little quantum entanglement, though, to shrug that one off. And Lowman did fall there. Hydra Nation getting full value, of course, out of this Rejuvenator buff, and they'll be able to back away and clean up the jungle on this right-hand side of the map. Buffs. Get yourself the skill tester machine, and we're good to go.
I like how Hydration, they get angered losing a map in the responses. Dynamo. Like, of all heroes you could be going here, but it is working out so damn well for them. 31,000 souls. Your stat check territory for sure. Poshy Pop, I mean, he did great in the Wraith before. He is keeping up when it comes to the souls. The rest of his team, well, besides AVGs, unfortunately not. We're looking at like a 5-6K difference between most players on melee creeps in Hydra Nation. You can't team fight them right now because you can't group up, or you have a Dynamo singularity. You can't pick them easily because you have Lord and M to just cube them. I don't know what Melee Creeps does here to get back into this game, other than just hope that one of these hooks is going to be enough to get a kill somehow.
DMB on the full tank Calico, by the way. Fortitude, Bullet Armor, Spirit Armor, all picked up in one fell swoop. Ain't no one killing that guy right now. That is wild. We've seen this before, actually, like the tanky Calico. You carry like the utility items, like Cold Front and such, like into the enemy and just punish them there. Okay, was that a knockdown thrown out? I saw the anvil. Yes. Flick ends up using a knockdown there. I guess it was on...
No, Flick doesn't have knockdown. I think it was just the barrel.
Oh, okay. I saw an anvil, so I wasn't sure. I was always a bit sussy about that one. Either way, cube here for Flick, gets him out of the way. Now he's starting to look towards his base at bosses. Credit to him, Melee Creeps with 2 players trying to push that lane 3, but I think Leffer might be enough to actually hold both of them at bay, and this ultimately will leave Melee Creeps pretty underhanded when it comes to defending their base. This should be a patron knock here. Oh, yep, Leffer is going to 1v2, I think, in that bottom lane. Poshy Pop's already dead. Axe has seen better days. They're trying to get back here. And there's your last flex slot unlocked for Hydra Nation. They've got plenty of souls to spend after this, as that patron is about to be thrown into the pit as well.
Wait, what? Cool cheese. You're okay.
Don't worry
I think they're tilted. No, I mean, he went in tilted.
Yeah.
He's definitely a little bit tilted.
They're under full
that was a good play,
Dynamo
Jason. That was a really good
syndrome.
play. Oh, boy.
It's rough out there. Someone said in the chat that they think they only picked Bebop to tilt Leffer, which is funny if you've seen his stream. He's not a fan of the Bebop. But either way, we have a weakened patron now. Very little left here for Melee Creeps to defend themselves. And Jake, I think this one's going to come to a swift end here.
Yeah, it's got everything but a bow on it here with hydration, you know, coming up on the singularity if he even needs it for the next team fight. I expect to see Hydra Nation probably just maybe hold this urn and bait a little bit until a mid boss, but they might even go for the drop off. I mean, they've got ultimates online. There's a couple down like the Bebop laser, so maybe you just go for the aggressive urn drop. I think that's high risk play here as Viscous isn't ready, but I mean, look at that pick off from Flick.
Oy, that's brutal. Poshy Pop, yeah, just again, the kinetic blast making it very, very hard for him to do anything. Wall thrown up here from Alex trying to give himself some space. Lord and then went down. Obviously behind this, the soul urn has be returned one more time. Last couple base bosses do need to be cleared out here. Full janitorial duties for Hydra Nation. And Hydration's trying to get forward here with that quantum entanglement. That improved reach. My God, as that kinetic blast is so long. And we are warp zoning out of the base here. Hydration taking a fair bit of damage, but now we're into the pit, and this patron is about to go down. Singularity on all of one target. Hydration happy enough with his impact over the course of the game to let that ultimate go for free. And there you have it, folks. For the 12th week in a row, Hydra Nation once more snatched away our $1,000 prize. Thanks to our friends at Intel. They are your Deadlock Fight Night NA champions once more.
And deserved, man. They showed us so many different things, so many different heroes they can play. They dug into their hero bag and came out with this mess of a draft that worked out so flawlessly. Really well strategized, did well behind that. I got to see Lord and M play something besides Kelvin, so I'm kind of happy here today. And Hydration, seen his Dynamo for a second time here in DFN. 100% win rate, not bad.
And I'm convinced, by the way, that Genghis Khan is way less egregious than Catholic high school. Like, at least I had a layer of abstraction there. You know what I mean? Long day for your boy, Jack.
Layer of abstraction.
I was getting scared whenever you throw to him that he was going to come up with something else to say.
Oh,
I was like holding my breath.
I appreciate Mitch not one-upping me. I know you could have, but he held back.
No, listen, that was good. I mean, I went to Catholic high school, so I was too busy just trying to think if that was actually a thing. But look, gotta say, Jason teased us about this build at the start of the show. I didn't really know if it would be relevant here, and it was a draft for Hydra Nation. Didn't really have like a great support option. There was a Kelvin banned, so it turns out that like the Dynamo kind of worked here really well. And the first thing you said, Jake, was like, the Viscous here, really good. Like they picked that on like 4th or 5th position, but against a mostly ground board setup of Melee Creeps, you felt like that was going to be a big part of their success.
Yeah, I think Viscous, I think Dynamo, they were all there really to serve as frontliners for the Vindicta, for the Yamato, and they did admirably at that. So, I mean, Vegas was the true star, I think, of that game 3, just in terms of like raw damage output. Well, I mean, obviously it's much more fun watching Hydration, you know, knock the enemies up, you know, catch them off constantly, punish them in the early game team fights, and then keep pushing objectives. But I think the fact that they had like this incredible backline behind them, and they could be so confident in picking, you know, a really an odd pick like Dynamo that we almost never see at this level of play, but it was just perfectly placed for exactly this game. We saw, you know, the quantum entanglement was a great escape for these bebop hook into bomb combos. You're able to get yourself out of that, able to stun and control, you know, heroes like Warden. That's the absolute opposite of what they want, right? They rely on not being controlled. And so Dynamo really has the perfect matchup. And we talked about Hydra Nation, you know, their bag of trips being pushed to the end here. Like what more do they have to show us? I mean, this is exactly what we were hoping for out of them. It's the hydration special, pulling out a hero that like nobody else plays and making it look like it's the meta. That's what makes this team so hard to beat. That's why they've been the champion for what, 12 weeks in a row now. It's well deserved here for Hydra Nation.
This is why I want to see like Team Liquid pick them up, send them to EU to start boot camping. Like I want to see what they rock against teams like Virtus Pro, Paravision, etc. Because you know those teams are going to make them dig even deeper into that bag to come up to actually truly show us what they've been working on and have been hiding. Because I almost guarantee they're hiding some more things.
I just want to know, is Shiv good? Is Shiv good or not? Because the EU teams won't touch it with a 10-foot pole, and NA is first ban, first pick, full prio. I mean, I don't think we've seen differences in the meta across the regions, but that's about as stark as it's
that
been.
That disagreement is
ever.
Something else.
Yeah,
I don't know if it was informed by last week's like result with Young Cat being so sick, but he was still hotly contested in NA during that show, during those games, even before the pop-off happened at the end of that series. So we'll see. We've got to talk about our player of the match though, folks, presented by Intel. What he lacks in verbosity, he makes up for in impact in the server. It is your boy Hydration. A man, a few words, but many frags on the Dynamo in this map 3, guys. It was fun to see, but again, we saw Warden to start with, where he and Leffa both really got rolling, and he was able to take over the game in map 1.
This is just a Hydration classic. The Warden, you know, he farms, he snowballs, he just shows up at some point in the game, and you're like, well, I guess we lose. And that's the textbook Hydration, right? Making the most of some early game space and turning into this huge late game carry threat. But it's the versatility for Hydration that I think really makes him the asset to this team that he is, right? There are other strong carry players in Deadlock right now, other players who can get farmed and show up in the late game. But with Hydration, I mean, he's probably the most diverse player from a hero pool perspective of anyone in the game right now. The level he brings on the number of heroes he has, you can't really get an advantage against this guy in the draft.
What I am curious about with him, though, is that he plays a very, I feel like, set style of just like, I'm gonna farm, right? As you said before, you're just gonna farm up and then come out of the jungle and be like, okay guys, I'm ready to fight. I almost want to see if he wants to be like a, not say a complete player, because he's already a complete player, but like a real like triple threat, is if he can play like more of the carry role in the early game. Not necessarily like he needs to. And if I even compare the way he plays to a lot of EU teams, I don't think anyone in EU really does the same style that he does. So he's kind of unique in that sense. But he's definitely, I think, one of like the best all-around players we have in Deadlock.
I mean, look at these. Great farm, of course, for your boy Hydration over the course of the game. But Leffa, another Yamato pick that looked great in game 1. We run it back here in game number 3. It looks fantastic. Lord and M looking good. Yeah, like you said, got off the Kelvin. We got to see the Viscous pick up here. Flick also making the holiday look really, really good. Involved in like a ton of those pick-off scenarios. DMB quietly being a real pain in the neck. Full tank Calico by the looks of things, with some of that those utility items that I brought into the fray, like Cold Front and such. Definitely seemed like a nuisance here. And I think, look, it's a great way to sort of sum things up. Jake, you mentioned that, you know, we saw Hydra Nation dig a little bit deeper into their bag of tricks. They kind of had to, and produced a draft that looks a little bit different than maybe the norm in terms of what we expect from them, especially with the way those bans went down, but still very, very effective, still good enough for that $1,000. So that's $12,000 thanks to our friends at Intel that this Hydra Nation team have been able to accrue over the course of their time here. And we are still, folks, waiting to see who in North America can actually catch up to them. They are setting the standard, no doubt about it. The debut of their new support player in Lord NM looks like it went off without a hitch. Still too early to tell, but I think that you'd be pretty happy with your performance if you were him coming out of this game. Jason?
Yeah, I think happy indeed. And I think again, the pool he can play offers another trick for Hydra Nation. I don't remember seeing Quig ever play Viscous, because there's normally Hydration who would play it. But the fact that he can play so many different things here for them, it allows them to like mix things up even further and add more diversity to their pool. And as Jake said before, if you ever want to be like a truly great player in Deadlock, you have to be able to master a lot of different heroes, 10 plus he was saying. And when we get to that point where there's 30, 40 heroes in the game, it's gonna become even more important that you're able to play so many different things to the same kind of level, and that everyone on the team is able to do that, because you keep so many teams guessing of who's playing what, and of course how you're gonna end up playing things out.
And on a side note here as well, we're now heading, like we mentioned at the start of the show, into less aggressive patch cycles for Deadlock, at least for now. So there will be more time for our teams in both regions to settle a little bit into a metagame and get a grip on things before they sort of invariably get changed a bit. So that should up the level as well, I think, especially with some of the teams that are still coming together. And next week, we look forward to once again inviting the Llama Lords, with obviously a new 6th player, back into the fray. They are the ones that push Hydra Nation to the limit. Leffa said that even without a cheater, they probably still would have been beaten by Llama Lords in that game. So that's good. It means melee creeps are a team, Jake, that can take maps off them, and Llama Lords, are a team that even Hydra Nation are beginning to fear. NA turning into a bit more than a one-horse race.
Yeah, and I think this is a great sign for Hydra Nation that they continue to innovate the meta, right? Like, even as a team that's on top in the region, it would be easy to rest on your laurels and just kind of like keep running it back with what's been working for you. And for a while, they were doing that. But today, I think we got to see this Dynamo come out. We got to see some different strategies from Hydra Nation. The change up from Lord NM further opens their strategy. I think this is a team that is continuing to get better, which is a really difficult thing to do when you've been on top for so long. And I do want to give props, though, to Melee Creeps, to Llama Lords, to some of these other teams in NA, because I do feel the gap has been closing. Teams have been learning and improving. I mean, that comeback win in Game 2 from Melee Creeps really impressed me. They took an inch from, or Hydra Nation rather gave them an inch, and then Melee Creeps was able to take a mile and really drive a strong comeback through fight after fight after fight, pickoff after pickoff. And that's not easy to do against a team like Hydra Nation. So I want to give my respect to Melee Creeps. They put on a great show today for the fans. This is a team that I want to see back in Deadlock Fight Night and see what they can do.
They're very right. I mean, in EU, it did close. It was originally like Buff Enjoyers being the team. You give them 10, 20K soul lead, they will close out the game within the next 5-10 minutes. Hydra Nation was the exact same way. It took a little bit of extra time for NA to catch up, but they're for sure doing so just like EU's been able to.
And we'll take this chance as well to thank all of you in the chat for joining us. It's a ton of fun doing this with you every Wednesday night. So thank you for being here. Big shout out as well to Deathy. We're going to be raiding him after the stream. So once more, thank you for joining us. Big shout out to Intel, without whom this would not be possible. Hopefully you all join us again next week for our NA and EU editions of Deadlock Fight Night. It's going to be number 13, lucky number. So make sure you tune in for that. Until then, enjoy yourselves out there in the cursed apple, and we'll see you next week.